Chapter 41, Title of Strongest. Crack. Naruto's fist made contact with his opponent, neither moving an inch from where they stood. Gildarts now had a better idea of what he was dealing with, and wasn't going to allow the brat the satisfaction of moving him from his spot a second time. Boom! Their fists clashed again and the whole cave shook from the shockwave they created. Wendy held her hands over her head from debris as she watched the two strongest members of Fairy Tail exchange blows. Neither had moved from where they stood for a couple minutes now, as they were locked in hand-to-hand combat. Both trying to knock the other out of their position. I can't believe how strong this geezer is. He punches harder than Sakura-chan. Naruto thought as he blocked another blow that aimed for his side. He could tell the man had a lot of fighting experience because of the way the man was able to read most of his moves. If that's how it's gonna be, then I better take it up a notch. Gildarts' eyes widened when Naruto picked up his pace, easily doubling his speed. The sudden pressure became too much for Gildarts and he was forced to step back. He grunted in pain when Naruto successfully landed a blow to his stomach. Guh. He pushed me back again. I can read this brat's moves, but it doesn't help me if I can't move fast enough. Naruto pumped a mental fist at his mini-victory, but immediately sprang into action once more. The battle wasn't over from just that. Gildarts sucked his teeth when the teen wasted no time to charge him from the front, but his eyes widened when he was suddenly grabbed from behind. Looking back, he saw another Naruto that he assumed was a clone. When did make a clone? The real Naruto put his hands in a cross-shaped hand seal and two more clones popped into existence next to him. Gildarts managed to break free of the clone's grip, but he wasn't fast enough as the first clone slid to the ground and launched Gildarts into the air by kicking him in the chin through his frantic guard. The second clone jumped off the back of the first clone and punched the man further into the air. While Gildarts was staggered and suspended in the air, the real Naruto used the two clones like stepping stools and jumped above the mage. Gildarts raised his arms and blocked a spinning kick from the original, but he was sent hurtling down into the ground from weight that came from the attack. Crash! When Gildarts hit the ground, the entire cave seemed to itself as the rocks shattered into cubes. Naruto shielded his eyes as the dust blew past him, his clones disappearing from the shockwave. When he landed on the ground, turned towards Wendy and sighed in relief to see that his clone had protected her. Looking back at his opponent, his eyes widened when Gildarts stood up. The cloak that was covering the man's body was now gone, showing his artificial limbs. Phew, that was a close one. If I didn't use my magic to soften my fall, that would have really hurt. Gildarts said as he cracked his neck. He then blinked when he noticed the look Naruto was sending him. Ah, are you wondering how I got these? Naruto nodded, curious as to what could have injured a man as powerful as Gildarts so badly. A dragon. Naruto's eyes widened, and he turned his gaze to Wendy. The little girl had been raised by a dragon until her foster parent suddenly disappeared. Surely this would be news for her. What color was the dragon? Wendy asked meekly. She doubted it was Grandini, there was no way her kind mother would have harmed a human. But she just had to ask. It was a black dragon. The bastard took my arm, leg, and an organ. Gildarts said sourly. He heard there were other dragon slayers in the guild now, so that was why he had only wanted to tell Natsu this information. But there was no helping it now. Naruto frowned when Wendy nodded solemnly, he could tell that had brought up some old wounds for the girl. So thinking it would be best to change subjects, Naruto put his hands back into his favorite seal. Ready for round 2? Gildarts grunted, but nodded nonetheless and got into a loose fighting stance. He couldn't afford to hold back, not against this kid. Normally I would have just let you pass with this. But I want to see this fight to the end myself. Naruto smirked and created 4 more clones. He then looked at the now cubic ground and thought. I gotta see what else that guy's magic can do before I just run in again. From the looks of things, Gildarts used his magic to shatter things, as he used it to shatter the ground to soften his landing. But that couldn't be the only thing he could do with it, so Naruto was going to find out. The clones charged forward in a horizontal line before splitting up at the last second. Gildarts caught the fist of the first clone before throwing it into the second clone. The third clone grabbed onto the fourth clone and threw him into the air. The clone in the air began to throw shuriken down at them, while making sure not to hit its fellow clone. The grounded clone then charged at Gildarts while he was busy deflecting the sharp objects and attempted to tackle him. But when he made contact, Gildarts didn't so much as budge from his spot. The fourth clone saw this and decided to throw an explosive tag before popping out of existence. Gildarts made short work of the clone attached to him before he heard a hissing noise. Looking down, he saw the burning tag of paper attached to a kunai before it blew up. Boom! Naruto began to tap random places on his body as his opponent was engulfed in the flames of the explosion. He knew the fight wasn't over with just that. Let's see how he deals with this. Just as Naruto thought, the fire shattered into cubes before dissolving into nothingness, revealing Gildarts with an annoyed look on his face. Gildarts was about to pester Naruto when he heard something above him, as well as noticing the cave now had a bluish tinge to it. Looking up, the smoke from the explosion faded away to reveal a small army of Narutos, all armed with glowing blue swirls of energy in their hands. Well fuck. At the sound of the man's voice, the clones dropped from the ceiling and fell towards the man with their Razengans pointed downwards. Gildarts pumped magic into his arm and blasted the clones away with his crash magic. The entire army, along with the roof of the cave, was wiped out and shattered into small cubes. Sunlight now filled the cave. Gildarts turned around when he heard a shout. He saw Naruto, now clad in orange armor, flying towards him with a speed that thoroughly surprised him. He's even faster now? Dark Aperture, Absolute Shadow. Naruto shouted and disappeared from Gildarts' visage. Before Gildarts could even register where the shinobi had gone, he staggered forward from a blow to his back. He blasted his crash magic to his right, but found that he nothing and was attacked once again from the opposite side. I've never fought someone as fast as this kid before. I gotta find a way to slow him down or I'm done. Getting tired yet? Gildarts found Naruto standing across the cavern, the same blue sphere in his right hand. Heh. I'll admit you're fast, but I'm not done yet. Naruto smirked from underneath his mask, before he launched himself forward. Gildarts whirled around and stopped the Rasengan with his hand. He couldn't see it, but he could tell Naruto was surprised that he was stopped. The same trick won't work on me twice, kid. Using his magic, Gildarts shattered the Rasengan, causing Naruto to stagger forward. He then used that time to thrust his fist into the teen's armored gut, shattering the armor and launching him back. But when the armor covering Naruto's face shattered, Gildarts then saw that teen was smirking. Right when Naruto hit the cave wall, dozens of clones burst through the ground and threw themselves at Gildarts, all armed with the glowing blue spheres in their hands. In the ground? When did he dash? Gildarts thought as he tried to blast them away with his magic, but he was only able to shatter a handful of clones before the rest hit him with their attacks. Gildarts was consumed in multiple blue explosions before he was implanted into a wall. Wendy gasped as both men were embedded in the cave walls. Naruto grunted as he pulled himself out of the wall and deactivated Sage Mode, but he was instantly on alert again when Gildarts started pulling himself out of the wall as well. That still wasn't enough? Before the teen could act again, Gildarts put a hand up. Relax, kid. This fight is over. Naruto raised an eyebrow as Wendy ran up to Gildarts to check on his injuries. She had so much she wanted to say to Naruto right now, but her duties as a healer came first. Letting the girl heal his wounds with her healing magic, Gildarts took a seat on the ground and sighed. Damn. Looks like this is my loss. Where'd you learn to use those clones like that? Wait, what? No way. We should finish this fight to see who's the strongest. Naruto shouted as he pointed an accusing finger at the man, which sounded rather childish considering what had just taken place. Gildarts blinked before he bellowed with laughter, prompting Naruto to burn red with anger as he thought the man was making fun of him. Ha ha ha. You're just like Natsu, you know that? I'm sure he would say the same thing. I wonder how that brat is doing with his fight. Naruto sulked to himself. He couldn't help it if the man didn't want to fight anymore. Seeing the frustration on Naruto's face, Gildarts grinned. If he was being honest with himself, Gildarts wanted to finish his fight with the ninja as well. But the cave, and maybe even a good portion of the island would probably be destroyed. Listen Naruto, I'm gonna tell you what I think of you right now as a fighter. An assessment of sorts. This sparked Naruto's curiosity, so he nodded and walked over to the man so he could hear him better. You're strong, fast, and tricky as hell with those clones. You've more than proven that you can fight like an S-class mage. But fighting isn't everything. Sometimes when you're out on a job you'll need to think like an S-class mage, and thinking outside of battle doesn't seem to be your forte. Gildarts said and Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Naruto-san is plenty smart. Wendy said and clamped her mouth shut when she realized she said that aloud. Blushing when the two boys sent her amused looks, Wendy looked down in an embarrassment. Naruto chuckled and pat the girl on the affectionately. Thanks Wendy-chan, but Gildarts is right. As frustrating as it is, I know I'm not the sharpest kunai in the shed when it comes to things that aren't fighting. But that's why I train as hard as can to be good at the one thing I'm good at. Fighting. Gildarts chuckled at the scene. But you certainly are a charismatic one. If all the rumors I heard about you are true, you might actually surpass me in that department one day if not already. Rumors? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow and Wendy snapped out of her embarrassment and waved her arms back and forth. Wah-ha. They're just rumors about how you can make friends with anyone. Wendy said, stretching the truth about the rumors claiming Naruto could make any girl fall in love with him. Gildarts raised an eyebrow. Huh? What are you talking about, kid? I'm talking about how this guy's been playing with a bunch of cuties mmff. As Wendy silenced and told Gildarts about Lucy and how she got when people talked about the Weekly Sorcerer's magazine, Naruto folded his arms and sighed in defeat. It was probably best that they stopped. Looking around, he cringed when he saw the resulting destruction of their fight. The cave was in ruins, if you could even call it a cave anymore. Old man Makarov is gonna kill me. Rowdy winner, Team Naruto. We did it. Levi cheered as she panted for breath. Though she hadn't been much help in the actual fight, she and Gajeel had managed to defeat Fried and Bixlow. But you really are something, Gajeel. I told you. Didn't I? I won't lose to anyone before I reach that guy. Gajeel growled before he looked at the members of the Thunder God tribe. But still, these guys really were tough. I hate to admit it, but I probably would have been in trouble had the girl not given me that iron snack with her magic. Gajeel thought before walking towards now open exit. Hey, wait for me. Levi said and caught up to her partner. Route B/H winner, Team Levi. Route A. Natsu gasped for breath as he lay in the grass, having just been kicked to the chest and knocked back. He was tired, but also frustrated. Every time he charged in, the outcome would be the same. Him falling flat on his ass. Lee stood on the other side of the field, his leg outstretched. Going back into his stance, Lee called out to his opponent. Surely you wish to continue, Natsu-kun. Damn right it isn't. Natsu growled and pulled himself back up. Natsu. Happy said as he watched the battle from the beach. Most of the trees around them had been scorched by the Dragonslayer's flames, so the safest place to be was near the water. Natsu threw himself at Lee once more, and was again countered and sent flying back on his back with a kick. Punching the ground in frustration, Natsu clenched his teeth and cursed. Not once had he landed a hit on Lee. The ninja countered his every move, he was too fast for him to hit with his magic, and strong enough to block the attacks he didn't dodge. As much as Natsu hated to admit it, Rock Lee completely outclassed him in hand-to-hand combat. Lee grinned when Natsu stood up again. This is the 27th time Natsu-kun has gotten back up, his stubbornness truly reminds me of Naruto-kun. Flames erupted from Natsu's hands as he charged head-on again. But this time, he had a small plan in mind. Natsu initiated with a fire dragon's iron fist and as expected, when the shinobi deflected the punch with the swipe of his hand, fire exploded from Natsu's heel and he launched a spinning kick similar to Lee's leaf hurricane from where he stood, a movement that would have been impossible without his magic. Lee was taken by surprise by the kick and took the full force of the attack. He grunted when Natsu's heel hit him square in the chest, but he grabbed onto the leg and threw Natsu across the field. Lee looked at his cindered Chunin vest and took it off. Impressive. That surely would have been a devastating blow had this been the beginning of our battle and you were rested. Who's tired? Natsu asked with a weak smirk, feigning exhaustion as he struggled to stand. He was tired, battered, and low on magic. But he was smiling. I managed to land a hit that time. I can do this. Before Natsu could charge forward again, however, Lee placed a hand up. Please wait a moment. Natsu raised an eyebrow. Huh? What is it? Before we continue this fight, I wish to ask you a question. Lee said before looking Natsu in the eye. Why do you wish to grow stronger? What drives you to push yourself so far as to getting back countless times? This was a question Lee had been wondering during the past week of training together. Natsu lowered his head. A long time ago, my father disappeared. So I want to become stronger, so I can find him. Natsu declared before charging forward for the umpteenth time. And the first step is becoming an S-class mage. So that's why I'm going to win this fight. That is very admirable of you, Natsu-kun. But, Lee started before disappearing in a blur. Natsu skid to a stop and looked around for the missing shinobi, before his eyes widened when a heel made contact with his chin. Gah! While the teen was suspended in the air, time seemed to slow down. Natsu could sense Lee behind him and helplessly watched as bandages wrapped around his entire body. I can't move. Lee grabbed onto Natsu's bandaged form and they began to spin as they fell back towards the earth in a piledrive formation. Natsu! Happy yelled and began to fly in to help his friend, but he knew he wouldn't make it in time. He's gonna break Natsu's neck with that attack. Natsu's eyes widened in terror as the ground neared. He couldn't move because of how tired he was, and so could he burn through the cloth because he also lacked the magic to do so. This was it. He was going to die. Happy watched as they crashed into the ground. He fell to his knees, tears forming in his eyes. No way. Guh. Wadash? Huh? Natsu said and his eyes shot open. He was laying in grass, still covered in bandages like a cocoon. He looked up and saw Lee looking down at him, his serious expression ever so present. "I'm afraid your level of taijutsu is not enough to defeat me at this moment. But," Lee said before giving the teen a thumbs up and grinning, his teeth sparkling. "I would be honored to be your sparring partner anytime, should you need one." "Lee," Natsu said before deadpanning. "You're really weird, you know that?" Lee face faltered, but quickly straightened himself and cleared his throat. "Well anyways, I approve of your skill in becoming S-class. Your combat skill is definitely worthy. Thank goodness." Happy said and plopped on his butt while letting out a sigh of relief. Lee had stopped his attack at the last second, and Happy assumed it was a clear showing of the difference in their skill. Lee may not have the explosive power that Natsu had with his Dragonslayer magic, but he was leagues faster, and far more experienced in hand-to-hand combat. That's the conclusion Happy had come to while watching the fight. Natsu stared up at the sky, a frown on his face. This wasn't the kind of victory he had wanted, but he would take this battle to heart as Lee had shown him that power wasn't the only thing that mattered. "Pfft. Huh?" Natsu found Happy standing on top of him, his hands over his mouth. "Natsu looks like an angry caterpillar waiting to become a butterfly," Happy said, and even Lee was laughing now, picturing the same scene in his head. Natsu bubbled with anger before he burst out of his cocoon with newfound energy. But unfortunately for him, the flames made it look like he had wings. "Ahaha. Now he really is a butterfly." Shut it, Happy. "Come here." Rock Lee laughed as Natsu chased after the cat, before flinching and rubbing his sore chest. "Natsu-kun truly reminds me of Naruto-kun from back when we were genin. I have a feeling that he will become quite powerful. Yosh. Time to amp my own training." Route A winner, Team Natsu. Lucy nervously watched Juvia as the girl soaked in the water in complete silence, a worried expression growing on her face. When they had passed the waterfall, Lucy suggested taking a dip to wash themselves along with their muddy clothes. Not a word had been spoken between the two since they entered the water. "She's probably still thinking about what Hinata said. Not that I blame her," Lucy thought as she forced herself to relax, and felt the heat of the island drain away in the cool water. The memory of Hinata saying Naruto loved her came to mind, and Lucy submerged herself in the water. "Is it true? Does Naruto really love me? If what Hinata said was true, then what was going to happen now? Not just between me and Juvia, but Mira as well?" When Lucy came back to the surface, she found Juvia staring at her. Sorry. I was just lost in thought is all. Ahaha." She stuttered while laughing awkwardly, but Juvia did not look amused. "Lucy," Juvia suddenly said, and Lucy stiffened. "Why yes?" Juvia slowly started walking over to her, and it was kind of unnerving to the blonde. "Oh no, is she mad? I knew she'd be mad about what Hinata said," Lucy thought as she tried to think of a way to calm her partner down. Juvia was now standing in front of her, and Lucy thought she was a goner. But she was surprised when Juvia suddenly started crying. "Juvia's sorry." Juvia sobbed as tears started streaming down her face. "Yeah?" Lucy said, baffled at the turn of events. "Juvia wasn't going to kill her?" "No, wait a second, Juvia. Why are you crying?" Juvia wiped the tears off her face. Because Juvia has been so selfish. All this time, Juvia hasn't once thought of Lucy's feelings. All this time, Juvia had been thinking of everyone as her rivals and did everything in her power to earn Naruto's affection. But ever since Hinata's little speech, about how Lucy had been all but sacrificing herself for the sake of her friends, it made Juvia realize she'd been treating Lucy's feelings like dirt, and it made her feel awful. Lucy frowned. "So that's what she's been thinking about this whole time." As Juvia sobbed into her hands, Lucy wrapped her arms around her, surprising the Rain Woman. "I appreciate it, Juvia, but you really don't have to worry about me," Lucy said as she hugged her friend. No, that wasn't right. She had been spending so much time around the girl that she didn't notice it. Somewhere along the line, Juvia had become her best friend. Juvia gently pushed Lucy away and shook her head. "No. It's not fair. Juvia has been treating Lucy so badly. Always trying to make Lucy look bad in front of Naruto-sama, taking away Lucy's alone time with him. Even going as far as to spread silly rumors about Lucy." "You what?" Lucy thought with a twitching eyebrow. "Juvia doesn't want to lose Naruto-sama to anyone." "But," Juvia said before smiling weakly, her lips quivering. "Juvia doesn't want to lose her best friend." Lucy gasped, tears forming in her eyes. Despite how distant Juvia always acted, Lucy knew she cherished her friends more than anything. Juvia felt the same way as she did, even if she didn't show it very well. But it made sense, as Juvia had come from Phantom Lord and was likely treated completely different there. Lucy hugged Juvia again, and this time, Juvia returned the hug in full. "No matter what happens, we'll always be friends," Lucy said into Juvia's shoulder, and the girl hummed in agreement. Because it was the truth. "Juvia will try to be considerate to Lucy's feelings," Juvia said, and Lucy giggled softly. Their moment was cut short when they heard someone whistle. "Phew, I didn't know you two got along that well." Lucy's eyes shot open and she turned to see Kana, along with a petrified Lysana standing at the edge of the water with their clothes. See Kana?" Upon seeing the brunette's amused smile, Lucy and Juvia quickly separated from each other. "So that's how you two are able to share Naruto." "Ahaha," Kana said while laughing her butt off, and Lucy blushed furiously. Kana. Juvia on the other hand, began to ponder in thought. "Share? I didn't know you three had that kind of relationship," Lysana said before taking off towards the meeting spot for the next part of the S-class trials. "I have to hurry and tell Mirajane." "Wano. It's a misunderstanding." "Hold on a second, Lysana." Lucy pleaded and chased after Lysana, grabbing her clothes from Kana as she passed her. When Kana regained control of her laughter, she waved a hand at the remaining girl. "Come on, Juvia, the guys will be coming this way soon." Juvia blinked, snapping out of her thoughts. "Oh, yes. Thank you, Kana-san." "Sure thing," Kana said and raised an eyebrow as Juvia grabbed her clothes and began to dress herself. "Odd. Great job everyone on passing," Mirajane said cheerfully as the last team arrived, that team being Naruto and Wendy. Which was surprising to everyone considering the fact they had been the first ones to make it to the island. "Yo!" Naruto said cheerfully as he raised a hand to greet everyone. He received a few different responses. Gray and Loke both waved back, along with Levi and Kana. But Gajeel was glaring at him, prompting Naruto's smirk at the Iron Dragon Slayer. Lysana was standing next to her sister and had a mixed expression on her face. Natsu didn't seem to notice him as he seemed to be lost in thought on the boulder he was sitting on with Happy. Makarov's eyes widened upon seeing Naruto, knowing full well which route the shinobi had taken. Did that brat actually? Naruto looked down at Wendy, who was standing right next to him. She was still frowning, and Naruto knew she was still frustrated with herself about not being able to help him in the fight. He then noticed Lucy and Juvia, and raised an eyebrow when they both looked away nervously. Wondering what that was all about, he was going to go over to them when Mirajane walked up to him and smiled. "Hello Naruto-kun and Wendy. How did your fight with Gildarts go?" Mira asked cheerfully, and as soon as the words left her mouth, all eyes were on the Jinchuriki. Placing a hand on top Wendy's head when her frown deepened, Naruto grinned widely. "Hee. We won." "Eh? You actually beat Gildarts?" Gray gawked. He knew Naruto was strong. But this was Gildarts they were talking about here. Gajeel scoffed. "Big deal. I would have beaten that guy too if we went down that path." "I don't think so, Gajeel." Levi thought with sweat drop, but held her tongue else risk the wrath of the easily angered man. "Naruto. You're really something else." Kana thought with wide eyes, then laughed when she imagined the blonde kicking her father's ass. Finding the scene to fit just right in her mind. "As expected of my rival in love," Loke said with a nod, causing Lucy to blush. "Why are you talking like Juvia?" Lucy heatedly thought with a huff, she then looked at Naruto in amazement. Naruto's now the strongest mage in fairy tale. "Okay. After the trials are over, I'm going to ask Naruto to help me train. I can't keep falling behind like this," she thought with determination before looking at Juvia, only to find the girl was missing. "Eh?" Kaya as expected of Naruto-sama the strongest and coolest mage in fairy tale. Juvia cooed as she danced around Naruto with heart-filled eyes. Naruto blushed and scratched his cheek in embarrassment. Thanks, Juvia-chan." Her frustration now coming from a new source, Wendy was now pouting when Juvia took one of Naruto's arms. "Juvia-san. Naruto-san is my partner." "Is that so?" Juvia didn't notice because Wendy-san seemed to be down in the dumps. "Which is impossible when you're around Naruto-sama," Juvia said while squeezing Naruto's arm into her bust, prompting the little girl to whine in frustration. Lucy sweat dropped. Despite all that had happened today, it seemed the girl could no longer bottle up the urge to be next to Naruto. But that's okay. I'd rather see Juvia smiling anyways. Gra. Stop stealing all my rivals. Everyone's attention was brought to Natsu, who suddenly stood up and shouted. "Gray. Levi. Juvia. Kana." Natsu then looked at Naruto and grinned ferociously. "Naruto. Listen up. This is a trial to see who will become an S-class mage. I don't care what you've done, I'm not gonna lose to any of you." The other participants all gained expressions filled with determination in response, all thinking the same thing. "Me neither." "All right you fools. It's time to start the secondary exam." Makarov said, and everyone listened to the master intently. The secondary exam is finding the late first master's grave. There, I'll be waiting. The old man said before he started walking. Send them is about 30 minutes or so, would you, Mirajane? Of course, master. Mirajane chirped as Makarov disappeared into the forest. She then looked at Naruto, who was now being tugged between Juvia and Wendy. Oh my. I better save Naruto-kun. Lisana watched as her sister went to Naruto's rescue. Lucy had explained the misunderstanding at the waterfall, but she was still worried about the whole situation. Sharing a boy between two girls was not okay in her book. Then there's also Erza? I still can't believe my plan worked, and that worries me even more. Lisana thought as she remembered how she and Kana had defeated the red-haired knight. Flashback. Alright, I'll leave it to you, Lisana. Kana said, and Lisana nodded before charging towards Erza head-on. Wait, what is she doing? Kana thought as Lisana was easily outmaneuvered, sent flying by the powerful woman. Ah! Lisana screamed as she flew past Kana and out the way they came. That was her plan? Kana thought before gulping when she heard footsteps behind her. Daring to turn around, she prepared to fight like her life depended on it. That's a good look in your eyes. But you should learn to work with your teammates better, Kana. Erza said and jumped to the left to avoid a magical card. Heh. I wouldn't worry about me if I were you, Erza. Kana bluffed, a sweat trailing down her brow. What are you doing, Lisana? Erza narrowed her eyes. Is that so? Then so be it. Eek. Kana shrieked when Erza switched to her Heaven's Wheel armor and flew towards her without the slightest look of hesitation. That's what made Erza so frightening. It wasn't only because she was so powerful, but because she never held back against anyone. There was little doubt Erza was truly expecting them to defeat her for them to pass. Just as Erza reached Kana, a voice echoed through the ruins, a voice that caused both Erza and Kana to halt in their movements. Ugh, I'm lost. Huh? Kana? Erza? Turning to see who it was, Kana and Erza saw Naruto walk into the room with them. Naruto? What are you doing here? There should only be one team per entry. Erza asked and pointed her sword at the blonde threateningly. Where's Wendy? Naruto raised his hands in defense as he walked up to Erza. Sorry. We got separated and I got lost while looking for her. Kana raised an eyebrow. She could understand Naruto getting lost, but not when he was partnered with Wendy. That girl had a good sense of direction. She also didn't buy the two had been separated. With Naruto's sage mode and Wendy's keen sense of smell, there was no way in hell those two would lose each other. Kana's eyes widened in realization. Don't tell me. Is that Lisana? Erza hummed as Naruto finished his explanation. Very well then, I will overlook your blunder this time, Naruto. But you must go back the way you came to find Wendy. She is not here. Naruto/Lisana nodded his head gratefully. Thanks, Erza? But I gotta say, you look really pretty in that armor. Thank you. This is one of my favorites. Erza said as she happily showed off her amour, the obvious flirting flying right over her head. She smiled, happy to hear Naruto appreciated her fashion when he suddenly leaned in closer to her. No, I'm serious, Erza. It looks really good on you. Naruto/Lisana whispered as he stared right into her eyes. Erza found herself blushing under the shinobi's intense gaze, his ocean blue eyes were almost mesmerizing her. Thank you. But I think you should be going now. The trials are still going and I have a battle to finish with Kana. She said and changed back into her normal attire, her blush deepening when she saw Kana smirking at her. No doubt she would never hear the end of this from the brunette. But when Erza turned to leave, she was surprised when Naruto grabbed her hand and pulled her into his arms. Wait, before I go I need to tell you something. Naruto/Lisana said nervously, and she was actually nervous due to what she was going to say next. Erza tried to break free of his grip, but found her strength failing on her from the way he was looking at her. Part of her wanted to know what he wanted to say, but they were in the middle of the S-class mage trials. Will you hear me out? Naruto/Lisana asked, and Erza's defenses melted away when he smiled at her. Fine. But what about Kana? Erza asked in a last-ditch attempt to get out of this situation. I'm sure Kana wouldn't mind waiting a little. Naruto said, and they looked at the girl in question. Kana's smirk grew before she shrugged and turned around. Take your time. I'll be over here when you're done. See, curse you? Erza thought before her gaze was pulled back to the blonde holding her. Why was Naruto acting this way? It didn't make any sense to her. Erza. Naruto/Lisana whispered, and Erza's heart began to race. Was he about to say what she was thinking? Wait. It won't work between us. Erza screamed when Jalal's face flashed in her mind. She broke out of the blonde's grip, surprising Lisana and causing her transformation to fail. The two girls stared at each other for a couple seconds. Lee-sana? Erza shouted angrily and summoned a sword with her magic, threatening to chop the white-haired girl in two. Wah! Wait a second. What won't work? Lee-sana shouted while avoiding the anger-filled swipe, and Erza froze. Seizing the opportunity, Lee-sana pushed forward. I knew it. You like Naruto-san too? Wah, no. I fell for the T-trap. The trap that you set up. Erza stuttered before stiffening when she heard Kana's laughter. Oh no. I forgot Kana was here. Kana walked up to Erza and pat the girl on the back. Oh man. I thought something was up, but I gotta say. To think that even Erza has fallen for Naruto's charm. Erza shook Kana's hand off her shoulder, her face red with anger and embarrassment. As I said, that is not the case? Besides, Naruto has Juvia. I couldn't possibly dash. Erza clamped her mouth when she realized what she had just said. Looking up, she found the other two girls staring at her in surprise. Did you just admit you like him? Erza's face turned scarlet and she bolted out of the cave, leaving Kana and Lee-sana looking at each other with wide eyes. Does this mean we won? Kana asked, and as if to answer her question, the gate leading to the secondary trial opened. Route D winner, Team Kana. End flashback. Lee-sana sighed. She felt bad about putting Erza on the spot like that, but it was a question she was bound to ask her eventually. Thanks for that earlier, Lee-sana. Kana said, getting her partner's attention. I doubt we would have been able to beat Erza if it weren't for that plan of yours. No problem. I said I'd help you become S-class, didn't I? Lee-sana said with a smile before standing up. They only had a couple more minutes before the secondary trials began, and she wanted to spend some of that time talking with Natsu and Happy. But still, I just can't tell what is going on in Kana's mind. She says she likes to tease Naruto, but what does she actually feel? Naruto, having been saved by Mirajane from Juvia and Wendy, looked up at the giant tree towering over them. The massive structure seemed to be calling out to him. Finally. It's time I meet you in person, Mavis. Chapter 42, a long-awaited meeting. The night before the S-class trials? Thank you, for what you did for me that time. Eh? Naruto said dumbly. It was the night before their departure for Tenru Island and Naruto had been walking home from some last-minute training when he bumped into Jalal. The cloaked man had suddenly bowed and thanked him out of nowhere. When Jalal didn't come up from his bow, Naruto scratched his cheek awkwardly. He really wasn't good with formal situations. Despite me being your enemy, despite all the things that I had done, you gave me a chance to redeem myself. For that, I am eternally grateful. Jalal said without moving. Naruto frowned. Where was all this coming from? Like I said, I mostly did it for Erza's sake. Even still? Thank you. Sighing, Naruto looked up at the snow-filled night sky. Bringing you here was definitely one of the rashest things I've ever done. But I'm just glad Erza's happy, you know. Bringing Jalal into Fairy Tail put the whole guild at risk, but he was willing to take the heat if it meant making Erza happy. Seeing her cry really stung his heart for some reason. To Naruto, Erza was one of the strongest and kindest girls he had ever met. She was someone who was willing to go through hell if it meant protecting her comrades. Old and new. Jalal looked up at Naruto with wide eyes. You truly are a kind person, Naruto-san. But seeing how happy Erza is with you around, I think I made the right decision. Naruto said and grinned. She's always talking about you, you know? Jalal chuckled. You'd be surprised how much she talks about you while we're out on jobs. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Really? Like the time she knocked you out with one of your own techniques. Jalal said almost mischievously. Naruto crossed his arms in a huff, the events of Erza wanting to act out a scene from the Ika Ika Paradise coming to mind. She caught me by surprise. How was I supposed to know Erza was going to do something like that out of nowhere? They continued to talk about the red-haired knight as they walked before eventually stopping at a crossroad. Well, I'll see you when we get back, Jay. Naruto said with a wave and started walking towards his apartment. That is until he heard Jalal speak up again. Could I ask you a favor, Naruto-san? Naruto looked back and raised an eyebrow. Sure, what is it? Could you look after Erza in my place, since I will not be going to Tenru Island with you all? Jalal asked and bowed his head again. Naruto chuckled. This again? Do you really think Erza needs someone to look after her? Besides, we'll only be gone for a few days. Please. Jalal requested silently. Seeing as the man wasn't going to budge, Naruto sighed and walked back over to him. Hearing the footsteps growing closer, Jalal looked up and his eyes widened slightly when he saw Naruto holding his fist out to him. I promise to look after Erza and protect her. Naruto said with a grin and ushered towards his hand. Jalal smiled under his mask and bumped the shinobi's fist with his own. Thank you. Naruto's grin grew wider before he turned around and waved. See you when we get back. Goodbye, Naruto-san. Jalal said with a sad look in his eyes before walking off into the darkness. Present, Naruto-san? Wendy asked when the shinobi seemed to be spacing out. They were in the middle of walking through the thick forest when the older boy had fallen silent. Naruto blinked when he was brought out of his thoughts. Huh? Oh, sorry Wendy-chan. Are you nervous? Wendy asked, knowing what awaited the blonde once he found the first master's grave. As soon as Naruto met with Mavis, she was going to help him confront the demon that was sealed inside of him, and this worried Wendy. Because this was yet another fight she wouldn't be able to help him with. Though her worries faded when Naruto suddenly laughed. Actually, I'm kinda excited. I've been looking forward to meeting Mavis in person for a while now. Naruto said reassuringly. He could think about Jalal's weird behavior later. For now, he had a grave to find. Wendy giggled at Naruto's response. So where do you think the first's grave is? Naruto hummed and looked around. They were completely surrounded by vegetation. Navigating through such a dense forest would seem impossible at first glance. This way. Wendy raised an eyebrow when Naruto suddenly walked to their left, and to her it seemed like he was just randomly choosing a direction. What makes you so sure? I don't really know. But somehow, I just feel like this is the right way. Naruto said, and he was telling the truth. Something about the forest was beginning to call out to him, much like it did in the dreams with Mavis. Wendy didn't really understand, but she nodded nonetheless and followed her teammate. They walked through the forest until a rather large tree came into their view. The base of the tree was split open, and there were stone geometrical structures jutting upwards from the ground that they assumed was Mavis' grave. Sitting in front of the grave was none other than Makarov. Looking up when Naruto and Wendy neared the grave, the old man stood and let out a long breath. So, it's finally time, huh? Yup, Naruto said and let out a breath of his own. The time has come. With Mavis' help, he was finally going to face his inner darkness and tame the Kyuubi. Wendy gripped her fists. I don't know if I'll be able to help Naruto-san at all, but I'll have to be ready if I can. First off, I'd like to congratulate you on being the first ones to arrive. However, I'm sorry to say that your examination ends here. Makarov said and walked past the two. That can't be, Wendy said and looked up at the blonde, half expecting him to be angry or at the least upset. But she was surprised when Naruto sighed. I thought this was gonna happen. That's too bad, I really wanted to become S-Class too, Naruto said while rubbing the back of his head. He was a little upset about not being able to advance in the trials, but knew what Makarov was thinking. It wouldn't be fair to the rest of the participants to pause the exam just to wait for him. It seems you really have matured since coming here, Naruto. Someone said as they landed next to Makarov. Yamato Taishu. So you came with us after all. Naruto said and looked around to see if any of the other Konoha ninja were going to show up next. Seeing this, Yamato walked up to Naruto and pat his shoulder. It's only me here at the moment. Kakashi-senpai and the others are helping with the exam. Oh? Naruto said before turning around to look at the grave. Since he didn't see Mavis anywhere, he assumed she was going to appear in his mind. Are you ready? Yamato asked. Yeah. Naruto answered and sat down in a meditative position in front of the grave. He didn't know what he was supposed to do to contact Mavis, so he decided meditating in front of her grave was a good first start. Everyone watched the blonde intensely. After all, Naruto was about to speak with the late first master of fairy tale. A ghost. The grave, it's glowing. Yamato said when a light began to shine in the middle of two pillars. It started as an eerie glow, but then it began to shine brilliantly. Pretty, Wendy said as she stared at the light in awe. Makarov's eyes widened. This was the first time he'd ever seen the grave do this. First, when they saw Naruto continue to sit still, they assumed he was now conversing with Mavis. Naruto's mindscape. Naruto opened his eyes to find a familiar set of green eyes staring right at him. He blinked after a second before jumping back when he realized just how close the girl was to his face. Wah! Mavis didn't seem to be bothered by his reaction. In fact, as soon as he moved she began to playfully jump around and cheer. Yay! You're finally here. I've been waiting for so long. Naruto laughed at the little girl's enthusiasm, then looked around to find he was in the Kyuubi sewer. Except the giant fox was nowhere to be seen. This place is like. When Naruto spoke, Mavis stopped cheering and nodded. Yes. This is where you faced the darkness within you the last time. Naruto nodded and looked for his true self. Where is he or me? Mavis giggled, and the shinobi's cheeks heated up in embarrassment. He isn't here yet. That's what I'm here for, silly. Alright, Naruto said and scratching his cheek. You sure kept me waiting, Mavis said with a slight pout. Though you must have had your hands full, getting all the girls and such. Naruto blushed when Juvia came to mind. What do you mean, getting all the girls? Juvia-chan is the only one who. His voice trailed off when Mavis sent the ninja a flat look. Honestly, you need to learn to understand a girl's heart. Knowing this was true, Naruto's head fell in shame. Sorry. Are you ready? Mavis asked seriously, and when Naruto nodded she closed her eyes and began to fade away. Then I wish you luck. Naruto stood firm as Mavis' presence faded from his mindscape, and he could sense a new one from behind him. Turning around, he saw a splitting image of himself. Just like last time, it was another him with dark red eyes. It's been a while, me. I'm surprised you waited this long. But it doesn't matter. Naruto said and smirked. Have you finally realized staying in this world is the right choice? Naruto continued to eye his inner self while gathering his final thoughts. Naruto frowned at this, but his smirk returned and he began to pace. So our friends ended up coming here after all. But we both know why that is. After all, we're the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. The leaf can't lose their tailed beast, now can they dash? You're right. I still doubt them. We still doubt them, Naruto said, cutting his true self off. But seeing Kakashi-sensei and the others here made me happy nonetheless. I don't care what their reasons were. They crossed a dimension just to find me, and I choose to believe they did it because they're my friends. Naruto shook his head and chuckled. You haven't changed a bit since the last time we met. Not really, no. Naruto said casually, causing the other him to frown. But neither have you, 'cause you're me. We know, being the same person, that we can't just abandon the village. So once we find a way back, we'll just kiss our happiness here in fairy tale goodbye then? We'll go from living with Lucy in a nice, clean apartment back to that old shabby one back home. Naruto asked before glaring. And Juvia? How do you think she'd react if we left? We'd be better off staying here where we're truly wanted. Naruto returned the look in full and answered. That's why we won't abandon fairy tale, and we won't abandon the leaf either. I'm not sure how yet. But we'll manage to find a way to keep the promises we've made. In both worlds. Because that's our ninja way. Naruto pointed at the blonde and growled. That's too childish. You can't honestly expect to be able to choose both. Naruto smiled. If we can't, then our friends will. We just have to believe that everyone wants us to be happy. But the village hurt us for so long. It was so painful. How could you still care about them when you have a family right here? Naruto asked, dropping his arm. They just couldn't trust the villagers. That's why it would be best to just stay here with fairy tale. With the people that accepted them from the beginning. But the words that Naruto said next shook Naruto to the core. When Naruto came to, he found 3 pairs of eyes staring at him intensely. Hey guys. Makarov was the first to speak up. Did you speak with Mavis? Yup, and I beat my inner darkness. Now I'm gonna face the Kyuubi in a bit. Naruto said and grinned a fox-like grin. What? Already? Yamato shouted in disbelief. What was your answer? Wendy asked meekly. She wanted to believe Naruto when he said he'd make room for them too if he found a way home, but part of her was still worried that he was just saying that out of kindness. Naruto blinked at the sudden question and saw that even Yamato and Makarov had a slight worried look in their eyes. I guess they're worried if I chose a side. He thought before grinning. You want to know what I decided? Why do I have to choose a side? I'm the first ever ninja mage. Wendy let go of a breath she didn't know she was holding, she then hugged Naruto. We'll always be friends? Right, Naruto-san? The 2 adults chuckled at the scene and Naruto pat the little girl on the head reassuringly. Of course, Wendy-chan. What a touching scene. Everyone, minus Yamato, turned towards the grave when a new voice spoke up. Mav. Makarov sputtered while pointing a shaky finger. It was Mavis, the first master of fairy tale. Right in front of him. Makarov looked at Naruto who was grinning at the newcomer. Wadash. Hey Mavis. Is it time? Naruto asked. If you think you're ready, then we can start anytime. Mavis said before looking at the others present. Hello everyone. So this is the first master of fairy tale. She doesn't look any older than me. Wendy thought as Mavis sat on top of her grave, which was an odd sight. But the little blonde girl was happily settled on top of one of the small pillars with her feet dangling as though it were natural. Yamato looked back and forth between Naruto and where the teen was presumably talking to someone. Am I missing something? Naruto sent Yamato a questioning look. This is Mavis, Yamato Taicho. She's the one that's going to. Yamato raised an eyebrow. Was Naruto trying to pull a prank on him? I don't see anyone there. Is Mavis really there, Makarov Dano? Makarov nodded stiffly, still in complete shock that the first master of fairy tale was right in front of them. Naruto turned back to Mavis, gesturing to his teacher. Why can't Yamato Taicho see you? Only those who bear the mark of fairy tale can see me. Mavis answered sadly. Oh? Naruto said before a light bulb went off in his head. Gaining a mischievous grin, Naruto walked over to Mavis and started whispering something in her ear. Yamato frowned when he saw Naruto whispering into the air. He still had his doubts. After all, Makarov was quite a character. Yamato had seen the old man's mischievous side, so he believed they were in on this together. Honestly, do you really expect me to believe there's a ghost dash? The Umbu captain stopped talking when the others began to follow something in the air until they were looking right at him, or more precisely, behind him. A sudden chill went down Yamato's spine. What? What is this feeling? I feel like something's here. Spinning around, Yamato found nothing but trees. But it felt like someone, or something, was breathing down his neck. Alright already, I get it. Nice to meet you, Mavis Dano? As soon as the words left his mouth, the weird feeling disappeared and the man could relax. Nice to meet you too, is what Mavis said. Naruto said before he started laughing. He saw Mavis float back to her seat on her grave. She had a smile on her face. I never thought of using this form in such a way, Mavis said before giggling to herself. But that was quite fun. We'll have to go on a prank run sometime, Naruto said excitedly, and the ideas were already forming in his head. Naruto-san. Wendy thought with a sweat drop. This was the first master of fairy tale they were talking about. There was no way she would. Really? Mavis said with stars in her eyes, causing Wendy to face fault. That sounds like fun. Yamato sighed. Senpai? Your student is going to turn fairy tale's fist master into a prankster. Makarov, having recovered from his shocked state, coughed into his hand to gain everyone's attention. First, let me start with how much of an honor it is to meet you, the old man said with a short bow. But I do believe we should get to the reason this child has come all this way. Mavis nodded before turning to Naruto. But before we get started, I need to explain what you'll need to do. Naruto's mindscape. The nine-tailed fox was resting behind the cold bars of the 8-trigram seal. But he was waiting for something, or rather, someone. Cracking open one of his massive red-slit eyes, the tailed beast found its host standing in front of the cage. Naruto. I don't sense your inner self anymore. Why is that? Naruto stayed silent as he looked up at the behemoth he was about to face. He then started walking towards the seal, and when he was near the bars, he looked up at the piece of paper with the words, seal, written on it. Just as I thought, the Kyuubi said when Naruto began to float upwards towards the tag. A grin made its way onto the fox's mouth. Naruto steeled himself before he grabbed onto the seal and ripped it off the metal bars, only to reveal what looked to be a spiral lock. Already knowing what to do next, Naruto lifted his shirt until his stomach was showing. Channeling chakra into his free hand, blue flames began spark to life at his fingertips. Sending the Kyuubi one last glance, Naruto brought his hand to the seal markings on his stomach and twisted his wrist. Click! The lock began to unlock. The closer the gate came to unlocking, the faster Naruto's heart raced. Naruto gulped when the lock stopped moving, and a low growl could be heard from the other side. Here goes Nothi dash. Crash! Whoa! Naruto yelped when the doors to the seal flung open, and the Kyuubi stepped out and roared. The terrifyingly loud roar shook the entire sewer. Sliding to a stop, Naruto began to think up a battle plan. Mavis said she wouldn't be able to help me with the actual battle, so I'm on my own. Normal jutsu weren't going to work here, so he was gonna have to hit hard and fast. I knew this day would come. But listen, brat. I don't just give people control of my power. Prove to me that you are worthy. The fox yelled and lifted its head into the air. Dozens upon dozens of red and blue spheres appeared throughout the air, and they morphed together to form a single massive ball. The large structure then began to shrink until it was the size of watermelon. So, I just have to beat you then? Naruto said and activated his magic-enhanced Sage mode, and the demon consumed the condensed ball of chakra at the same time. The blonde smirked before yelling. Then bring it on. The sewer was consumed by the white light that came from the tailed beast bomb. Reality. Mavis Dano. If you don't mind me asking, where did you learn all of this from? How did you know the steps to gaining control of a tailed beast? Yamato suddenly asked, then looked towards Makarov to see if the spirit said anything. The fox did. Mavis said, and Makarov repeated what she said, surprising Yamato. What? You mean you're doing what the Kyuubi told you to do? How do we know this isn't one of its plans to escape? Yamato yelled and looked at Naruto worriedly. He silently cursed at trusting such an unknown with something as delicate as taming a tailed beast. If something happened to Naruto because of this, Yamato would never forgive himself. Seeing the stress that was clearly evident on the shinobi's face, Mavis quickly spoke again. We can trust him, I promise. That grumpy old fox may not like to admit it, but Naruto's made quite an impression on him. Yamato frowned as he listened to Makarov repeat Mavis' words. But still, Naruto-san will be fine, Wendy said, if anything to herself. She felt so useless again. Naruto was fighting an impossibly powerful foe and again, she couldn't do anything. Wendy then noticed Naruto had the features of Sage Mode. Did that mean he was using Sage Mode in his mindscape? Wendy's eyes widened when an idea formed in her head. Placing her hands on Naruto's back, she muttered an incantation. Power of the stout arms that tears heaven. If what Naruto did inside his mindscape affected his real body, then if Wendy were to apply an enhancement on him out here. Naruto's mindscape. GUH. Naruto grunted as he was blasted away from a shockwave. He had somehow managed to avoid being vaporized by the fox's huge explosion, but now he was struggling to find an opportunity to attack. Even with his enhanced speed and strength, the demon attacked right where he was going to go next. Jumping off the wall to avoid being crushed by a massive tail, Naruto cursed when he landed on the ground and saw the Kyuubi was already bringing down one of its clawed hand to flatten him. Crap. Arms. At the sound of the familiar voice, Naruto felt a surge of energy welding up inside of him just as the hand smashed his form. Crash. That's too bad, Naruto? Looks like you were a disappointment after all. The Kyuubi said before he felt something moved beneath his paw. You think this is over? You dumb fox. Naruto said as he lifted the paw off the ground from underneath. He then shoved the clawed appendage away from him, causing the Kyuubi to stagger back a few meters. This battle hasn't even started. The demon fox was surprised that the shinobi had the strength to not only survive the attack, but push him back a few meters. I'll have to thank Wendy-chan later for helping me out, Naruto thought before crossing his fingers. Kagebushin no Jutsu. The dozen clones scattered around the room as the real one charged straight towards the giant fox. You want to know what I've noticed? Naruto said while reaching his left hand out, and the orange fairy tail insignia began to glow. What would that be, brat? The Kyuubi said while dealing the annoying clones. Golden energy began to swirl in Naruto's palm until it formed a Rasengan. Jumping into the air, Naruto held the golden Rasengan above his head. I noticed that you're pretty weak against magic. So take this, magic-style, massive golden Rasengan. The sphere of pure magic grew until it was almost the same size as the fox himself. The Kyuubi's eyes widened slightly and immediately moved its tails to block the attack, but the fox's eyes widened further when he found that all 9 of his were being pinned down by Naruto's clones. Shit. The golden Rasengan hit the Kyuubi right in the chest, and the demon roared in pain as the pure magical attack seemed to attack his very essence. This isn't good. When Naruto pushed his attack further, the Rasengan seemed to go through the demon. But not in the way most would expect. His attack seemed to phase through the demon fox's body. What the? A spirit-like duplicate of the Kyuubi began to stick out from behind its body, and Naruto could only assume that was the tailed beast's chakra. So that's what Mavis was talking about? I gotta pull that out with my chakra, huh? When the magic Rasengan disappeared, the Kyuubi let out another roar. With a burst of effort, the demon recovered its chakra back. The beast then shook off the clones from its tails, destroying all of them. You caught me by surprise there? But it won't work again. Naruto chuckled. You really are strong. The demon fox surged forward and tried to consume the ninja, but Naruto jumped over the beast and quickly grabbed onto its tails. Pulling with all his might, Naruto lifted and swung the tailed beast over his shoulder. The Kyuubi smashed into the ground with a loud crash. Naruto jumped into the air and crossed his fingers, and an army of shadow clones armed with sage-enhanced Rasengans appeared at his side as he fell towards the behemoth. The clones roared as they all flew into the beast, brightening the sewer in a hue of blue. The fox struggled to get up after the barrage ended, and Naruto saw it as his chance. Now, grabbing onto one of the 9 tails, Naruto began to try and pull the demon's chakra out with his own. This is hard. The Kyuubi struggled to sit up. I can't believe how far this brat has come. To push me into a corner. But I'm not gonna just roll over and become your pet, Naruto? As Naruto continued to pull the Kyuubi's chakra out, something began to flow into the flow. Something evil? Hate. Ha! Naruto thought before his mind was suddenly assaulted by dark thoughts. It's him. I hate you. Go away. If only you weren't here? What is this? Naruto thought as the world around him began to fade into an empty plain. In the distance, he saw a younger version of himself standing in front of a crowd. A scene he was all too familiar with. The villagers, back when their hatred of him was fresh. He was alone. Always alone. Reality. What's happening to him? Makarov asked when Naruto's appearance began to change. This chakra, it's the Kyuubi. The Kyuubi's trying to take over him. Yamato yelled and tried to suppress the Kyuubi's chakra with his tailed beast suppression technique. A seal appeared on his palm. I'll try to hold it back. Naruto-san. Wendy cried and chanted another enchantment spell in attempt to aid the blonde, but the Kyuubi's chakra continued to seep over Naruto's body. But then the Kyuubi's chakra suddenly stopped. It was now only covering half of his body in demonic chakra. It stopped? Makarov said before turning to Yamato to see if it was his doing, but the man shook his head. Wendy sighed in relief. What's going on? I'm going to go take a look. Mavis said and faded out of existence. She didn't want to enter Naruto's mind again until after he was finished, but she couldn't help but worry. Naruto's mindscape. Mavis opened her eyes and found herself standing in Naruto's mindscape. But unlike the Kyuubi sewer, this room was bright and cheerful. Where's Naruto? Oh? After looking around, Mavis finally found the ninja. But he wasn't alone. Standing next to Naruto was a tall, beautiful woman with striking red hair that almost reached her knees. Who's that? Naruto noticed the little girl and waved to her rather cheerfully. Oh, hey Mavis. Look. This is my mom. Chapter 43, Naruto's Mystery Home Adventure. Omake? No. Why not? 'Cause my tracksuit is the best. Lucy huffed and crossed her arms under her chest. They were getting ready to retire for the night when Lucy found Naruto's tracksuit on the floor when she had just gotten out of the shower. That was when it dawned to her. Naruto had been wearing the same clothes the entire time they've known each other. Why are you being so difficult? I was just suggesting you buy some new clothes for a change of pace. Well, I don't wanna. Naruto and turned himself around on the couch defiantly. He figured she was probably just saying all this because she wanted him to go shopping with her. You. Lucy started before sighing in defeat. How did she fall in love with such a childish boy? Picking the tracksuit of the floor while holding her towel to keep it from falling, Lucy noticed just how worn the cloth was. Thanks to Mirajane, the sticks were hardly noticeable, but it has definitely seen better days. Checking to see if Naruto was watching, Lucy crept towards her spirit keys. If I get Cancer to shred his stupid tracksuit, then he'll be forced to wear new clothes. Lucy thought as she picked up the crab's golden key. She felt bad about using such a method, but Naruto seriously needed to wear something different. Naruto turned back over on the couch when Lucy suddenly went silent. He raised an eyebrow when he saw her summon Cancer. What is she? Why no? Hurry! Lucy shouted when she heard Naruto move. She threw the orange cloth into the air so her spirit could get the job done. But just as Cancer was about to shred the orange tracksuit to shreds, Naruto flew by and caught his beloved shirt midair. But the ninja didn't go unscathed as the spirit cut up his pajama shirt. When Naruto landed on the ground, now shirtless, he launched a side kick and sent Cancer flying out the window. Darn, Naruto was too fast. Sorry, Cancer. Lucy thought as she watched her spirit plunge into the canal in front of their apartment and disappear. Sorry, crab guy. Naruto yelled out the window before he felt the jacket slip out of his hands. Lucy had grabbed it while he wasn't looking. Hey! Give that back? No! This is for your own good. Lucy shouted back and the two danced around the furniture as Naruto tried to catch the fleeting girl. Naruto had to be careful where he grabbed because Lucy was still only in a towel and he did not want to cause another accident. He still couldn't believe Lucy was this adamant to get him to go shopping with her. The blondes stared at each other from across the coffee table, both anticipating what the other was about to do next. When Naruto decided to dash to his right, Lucy moved to her right and cancelled out his movement. They did this a couple times before Naruto growled in frustration. Give me back my jacket. Naruto shouted and leaped over the table towards his target, and he immediately regretted his rash decision. Lucy had been surprised by his sudden movement and slipped on floor when she tried to move too fast. She hadn't been completely dry when she walked out of the bathroom and all that running around had gotten the floors all wet. Wah! Shoot! Crash! Naruto and Lucy fell on the floor and slid across the room, stopping right in front of the door, which was now opening. Are you guys okay? Erza began to say with Tenten looking in from behind, but the redhead's words died in her mouth when Lucy's towel fell past her face and onto the floor. Naruto was lying face first, without a shirt, on top of a now naked Lucy. Upon seeing the night, both blondes' faces turned scarlet because no matter how you looked at this situation, they looked like they were about to do something indecent. Erza closed the door, then opened the door again to check if she was seeing things. When she kept seeing the same thing, she walked in and stood in front of the two. Sit. Naruto and Lucy followed the girl's orders immediately and scrambled into Saiza style. Erza handed Lucy her towel, and the girl happily covered herself. Now, would you mind telling me what you were doing? How did Erza even get in? Lucy thought as she tried to think of a way to calm the girl down, but she was too embarrassed to say anything. It's a misunderstanding, Erza. Naruto gulped when the S-class mage's gaze fell on him. Ksan. Misunderstanding? What is there to misunderstand here? Erza said before her eyes were shadowed by her bangs, prompting Naruto and Lucy to gulp. Tenten sweat dropped as she watched the two cower before Erza. This probably is just a misunderstanding. I wonder what's got Erza so worked up. Huh? Tenten raised an eyebrow when Erza began to tremble slightly. LL lying on top of each other? NN naked. Erza pointed a shaky finger at Naruto, earning an eep from the blonde. Does Juvia know about this? What? No, of course she doesn't. It just happened. Naruto said, and Erza began to tremble. Oh boy. Tenten thought and moved away from the incoming storm. When Erza got like this, there was no calming her down. Naruto dropped to the ground and begged for forgiveness. I am sorry, Erza. It was truly an accident. When Erza's trembling intensified to point where she was visibly shaking, Lucy tried to calm her down. We live together? Something like this was bound to happen eventually. Lucy clamped her mouth shut. Why did I say that? Saying something like that just begs for a misunderstanding. Lucy's thoughts proved right when Erza stopped shaking and the room fell silent. Naruto and Lucy both looked at each other in terror. We're dead. This is what is going to happen. The next morning? You're moving out? Gray asked with a surprised look on his face. He was sitting with Naruto and Lucy in the guild. What did you do? There was an incident, and Erza thought it was time I got my own place. Naruto said before looking at his stuff and sighing. He had all his belongings concealed in a large scroll in front of him on the table. Cleaning his stuff out of the apartment only took him a couple minutes since he didn't really have all that much. How did Erza even get in? I was sure I locked the door. Lucy said before looking at Naruto, who had looked away nervously. What did you do? I might have made a couple spare keys and handed them out. For emergencies, you know. Naruto said and laughed awkwardly. Wham! As Naruto cradled his thumping head, Lucy shook her head. We should be glad it wasn't Sakura-san who walked in. Now what are you going to do? There's not a lot of cheap apartments like ours in Magnolia. I got really lucky back then. You mean yours? Gray teased, earning a heated look from the celestial spirit mage. You can always stay at our place, Naruto-kun. Mirajane said with a wink as she passed their table. Thanks, Mirajane. Naruto said, seeing it as the girl teasing him, before slouching over the table. Ugh. What am I going to do? I'm broke, and Lucy says there's not a lot of cheap apartments here. What do you mean you're broke? You won the Miss Fairy Tale contest, and I see you guys go on plenty of good-paying jobs. You couldn't have spent all that money, right? Gray asked, before gaping when Naruto began to chuckle awkwardly. He then looked at Lucy and the girl shook her head. Seriously? Yup. But hey, at least he won't ever go hungry again. Lucy said a bit sourly. She was still upset about losing to the boy she was in love with in a feminine contest. That hurts, Lucy, Naruto said and hugged his scroll full of ramen. His 500,000 jewels worth of ramen. Do you know how many people I can feed with all of this ramen? I don't think I'd be able to make enough shadow clones to eat all of it in one go. Gray's jaw hit the floor, knowing all too well how many shadow clones the one-man army could make. Seriously? I know, right? Do you know how many times we could have paid off the rent with that money? Lucy said before looking at the scroll and crying anime tears. 5 times. That's 5 months worth of rent in that scroll, and it's all ramen. Naruto grunted and picked his scrolls off the table. I'm not gonna sit here and listen to you two make fun of my ramen. He then stomped his way towards the exit. I'll find a place by myself. A place where my neighbors will love ramen as much as I do. Are you sure you'll be okay on your own? Lucy asked with a slight look of worry on her face. Naruto grinned and gave the girl a thumbs up. Don't worry, Lucy. I've lived in this town long enough to be able to do this much on my own. This snapped Gray out of his shocked state. Isn't Lucy the one that makes all the plans on your team? Naruto was about to answer when he realized Gray was right. Lucy was the one that made most, if not all of the decisions on their team. Because he had been so lost in the beginning of his adventures here in Fiori, he had been completely reliant on his fellow blonde. Seeing the look of realization on the ninja's face, Gray nodded to himself. See? You'd be better off letting Lucy help you. Don't take this the wrong way, but the way I see it, you'd be a mess here without Lucy. Lucy turned back to Naruto to see him staring at the ground. I can just help you find a place. It's not that big of a deal. No, I'll be okay. Naruto suddenly said with a determined look. Thanks, Lucy, but I can do at least this much. With that said, the shinobi tuned around and bolted out of the guild to start his objective. You're quite blunt, aren't you, Gray? Lucy said with a sweat drop. Gray raised an eyebrow. Am I? Several hours later. I give up? Naruto said and plopped down on a bench. He'd been looking for a cheap apartment like the one he shared with Lucy all day, but found nothing that came close to his budget, and it was already close to sunset. Maybe I should be a little more careful with my money. As Naruto continued to think of a solution, Mirajane walked around the corner with a bag in her hands. Noticing the brooding blonde, she brought a hand to her mouth. Oh my, are you still looking for a place to stay, Naruto-kun? Naruto sent the girl a weak smile. Hey Mirachan. Yeah, I just couldn't find a good apartment today. I don't know what I'm gonna do now, and I can't go back to Lucy's apartment or Erza will get mad. Seeing an opportunity, Mirajane put on her best smile. Why don't you stay at my place while you look for an apartment? Naruto blinked at the offer, but shook his head. Thanks, but I don't want to intrude. Besides, I think Erza would get mad if I were to stay at another girl's house. It's not just me, there's Elfman, Lisana, and Rock Lee, remember? Mirajane said before adding. Even if it's just for the night. I don't want you sleeping out in the cold. A warm feeling started welding up in Naruto's chest. Right now, he truly felt wanted. Suddenly feeling embarrassed, Naruto looked way awkwardly. I guess I can stay with you, guess? If you don't mind. Of course, you're more than welcome. Mirajane said with a warm smile, and the two began to walk to the house. Ah, let me hold that for you, Mirachan. Naruto said and grabbed the groceries from the barmaid. It was least he could do for her letting him stay at their house. He'd have to help out as much as possible. Oh my, quite the gentleman, are we? Mirajane said, and giggled when Naruto blushed. Sorry, Lucy? Now it's my turn to see what it's like to live with Naruto-kun. As they walked, Mirajane noticed something in the corner of her eye. She could see Juvia on the other end of the street carrying a box that was easily 4 times her size. Oh my. What is she up to? This looks great. Naruto said as he gawked at all the delicious-looking food in front of him. Amazing, Nachan. You really went all out tonight like a man. Elfman said while raising his arms and cheering. Whatever do you mean? We always eat like this, don't we, Elfman? Right. Of course. Elfman stuttered, not missing the hint in her words. He had been surprised when Mirajane came home with Naruto, but figured his sister knew what she was doing. Elfman, being one of the few people that knew for a fact that Naruto wasn't involved with anyone, was on Mirajane's side on what the guild called the battle for Naruto. He didn't have anything against Lucy or Juvia, he just loved his sisters more than anything in the world and wanted them to be happy. Rock Lee clasped his hands together and bowed his head slightly. Thank you again for this wonderful meal, Mirachan. Hey, I helped too, you know. Lisana said with a pout. Ah, yes. Of course, Lisana-san. Both you and your sister both burn brightly with youthful cooking skills. Lisana smiled awkwardly. Thanks. You're very welcome, Lisan. Mirajane said with a chuckle before raising her glass. Now then, shall we have a toast for our new roommate? Everyone raised their glass. Welcome, Naruto. You guys? Naruto said and scratched his cheek in embarrassment, causing everyone at the table to laugh. It sure was bold of Mirane to bring Naruto-san here. I guess she had to get serious since Naruto-san isn't living with Lucy anymore. Lisana thought as everyone began to eat. But still, Naruto-san has 3 girls after him right now, and so far, he only seems to know about Juvia's feelings. Don't worry, Mirane. I'll support you in any way I can. Naruto sweat dropped as he chewed on his food. I don't know why, but Lisana's been glaring at me this whole time. Did I do something to make her mad? He thought while trying his best to avoid making eye contact with the youngest Strauss. After supper, Elfman and Lee left to do laps around the house on their hands. Naruto offered to clean the dishes, but Lisana insisted on doing them herself and didn't to take no for an answer. So letting the girl have her way, Naruto walked over to Mirajane to see if there was anything else he could do. Is there anything else that you guys need help with? How cute, he's trying his best to help out. Mirajane thought with a giggle. As a matter of fact, there is. I was just about to bake some cookies if you would like to help me. Cookies? Naruto thought and looked at the counter in front of them. There were eggs, flour, sugar, and just about anything one would need to make delicious cookies. I've never baked anything before. Is that a no? Mirajane asked with a hint of sadness in her voice. And no. I mean, yes. I'd love to bake with you, Mirachan. Naruto stuttered and put on one of the extra aprons. Please teach me well. Mirajane giggled and nodded politely. I will teach you everything I know, my pupil. And so, the two began to bake. Naruto, having never cooked anything like this before, messed up a lot. He got a face full of flour when the bag exploded in his face, he got eggshell bits into the mix, and even burned a few cookies. But they were having fun nonetheless. Unknown to them, Lysana was watching them with a victorious grin on her face. Way to go, Mirajane. You're killing it. Lysana thought and pumped a fist. I'm sorry, *cuff. Lysan. I couldn't do 100 laps like man. No worries, Elfman Kuin. You just have to keep trying your hardest and you will get it next time. What the? Lysana thought when she heard the voice of her brother and Lee just outside the door behind her. Oh no. They're going to ruin the mood. Just as the door opened, Lee and Elfman cheered for a workout well done. Youthful men MMFF. Sure. They're just getting to the good part. Lysana hissed as she covered their mouths. Looking back to see if they were heard, she sighed in relief when she saw Naruto and Mirajane didn't seem to notice. Lysana then sent the two boys a hard look that said, keep it quiet, got it? Elfman and Lee both nodded and Lysana smiled in satisfaction before letting them go, but she grimaced when she realized how sweaty they were. After all, the two youthful men had just gone and done about 100 laps around the house on their hands. Was that Elfman and Bushybrows just now? Naruto said and looked behind him, but raised an eyebrow when he didn't see anything. I didn't hear anything. Mirajane said with even looking, she figured Lysana had shut them up. Thank you, Lysana. Naruto hummed and got back to mixing his batter, but not before glancing at Mirajane. He couldn't help but blush when he saw her cutting some cookie dough into shapes. She had her hair tied in a long ponytail behind her back and was wearing a pink apron that hugged her model figure. To Naruto, Mirajane was glowing with feminine charm. Mira was aware of the blonde staring, but she acted like she didn't. Are you ready to shape your cookies, Naruto-kun? Naruto fumbled with his dough and almost dropped it, but he managed to keep it from falling and let out a breath of relief. Why yeah, I think so. Now, just like I taught you. The barmaid said and moved closer, grabbing onto the ninja's hands to help him flatten the dough to the right thickness. Naruto gulped nervously as he felt Mirajane's soft hands on top of his, but he tried his best to concentrate because the girl was going out of her way to teach him. Oh okay. Then you take these cookie cutters, and there you go. Now they're ready for the oven. Mirajane chirped and Naruto wiped his forehead with his sleeve. Baking was a lot tougher than he thought, it took a lot of time and effort. You had to be careful with the amounts of ingredients, as well as the denseness of the dough. If you put too much sugar, the cookies would be too sweet. But if you didn't put enough sugar, the cookies would have a bland taste. Mirajane had baked a perfect batch of cookies her first try, while Naruto was working on his fourth batch. You sure are amazing, Mirachan. Naruto said as he set a timer for his cookies, because he cooked his last 3 batches too long and the burned. You'll get it this time, Naruto-kun. I have a good feeling about this batch. Mirajane chirped, but Naruto shook his head. I'm not just talking about the cookies. You know how to cook anything and it always tastes so good. Naruto exclaimed before sighing. Lucy always did the cooking when I still lived with her. The most I'm able to cook is instant ramen and maybe some eggs. Well, I'd be happy to teach you anytime. Mirajane said and smiled warmly, and Naruto returned the smile in full. That was it, Rock Lee couldn't take it anymore. Guaya. Naruto-kun and Mira-san are just like married couple. They are clearly a prime example of what it means to be youthful. Oi, Lee-san. Elfman said when he saw the shocked look on his little sister's face, but when she didn't blow up he joined his friend. Naruto-san, baking is what makes you a man. Lysana then shook her head and sighed. Partially because their cover had been blown, but also because she was glad she didn't have to deal with the two boys' body odor anymore. She didn't know how much more she would have been able to handle. As Naruto blushed from the married couple part, Mirajane sighed and pointed towards the hallway. It looks like you two just got back from your late-night training. Baths, please. It wasn't a request. Yes, ma'am. Lee and Elfman said in unison before scurrying down the hallway to race each other to the bathroom. Lysana waved awkwardly before retiring to her own room for the night. Honestly, those two, making such a ruckus at this hour. Mirajane said with her hands on her hips. You'd make a great wife, you know? Naruto suddenly said. What do you mean by that? Mirajane said, her face heating up with that comment seemingly coming out of nowhere. Not that she was complaining. Naruto blushed when he realized what he said might have sounded weird. I mean, you're super pretty, you're a great cook, and you act just like a mother sometimes, you know? Mirajane's eyes widened and she put a hand to her mouth. She then quickly turned away. Was she? Embarrassed. Thank you. Why yeah. Naruto said and rubbed that back of his head sheepishly. Man, I said something weird again. The two stood there for a couple minutes, the only noise being a faint beeping sound in the background. Your cookies are going to burn. Oh crap. Not again. Naruto said and rushed off to get his tray out of the oven. Mirajane smiled to herself. This was the feeling that she had been wanting to experience. So this is what the fuss was all about? Love. The Strauss household had 3 bedrooms. Mirajane and Lisanna had rooms of their own, and Elfman and Rock Lee shared the last one. There was a 4th room, but it was filled with training supplies, so Naruto was staying in the room with the boys. Elfman's room was big enough to fit the 3 of them. Naruto and Lee were sleeping in futons on the floor next to Elfman's bed. Rock Lee had long since passed out, as he was snoring lightly while muttering in his sleep occasionally. Naruto couldn't help but smile. Despite his shortcoming in finding an apartment, he had a lot of fun today. Hey, Naruto. Are you still awake? Elfman asked in the dark. Yeah, what's up? I never got to thank you for bringing Lisanna back to us. As a man, you have my thanks. Naruto chuckled and stared up at the ceiling. I didn't do anything. Lisanna decided she wanted to come back on her own. Because of what you said to her. Elfman added and smiled. Ever since that day, Nachan has been the happiest I've ever seen her. Mirajane? Yeah, and I'm thankful for that too. Nachan didn't always have that happy persona. Mirajane told me about that. Naruto said when he saw where the conversation was heading. I see. Elfman said and closed his eyes. So Nachan already opened up to him. She must be really serious. This was the first time Elfman had ever heard of his sister opening up to anyone outside of their family of 3 like that. This set his mind at ease, and now truly believed Naruto would be able to make his sister happy. Lucy was pacing back and forth in her apartment. Was Naruto able to find an apartment? Ugh. I should have just gone with him. But he was so adamant on doing it himself. Sitting down at the table, Lucy looked around the main room. It sure was quiet. Shaking her head, Lucy rested her chin on her hands. I'm just worrying too much. He's probably already asleep right now. Strauss household. Naruto opened his eyes when he was awoken by a strange noise. He looked around and found that he was alone in the room. It was still night, but there was enough moonlight shining in from the window for him to see the other 2 beds were empty. Did Elfman and Bushy Brows get up already? When he heard the noise again, Naruto decided to investigate. Getting out of his futon, the blonde crept out of the room and looked down the hallway. One of the doors were open. Walking towards the door without making any noise, Naruto looked through the crack and saw Elfman standing near a punching bag. The man was in a loose stance and was kicking the bag lightly. Ah, he probably adopted Bushibo's training habits. Naruto thought with an amused smile and walked back to the room. Slipping into his futon, Naruto yawned and snuggled into his pillow. I didn't see Bushibrows in there. Oh well. Knowing him, he's probably already at the training field. Naruto thought as he closed his eyes. But just as sleep was about to overtake him, he was abruptly wakened by a blow to his stomach. Gufu! Naruto's eyes snapped open and found Lee standing over him, but there was something odd about the taijutsu specialist. His eyes were closed and he was making groggily noises. Is he sleep fighting? Naruto thought as he rolled away from the sleeping teen. He moved to escape into the hallway when he smashed into something. Recovering from his daze, Naruto's face paled when he saw what he had run into. Oh no! Elfman stood at the doorway, but he was snoring. It seemed the man had adopted Lee's training habits after all. The next day? Naruto sighed as he walked through the town. Mirajane had apparently forgotten to tell him that Lee and Elfman trained in their sleep. He felt bad for the barmaid. Mira had been frantically apologizing and looked really down when he left. Maybe I should bake something for Mirachan later as thanks. That doesn't sound girly, does it? Dealing with the sleepwalking duo without hurting them was hard and left him sleep-deprived, but that was all in the past now. He had a mission today. Today I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna find an apartment. Naruto shouted out to the world. He had searched around the north side of town the day before because it was closer to the guild, but today he was going to search the south side. With his plan in mind, Naruto set off to find his new home. But alas, after a couple hours of searching, Naruto was unable to find an apartment that fit his budget. Naruto found himself sitting on the same bench. Ugh. Maybe I should just go and ask Lucy for help. Get out of here. You almost put me out of business last time you went on a drinking spree. Ah, come on. I didn't even get to try today's special. Recognizing one of the voices, Naruto stood up and walked towards the shouting from. Looking around the corner, he saw Kana standing in front of a bar arguing with a person that he assumed was the owner. The owner must have kicked her out for drinking too much. Kana noticed the blonde in the corner of her eyes and smirked internally. Perfect. Now I just have to act like I'm a victim and he'll dash. Naruto turned around left. Hey, why are you leaving? Kana shouted and chased after the blonde, but not before looking back at the bar owner. I'll be back. Later at a bar? Naruto's eyebrow twitched. When Kana had caught up to him, she not only convinced him to help her get into the bar she had been kicked out of, but somehow managed to talk him into drinking with her. So let me get this straight. Erza made you move out of your apartment with Lucy, and you couldn't find an apartment that fit your budget. Mira found you and let you stay with her for the night, but when that didn't work out you left and still can't find a place, huh? Kana said before downing an entire bottle in one go. She squealed in delight from the burning sensation it left in her throat. Aha! Nothing beats a good drink in the morning. Yup, that's pretty much it. I'm not sure what to do now. Naruto said as he swirled around the contents of his drink. Why not just ask Lucy for help? I kinda want to prove that I'm capable of doing something on my own. Naruto said, the words Gray said still fresh on his mind. I didn't realize it, but I've been relying on Lucy this whole time. If it weren't for her, I don't know what I would have done. He didn't know if it was because of the alcohol that was making him talk so much or what, but admitting his reliance on Lucy somehow took a load off his chest. Kana hummed in thought before looking out the window. It was already night and she didn't think the blonde would be able to find a suitable apartment in the dark. An idea forming in her head, Kana gained a mischievous smile and wrapped an arm around the languishing ninja. Then all you have to do is prove you're a capable man with or without Lucy, right? But let's just forget about all of that for now. Let's drink. Naruto chuckled at the girl's carefreeness before shrugging internally. Why not? It was alright to let go every once in a while. Naruto drank the remains of his drink and slammed it onto the table. Alright, now we're talking. Kana said with a huge smile on her face. Hey, owner. More please. Naruto poured himself another glass and it was bottoms up from there. Lucy was sitting at her desk writing up a storm. She hadn't seen Naruto all day, but had decided he was probably setting up his new place. The thought of Naruto never peeking on her writing again almost saddened her. No, don't be sad. It's for the best. A boy and a girl that aren't involved really shouldn't be living together. Lucy said before getting back to writing her novel. She was able to really focus on her writing a lot easier without Naruto always trying to sneak a peek. I'll have to show him when I finish it. Lucy thought as she wrote vigorously, a new goal in mind. If she finished her story, it would be an excuse to go see Naruto at his new apartment. Later, Naruto groaned as he walked with a half-conscious Kana on his shoulder. Both of their faces were flushed with color. I think I drank a little too much. That was the second time you bet me. Kana said in slurs, but Naruto was somehow able to understand her. No one bish Kana. Where's your place? Kana chuckled and leaned closer to the ninja, almost causing them to fall due to their drunken states. Oh ho? What's the ish? Trying to take me home? How bold of you, Naruto-kun. Naruto rolled his eyes. Come on, it's dark and I gotta get you home. Kana pouted. You're no fun. It's just up ahead. When they reached the Kana's house, the girl fished key out of her bikini top and fumbled to fit the object into the keyhole. Opening the door, Naruto then helped her into the house. Which one's your room? Naruto asked, and when Kana began to laugh mischievously again, he sighed. Kana. I know. It's the second door on the left. Kana said, and Naruto closed the door behind them. Tumbling into Kana's room, Naruto managed to get the girl to her bed. Alright, here you go, whoa. Just as Naruto let Kana go to fall on her bed, she grabbed onto his arm and dragged him down with her. They fell onto the bed side by side. Naruto moved to get up, but Kana pulled his head into her chest. WHWHWH, what are you do MMF? Kana squeezed the blonde closer to silence him. Keep it down, my head is ringing from all the booze. Just stay here for the night? Hey. Come on, Kana. This isn't funny. Naruto whispered as he tried to get out of Kana's grasp, but the girl's grip was surprisingly strong and he was too hammered to want to put any more effort. It's no use, she's already asleep. Naruto looked up at Kana's face and blushed. She was breathing softly, and aside from the strong smell of alcohol in her breath, she looked peaceful. I guess I never really noticed before, but Kana's really pretty. Shaking the thoughts out of his head, Naruto shut his eyes closed. Trying his best to relax, the shinobi began to feel the warmth Kana's body was emitting. It was far from uncomfortable, almost soothing. He could almost fall asleep? Naruto's eyes shot open. How can I fall asleep like this? Naruto didn't get any sleep that night. The next day? You're leaving already? Kana whined as she followed Naruto in her hallway. Naruto opened the door and turned around. Kana almost snickered when she saw the bags under the blonde's eyes, which meant he didn't get a wink of sleep. She couldn't remember a thing from the night before, but she knew nothing happened, because that was the kind of person Naruto was. He wasn't the type that took advantage of girls, the bags under his eyes proved that much. But you still look tired, why not stay a little longer? I'll even cook you breakfast? Whose fault is that? Naruto thought with a twitching eyebrow. As tempting as it sounds to see you cook, I really gotta find an apartment today. I'll see you later, Kana. He said and left. Kana laughed and said her farewells. Well, that sure was fun. Yawning, Kana turned around to go back to sleep when she heard a knock on her door. Smirking, Kana opened the door again. Oh? Was my cooking that tempting after? What are you doing here? So tired. Naruto mumbled as he walked through the streets of Magnolia. He didn't find a place in the northern part of town, or in the southern part of town. Now, he was honestly just wandering around. Looking up at a nearby hill, he saw a large building that was the female dormitory of Fairy Tail. Fairy Hills. Heh. It would have been great if that place allowed guys. Naruto said and sighed. At this rate, he was going to have to ask Lucy for help and nothing would change. I guess I can't do anything on my own after all, Gwaha. Naruto was brought of his thoughts when someone jumped onto his back. Na are you to Sam? Juvia's voice chimed as she pressed herself onto the blonde's back. Juvia-chan? Naruto said as his face heated up from a mixture of seeing the girl who had confessed to him, and the fact that the same girl was pressing her entire body onto his back. He could feel just about everything. Getting down and dashing in front of the blushing teen, Juvia smiled brightly. Juvia has something she wants to show Naruto-sama. Show me? Show me what? The rain woman winked. It's a secret. Naruto chuckled. Okay, should I close my eyes then? He asked, and when the girl nodded, he closed his eyes. He wondered what it could be. Surely it wasn't the key to an apartment? Nah, that would be way too convenient. Thought something unexpected, yet familiar happened. Naruto suddenly felt like he had fallen into a pool of water. Opening his eyes, he saw nothing but darkness. What the? I can't see, or breath. Remembering this happened once before in the past, Naruto stopped thrashing around and decided to wait it out. His patience paid off when he fell out of the water and onto carpet. Just as he thought, it was Juvia's magic. But why she decided to suddenly take him into her water body was still unclear to him. Wait. Carpet? Opening his eyes, Naruto found he was now inside a room. It was a simple-looking room, with a round table in the left side of the room. 2 couches with heart-shaped pillows, and 2 beds next to each other in the far right corner. One bed had a Naruto plush figure, and the other had a Juvia plush. Now that he took a closer look, it seemed like a girl's room. Naruto's face paled. Sorry, Naruto-sama. And no, it's fine. Naruto said before looking down at the carpet beneath him, expecting it to be drenched with water. But he was surprised to see it was completely dry, and so was he. Where did all the water go? Everything in Juvia's room is enchanted to absorb water. Juvia explained and splashed some water onto the wall with her magic, and it was absorbed almost immediately. Oh, that's cool. Naruto's mouth clamped shut. I knew it. Seeing the surprised look on Naruto's face, Juvia clasped her cheeks. Juvia is so embarrassed to have Naruto-sama in her room. Why did you bring me here, Juvia-chan? Naruto dared to ask. Juvia poked her fingers together. Juvia heard Naruto-sama had to move out and find his own place, and Juvia was worried. So Juvia thought Naruto-sama could stay here. Oh, so she wasn't trying to. Naruto thought before shaking his head. He then looked at the girl and smiled. What was I thinking? She was just worried about me. Naruto-sama is always helping Juvia? So this time, Juvia wanted to help Naruto-sama. Juvia said and hugged Naruto. Naruto blushed from the sudden contact, but he smiled and returned the hug. Thank you, Juvia-chan. But this is Fairy Hills, right? Aren't guys not allowed here? Juvia broke the hug and smiled. It's not a problem if no one finds out. No, that is a problem. Naruto thought with a sweat drop before looking at the matching beds. So that's why you have 2 beds? Juvia nodded. This is a magic bed. It can slide back together and form single bed, Juvia said while pushing the twins together, and they merged into a single unit. She grabbed the plush figures and placed them side by side. For when Naruto-sama's ready to share. Naruto blushed furiously when Juvia climbed onto the bed. This was bad. Really bad. Something in Naruto's head told him to get out of there fast before it was too late. Unless, Naruto-sama is already ready? Juvia asked shyly while patting the spot next to her. This pushed Naruto off the edge and he flew back with a nosebleed. So she really was. And Naruto-sama. The next day? Good work on finding an apartment, Naruto. Erza said and brought Naruto to her armored chest. Clang. Ow. Thanks, Erza. Naruto said through clenched teeth. Thanks again for helping me out, Jay. Jalal nodded. He had found the blonde moping around the town the day before, and after hearing Naruto's story, Jalal had found a cheap apartment in the same building he was staying in. They were all now standing in front of the apartment building. Juvia was so close to living with Naruto-sama too, Juvia said with tears flowing out of her eyes. So that's what you've been up to these past couple days. Lucy said with a sweat drop. That was a close one. Lucy hadn't really thought of it, but Naruto living with her really put her at an advantage compared to the other girls. With that advantage now gone, she would have to try harder to make up for it. Naruto, show us your new place. Natsu and Happy both said as they dragged the teen away from Erza. Okay. It's nothing special yet, I just moved in. Naruto said before waving back to the others. See you guys later. Goodbye, Happiness. Juvia moped as she watched her beloved disappear into the building. Erza placed a hand on the Rain Woman's shoulder. I understand your feelings, Juvia. But Naruto couldn't stay in Fairy Hills. Hi? Erza-san's right. Naruto shouldn't have been staying with a girl in the first place. Sakura said with a short nod. I could understand at first, but it took him this long to move out. Sakura-san should learn to keep her nose out of other people's business. Juvia said and crossed her arms, prompting the pink-haired girl to growl in anger. What was that? Now you too. Erza said, trying to be the peacekeeper. It wouldn't be good if a fight broke out in front of Naruto and Jay's apartment building. Erza sure has her hands full. Ten thought before attempting to help her friend stop the fight. Gray walked over to Lucy. What are you going to do now? What are you asking me that for? Lucy huffed and walked into the apartment building, prompting the ice mage to snicker. Later that night. See you guys tomorrow, Naruto said as he waved his friends goodbye. Closing the door, he took in his new home. It was a simple one-room apartment with a single bathroom and shower. Opening a scroll, Naruto summoned a single cup of ramen for his dinner. After boiling some water, he poured it into the noodle cup and sat down at his small table. He just sat there and watched the cup of ramen. I hate the time it takes for ramen to cook. Naruto sighed and leaned back into his chair. Looking around the empty room, he couldn't help but frown. The apartment was smaller than the one he had shared with Lucy, yet, it felt so much bigger. Lucy was sitting at her table with, coincidentally enough, a cup of ramen in front of her. She had just poured the hot water into the cup and was waiting for the noodles to cook. The past couple days had been rather peaceful, what with Naruto being out at his new apartment. Natsu and Happy had stopped by a couple times, but they mostly went to Naruto's house to play. She also finished the draft for her novel, perhaps she'd pay the ninja a visit to show him. Looking around her apartment, Lucy hummed in thought. Maybe I'll invite him over for dinner tomorrow. Knock. Knock. Lucy's heart skipped a beat when she heard someone knock on the door. He's here. Looking over herself at a mirror and fixing a few strands of hair, Lucy blushed when she realized what she was doing. She was even wearing one of her cute black dresses. What am I doing? It's just Naruto? Knock. 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 Coming. Lucy said and ran to the door and opened it, and Naruto was standing outside. Hey. Naruto said and raised his hand rather awkwardly. Hey. They stood there for a couple seconds, before Naruto pulled something out from behind his back with his other hand. I brought something for dinner. Don't worry, it's not ramen. Lucy blinked when Naruto showed her the bag of ingredients, before she burst out laughing. Naruto blushed. What's so funny? Sorry, it's just. Welcome back, Naruto. Lucy said and gestured for her partner to come inside. Naruto shortly moved back in and Lucy later retrieved all the spare keys Naruto had made to avoid another incident. Chapter 44, Mother's Love. Naruto couldn't keep the smile off his face, he was just so happy. After all, he was talking to his mother. His mother. The one person he had always wanted to meet more than anyone. Her name was Kushina Uzumaki. She had violet eyes and long, beautiful red hair that went down to her waist. She was wearing a high-collared, sleeveless blouse under a long green dress. All in all, Kushina was everything Naruto could have hoped his mother to be and more. They were currently sitting next to each other in Naruto's now brightened mindscape. Kushina was talking about how she had been the previous Jinchuriki for the Kyuubi, and how she had lived a happy life nonetheless. She had just finished talking about the truth of the night of the Kyuubi's attack, and about the masked man who claimed to be Madara, when Mavis had showed up. Mavis' eyes were wide. Naruto was calling to her, but the little girl was too shocked to register what he was saying. It's her. How is she here? When Mavis didn't respond, Naruto stood up and walked over to her. Hello Mavis, are you okay? When Naruto waved his hand in her face, Mavis blinked a couple times before blushing. Sorry. I was just surprised to see another person in your mindscape. Kushina giggled. Is this a friend of yours, Naruto? Naruto looked back at his mother and grinned. Yup. This is Mavis, a really good friend of mine. Mavis smiled at Naruto, calling her his friend, before she gave the red-haired woman a bow. It's a pleasure to meet you, Ka-san. Good, looks like Naruto made some good friends. Kushina thought and smiled at the formal greeting Mavis had given, before her eyes widened in realization. Wait a second. She's being awfully polite, and she called me Ka-san. Could this girl be Naruto's girlfriend? Mavis was surprised when Kushina suddenly grabbed her hands. Please take care of my son, Kushina said while staring at the girl right in the eye. You Of course. Leave it to me, Mavis said firmly without a second thought, not catching what Kushina was really asking. Kushina squealed and embraced the first master of fairy tale in a bone-crushing hug. Oh, you are just too cute. Naruto laughed at the interaction before stiffening when his mother sent him a hard look. Now, Naruto. Make sure to take care of this girl no matter what, you hear me? All right, Naruto said and gave his mother a proper salute. Mavis blinked, before a blush grew on her face when she realized what she had just agreed to do. But before she had a chance to clear the misunderstanding, she found herself on Kushina's lap. But still, aren't you a little young? Kushina asked while brushing Mavis' hair softly like a doll. I may look like this, but I'm really in my 20s. Mavis said with a pout, the misunderstanding instantly forgotten. She understood why people would think she was younger, what with her having a young body that never aged, but it still irked her a little. No way. I never would have guessed. Kushina said before she started sweating, thinking she might have offended the girl. I mean, wow. How do you do it? You look like you just became a teenager. And not that it's a bad thing, you know. Ah. You said it again. Naruto said and started laughing, prompting his mother to cringe when she realized her tongue slipped again. Mavis sighed. She wasn't going to get a chance to clear the misunderstanding, was she? After the two Uzumaki settled down, Kushina sighed. I'm just relieved to see you made a good friend, Naruto. Yup. All the other girls are super nice like Mavis too, Naruto said, referring to the other girls he had as friends. But Kushina took it differently. Wait. What do you mean by other girls? Naruto grinned as he thought of the girls he knew. There's Lucy, Juvia-chan, Mirajane, Kana, Wendy-chan, Erza. Kushina's face paled as Naruto listed off his girlfriends one by one, and even Mavis had a blush on her face. It wasn't until Naruto mentioned he was living with Lucy when Kushina looked down at Mavis to see what her reaction was to all of this, and upon seeing the girl's blushing face, something snapped. Setting Mavis on the ground, Kushina slowly stood up. You sure have a lot of girlfriends. Naruto closed his eyes and nodded happily, oblivious to the approaching storm. Yeah. I don't know what I would have done if it weren't for them. Everyone at Fairy Tail really helped me out, you know? Just as Kushina was about to unleash her wrath, she stopped right in front of her son at the unfamiliar term. Fairy Tail? Oh yeah, I forgot to mention. I'm stuck in another dimension right now. I was summoned here by Lucy when she accidentally used this strange fox scroll. I tried using reverse summoning with the toads to get back, but something seems to be binding me here. So, I've been staying with Lucy in the meantime. Here, this is the guild symbol. Naruto said, pointed to the insignia on his left hand. Kushina stared at her son for a couple seconds. She blinked. She blinked twice. Thrice. Then she sat down. You have a lot going on right now, Naruto? It's not so bad, Naruto said and chuckled sheepishly. Everyone in the guild is helping me, and Kakashi-sensei and the others found a way to hop dimensions too. So long as I got my friends, I'll be alright. On top of taming the strongest tailed beast in the elemental nations, her son was also trying to figure out how to find a way home from another dimension. This brought a tear to Kushina's eye. Never had she wanted Naruto to live such a rough life, but she was overwhelmed with pride and joy that he had managed to come so far and make a lot of good friends. Wiping the tear from her eye, Kushina smiled brightly at her one and only son. Well, I don't have much time left. What do you say we finish kicking that fox's ass? Yeah, Naruto said and jumped to his feet. I'll go tell everyone you're okay. Goodbye, Ka-san. Mavis said and waved to Naruto and Kushina. Goodbye, Mavis-chan. Take care of my little Naruto. Kushina said and waved back to the now blushing girl. Mom, Naruto said with a sweat drop as Mavis disappeared with a glowing blush on her face. The nine-tailed fox struggled in the chains that kept it from moving when Naruto opened his eyes again. You've got some nerve keeping waiting in the middle of fight, boy. Naruto didn't answer the beast, he just looked up and smiled. You ready, Naruto? Naruto entered his magic-enhanced sage mode and nodded when he heard his mother's voice in his head. Putting his hands in his favorite seal, dozens upon dozens of clones popped into existence. Let's finish this. The army of clones roared and sprang into action. Half of the clones jumped towards the mighty beast with Razengans in hand, while the other half stayed behind and grabbed onto the Kyuubi's chakra that was still attached to Naruto. The Razengans expanded with natural energy, and the tailed beast watched as the giant blue spheres flew towards it. Don't get cocky, Naruto. The Kyuubi roared and tried to swipe at the clones, but something caused it to slip and the beast fell on its back. The chains? Curse you, Kushina. The clones were then able to make contact with the nine-tailed demon, and the blue explosions rocked the sewer as they pushed the fox back. Pull! A clone yelled and the clones pulled on the chakra tether with all their might. But it wasn't enough as the giant fox was able to regain its footing when the explosions gave out. Naruto wasn't through either though as a high-pitched ringing noise filled the air, and a clone landed in front of Fox's face. In the clone's hands was the most powerful and explosive technique in Naruto's arsenal. Futon, Raisin Shuriken. Guh. The Kyuubi grunted as the powerful attack exploded right in his face, and the millions upon trillions of microscopic wind blades cut his torso. What is this power? We got this! Naruto yelled, and with one final push/pull, the Kyuubi's chakra finally came loose, and the demon tumbled on the ground until it was back in its cage. The chakra began to move into him until it was then absorbed into the blonde's body, and he began to glow a golden hue. Naruto looked at his new form in awe. It was like his entire body was covered in golden flames. He felt light, lighter than he'd ever felt before. Never had I thought that this brat would best me. Naruto looked up and grimaced at the state of the nine-tailed fox. The demon was now shriveled up, and looked like he was about to wither away any second. Do not speak another blasphemous word. The Kyuubi's voice boomed, shaking the entire sewer. Even in its weakened state, the beast still had enough energy to create shockwaves with just its voice. I said that I would grant you access to my power freely if you could best me, and as much as I hate to admit it, I have been defeated. Naruto's eyes widened. Was the fox saying it would work with him? Then does that mean be gone, so that I may rest? I have just been robbed of some of my power and I need time to regenerate. The fox barked, cutting the blonde off completely. Kyuubi, Naruto said before turning around to leave, but not before he heard the demon speak again. AMA. Huh? Naruto said and turned around to face the fox again. Did you say something, Kyuubi? Stop calling me Kyuubi. I was given a name by the Sage of Six Paths himself. My name is Kurama, damn it. Now get the hell out of here. Naruto's eyes widened. How could he have been so stupid? Of course the fox had a name. Naruto turned around again and grinned. Well then, Kurama? Let me know when you're better. See ya. When the ninja disappeared, Kurama was left to ponder whether or not he had made the right choice in letting the brat know his name as he fell unconscious. I wonder if this brat really is the one the old sage was talking about. Wow, I didn't think the old fox had an actual name. Kushina said when Naruto opened his eyes in her part of the seal again. I know. I feel bad now. I never even bothered to ask. Naruto said and frowned. He had spent his whole life hating the demon and blaming it for his hard life, but he never bothered to look at it from the fox's perspective. From what his mother had told him about the truth of the day he was born, about how the masked man had used Kurama, he could see why the fox would hate humans so much. He couldn't imagine what it would be like to be cooped up in a seal for as long as the fox was. That could make anyone cranky. Kushina smiled warmly. Naruto, you've grown to be a fine young man. I'm proud of you. Naruto smiled, but frowned when Kushina's form started disappearing. Mom, Kushina looked at her now transparent feet. Looks like my time is up? I can finally go to the same place as Minato. Naruto's frown deepened. It was short-lived, but he was still happy to have met his mother. Ah, I almost forgot. Mom, do you know someone named Gale Uzumaki? Naruto asked and Kushina gained a look of surprise. Gale? He's here too? Well, I suppose it only makes sense with you being the Kyuubi, Kurama's Jinchuriki and all. Kushina said with a chuckle before looking at Naruto and smiling. Do you want to learn how to make those chakra chains? Naruto nodded eagerly. Hell, yeah I do. Kushina chuckled from her son's enthusiasm. Then tell Gale my name, and he'll know you're ready. You should be able to do it, you are my son after all. Awesome. And Mom, I didn't say this before but I never blamed you or Dad for the hard times I had growing up as a Jinchuriki. Naruto said and Kushina's eyes widened. I didn't really get it back then, I was able to manage because of my friends. But now I understand completely. My parents gave their lives for me so I could live. You guys filled me with love before you put Kurama in me. So here I am, happy and healthy. Kushina gasped and embraced Naruto in one last hug. Thank you, Naruto? Thank you for being our son? I love you. Naruto closed his eyes as he felt the warmth of his mother disappear. I love you too, Mom. When Naruto opened his eyes again, he cheered. Hell, yeah. I did it. Standing up, Naruto looked around and found that he was alone in front of Mavis' grave. Guys? Where are you? I'm afraid your friends can't hear you. Naruto's eyes snapped to the location of the unfamiliar voice, and his eyes widened when he saw a tall, muscular man with dark skin wearing green and orange clothing. But it wasn't the appearance of the man that surprised Naruto, it was because the man was holding an unconscious Yamato and Wendy in his hands by their necks. Yamato Taicho? Wendy-chan. A stream of black flames hit the ground when Naruto took a step forward. Don't take a single step, or I'll roast ya. A man with long and wild blonde hair said as he walked into the clearing. Black flames? It's just like Sasuke's Amaterasu. Naruto thought as the newcomer began to cackle with laughter. Kahaha. Looks like he wet his pants at the sight of my flames. The crazy man said before laughing some more. Quiet, Zankro. This is a man that even the master is wary of. The first man said. Want me to roast you first, Azuma? Huh? Zankro threatened angrily, his fists showcasing his rage by flaring with black flames. We should have just roasted him while he was meditating. Azuma ignored the threat and turned back to Naruto. Master Hades has plans for you, but I wanted to see what you were made of before he got here. I will spare these people's lives if you will allow me that. What? Naruto thought in confusion as his eyes darted back and forth between the two dark mages and his unconscious allies. That won't be necessary, Azuma. A third voice said, and Naruto saw a tall, elderly man with a long beard come into view. Naruto could sense a great deal of magic power from this man that compared to even Gildarts and Makarov. This is bad. Hello there, Mr. Uzumaki, one army of fairy tale. I am Hades, master of Grimoire Heart. I've been looking forward to meeting you for quite some time. Azuma sighed and threw his two hostages into a tree, and the tree seemed to liquefy as it wrapped around their bodies. Restrain him. Hades said, and both Azuma and Zankro burst into action. Naruto cursed when the two mages both lunged towards him at the same time. What the hell happened while I was fighting Kurama? 3 hours earlier? Wah! Lucy shrieked as she ran for her life from a giant lizard. This is quite unsettling. Juvia said from her spot next to the blonde. The race to the first's grave had just begun, and they were already in trouble. Not 10 steps from the camp and everyone had been attacked by giant animals. We can't outrun it. We have to fight. Lucy said, and Juvia nodded before the two girls skid to a stop and prepared to face their pursuer. But before Lucy could so much as grab her keychain, Juvia was already in the air with water swirling around her right hand. When the water disappeared, her fist was covered in a rocky orange. Sea Dragon's coated fist. Smash. Lucy gulped as she watched the giant lizard fall to the ground unconscious. Note to self. Don't make Juvia mad, ever again. Using this magic is quite exhausting. Juvia needs to work on improving her magic reserves. Juvia said as she walked back to her teammate. Now, where do you think the first's grave is? Lucy rubbed her chin in thought. I have a theory. Juvia smiled and gestured for Lucy to take the lead. As expected of the brain of our team. Lucy laughed and they started walking in the direction of the beach. Then I guess that makes you the brawn. No, Naruto-sama is the brawn. Juvia is the beauty and mistress of the brawn. Juvia said while clasping her cheeks, causing the blonde to falter in her footsteps. Ah, I hope Naruto-sama is doing okay. Knowing Naruto, he and Wendy probably already found it. Lucy said after regaining her footing. With their combined senses, she'd be surprised if they didn't find the first's grave within the first 5 minutes of the trial. Well, my theory isn't a strong one, but... Her words trailed off when Juvia signaled her to be quiet. Someone's watching us. Juvia said while staring off into the distance at some bushes. Lucy grabbed her keychain in preparation for a potential fight. How do you know? Instead of answering the girl directly, Juvia shouted out. I can smell you there, come out. They heard a few whispers and someone sucking their teeth before 2 people walked into the clearing. I told you this was a bad idea. How was I supposed to know Juvia's nose was like Natsu's? Lucy raised an eyebrow when she saw who it was. Loke? Gray? What are you doing? Did we lose it? Kana asked as she struggled to catch her breath. I don't see it anymore. Lisanna replied and plopped down onto the ground in exhaustion. Kana sighed in relief. They had been running from a giant boar for 20 minutes straight, but they had somehow managed to escape by sliding down a hill. Well, now what do we do? Lisanna took a second to think, before shaking her head in defeat. I can't think of anything, and to think I said I'd make you an S-class too. Sorry, Kana. Kana shook her head and smiled. Don't be. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have made it past the first round. Lisa smiled back before taking on a more serious expression. Can I ask you something personal? Kana raised an eyebrow from the sudden question, but nodded because she knew what this was probably going to be about. What do you think of Naruto-san? Thought so. Kana thought and leaned on the hillside. To put it simply, he's fun to be around. When you're with Naruto, you're always in for a laugh. He's unpredictable. Lisa studied the brunette's face for any secret meaning. But as far as she could tell, Kana was telling the complete truth. So, do you like him? Kana snorted at the girl's bluntness. Naruto's a good-looking guy, I'm not gonna deny that. Those whisker marks are adorable and his reactions are priceless. But no, I don't like him the way your sister does. Lisa blinked. She hadn't been expecting a straight answer so easily. But was Kana really telling the truth? If Naruto really was just a fun guy that Kana liked teasing, then that would mean Lisa wouldn't have to worry about her getting in the way of Mirajane's love. Seeing the look on Lisanna's face, Kana rolled her eyes. Trust me. If I really wanted Naruto, I would have had him by now. Kana said a wink. Lisa blushed at what Kana was referring to, but nodded nonetheless. I guess Kana really doesn't like Naruto-san after all. What about you? Kana asked with a mischievous smile, expecting the girl to sputter in embarrassment. Lisa looked at her feet and smiled sadly. I have mixed feelings about Naruto-san right now. He's a really nice guy and I can tell he's sincere about caring for his friends. But he has multiple girls after him. Mirajane is in love with Naruto-san as well, and he's too dense to see it. Any of it. I just don't want to see Mirajane get hurt. That was a boring reaction. Kana thought with a sweat drop. She then looked up at the sky and hummed. Why don't you just share him? No. Lisa suddenly shouted, then blushed when Kana raised an eyebrow. I mean, sharing a man is just not right. Love should be between two people who love each other equally. There's just no way Naruto-san would be able to love Lucy, Juvia, and Mirajane equally. But what if he could? Kana suddenly said with a straight face. Lisa sent her teammate a puzzled look. What? What if he could love them all equally? I know he's pretty dense right now, but he's getting better. Kana said with a shrug. Besides, love isn't always equal. Just look at you and Natsu. I'm sure he cares about you more than he lets on, but he doesn't seem to be interested in love right now like you are. Lisa opened her mouth to say Kana was wrong, but she closed it when nothing came to mind. Natsu was obsessed with training and fighting. They still went on missions as a family, with Happy every now and then, but not as frequently as they had in the past. But sharing, it's impossible. Seeing the depressed look on the white-haired girl's face, Kana sighed and looked up at the sky through the trees. I don't know how well you know Naruto, but that guy has proven time and time again that he can do the impossible. But fighting and loving are two different things. Are they really? Kana said and grinned. I don't know about you, but the guild is like a constant battlefield. Love is a battle. Lisa fell silent and looked down at the ground. She wanted to keep believing Mirajane sharing Naruto with other girls was wrong, but something about what Kana said was nagging at her. Kana chuckled before standing up and dusting herself off. Not that it has anything to do with me. How about we go and find that grave? Lisa just nodded and followed her teammate, all the while going over their conversation in her head. She still didn't like the idea of Naruto being with multiple women, but if what Kana said was true, that Naruto might be able to make everyone happy, then would it be right to keep that happiness away from them? I need to have a talk with Mirajane. Rest stop. Guoya. This feeling brings back so many youthful memories. Lee shouted excitedly, his eyes literally burning with passion. The energy, the struggles, the guts, and the determination. It reminds me of the Chunin exams back when we were all still genin. I'm sorry, Lee-san. I lost my fight against Gray, and couldn't finish the exam like a man. Elfman said with tears. Do not fret, Elfman-kun. This only means you have to train harder, for next time. Lee said and gave the bawling man a thumbs up. I will help you in any way I can. Elfman sniffled. Lee-san. Youthful men. The two buddies cheered, a new sense of fortitude giving them a surge of energy. Evergreen shook her head as she watched Elfman and Lee cheer. Idiots. Sakura was having similar thoughts, but she turned attention away from them and looked at Hinata. The Hyuga was sitting in the corner of the tent and staring at the table in complete silence. She hadn't spoken a single word since they had showed up, which was a couple minutes after the second trial had begun. Sakura was worried about her friend, and she was furious with Naruto for the suffering he was unintentionally causing Hinata. But the thing that pissed Sakura off the most was that she couldn't do anything about it, because involving herself would only make things worse. Sakura, you don't have to worry about me. I'll be okay, Hinata suddenly said while smiling weakly, and that broke the medic ninja's heart. But Sakura nodded, because she had decided to support Hinata's choice. No matter the outcome, she would support her friend's decision. Has anyone seen Erza? Mirajane asked, causing everyone to look around for the redhead. Erza's not back? Wasn't she a part of the first trial? Evergreen asked, before shuddering at the thought of running into the woman who had mercilessly defeated her in the past. She was, but she didn't come back when the second trial started. Mira said while tapping her chin, wondering what her friend was up to. It wasn't like Erza to disappear so suddenly, especially during the S-class trials. Then perhaps I should go and find her, Lee said before he turned to Sakura and bowed. Sakura-san, would you like to join me? Sakura was about to say she wanted to stay when Hinata grabbed her hand. Hinata, something might have happened, you should go to make the search faster, Hinata said and gave her friend a look that said, I'll be fine. Sakura frowned, but reluctantly nodded and followed the oblivious boy out of the tent. We'll be back soon. Mirajane waved goodbye before glancing back at Hinata, who had gone back to staring at the table in silence. They may have had a few clashes over their affection for Naruto, but Mira was still worried about her. That's why she was going to try and talk to her, because they were still friends. I've spotted 2 people. Kakashi-sensei? Oh, sorry. I was a bit distracted. Who do you see? Tenten sighed. She and Kakashi had been tasked with watching over the contestants as they tried to find the grave. They had been told where the grave was, and were supposed to get in their way if they strayed too far from the goal. But it was difficult with just the 2 of them, especially when Kakashi kept going silent for some reason. I see Levi and Gajeel. They're climbing up a cliff. Copy that. Are they going in the right direction? Tenten's lips twitched upwards. Nope. That's too bad. Oh, I see someone going in the wrong way as well. Maybe we should point them in the right direction? Roger that. With that said, Tenten began to move closer towards her targets. Leaping from tree to tree, she stopped on a branch that was a couple meters away from the cliff. Ow! Hey, watch it. You're gonna fall. Levi and Gajeel were at the top of the cliff when one of the rocks the girl had grabbed onto had broken off. Luckily, Gajeel had been fast enough to grab a hold of Levi's hand before she fell. Levi sighed, the fall could have been fatal. Thanks Wa. She screamed when Gajeel suddenly threw her up and onto the top, and she fell on her but as he pulled himself up. Can you move? Gajeel asked while lifting the girl off the ground like a rag doll. Stop picking me up like I'm a toy. Levi yelled as she kicked the air fruitlessly. Gajeel sucked his teeth and placed the petite girl on the ground, only to sling her over his shoulder when an object embedded itself in the ground. Hey, what are you doing? Levi cried out as she frantically tried to keep her skirt from revealing too much. Gajeel looked at the object, then at the forest. Ha! You missed. Swish. 3 more kunai burst through the bushes towards them at blinding speeds. Gajeel sidestepped the first one, blocked the second one with his fist, and caught the third one in his teeth. Thanks for the snack. Gajeel taunted again as he began to munch on his metal treat. What is going on? Levi asked when she understood the situation. Must be part of the trial. She's trying to scare us away from this place, Gajeel said. She? Levi asked with a raised eyebrow, before she growled in frustration. And would you put me down already? I'm not helpless. Gajeel gained a feral grin as he put his teammate down again. Gihihai. This is going to be interesting. Kakashi switched his earpiece off and placed it in one of his jacket's pockets. Now then. Why don't I see what you're up to? Hopping down, Kakashi landed in front of the person he had been following them. The man had black hair and was wearing a black cloak with a white strap. The man seemed surprised to see him. I don't think you're a part of the guild. Mind telling me what you're doing here? Kakashi asked the intruder evenly. You're a person? There are people on this island? The man asked and took a step back, his eyes growing wider. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Who is this man? Chapter 45, The Trial's Abrupt Ending. Gajeel charged straight into the forest with a feral grin on his face. He knew it would be okay to leave Levi by herself now that he knew who their attacker was. Gajeel. Levi yelled as she watched her teammate leave her behind. Pouting, she followed the Iron Eater into the forest. She wasn't going to let Gajeel keep thinking she was useless in a fight. Come on out. Thrusting his arm forward, Gajeel's arm changed into an iron pillar. The pillar then extended forward, smashing through the massive trees with ease. A silhouette jumped away from the destruction towards another tree as Gajeel retracted his arm. Gotcha. Gajeel said and thrust his other arm forward, aiming the iron pillar at the tree the silhouette was going towards. Crash. Gajil's attack smashed through the tree, just barely missing its true target. That was close? Tenten thought as she flew away from the extended pillar arm. She glanced at Gajil and found him staring right at her, with a growing smirk on his face. What is he? Oh. A second pillar sprung out of the original and straight towards Tenten, surprising the girl. But her surprise quickly turned into a frown when she saw it was another pillar. That punk? He's holding back. Tenten thought as she pushed off the second pedestal with her feet and harmlessly landed in a grassy field. She then sent a glare to the Iron Dragon Slayer as he walked into the clearing. What's with the look? Gajil asked with a knowing smirk on his face. You could have ended it already if you used something other than that stupid club. Tenten ranted, and Gajil picked at his ear in response. You little. Gajil. Let me help. Levi said when she finally caught up to the two, only to stop when Gajil put a hand out. Watch it. She may not look it, but she's actually really fast. Gajil said, prompting the kunoichi to frown. I'm right here, you know? Ignoring the girl, Gajil continued. She can also summon a bunch of weapons with those scrolls, like Erza's magic. She mainly likes to play at a distance, but don't let that fool you. She's just as good with her weapons up close as she is from a distance. Levi nodded before looking at her teammate. How do you know so much about Tenten's techniques? Gajil grunted, never taking his eyes off his opponent. Because I trained with her during this past week. Flashback. It was the day after Makarov had announced the exams. Gajil was standing in the middle of Naruto's usual training grounds, expecting the blonde to show up to accept the challenge Gajil had given him the day before. Is Naruto really going to show up? Panther Lily asked with an incredulous tone. What he had learned about Gajil and Naruto's relationship was that Gajil was constantly challenging the ninja. The only problem was the blonde would never respond to the challenges and would sometimes even claim to forget about them. The former commander heard something happened between the two in the past, and assumed was the reason Gajil was so keen on defeating Naruto. He'll show. I have a feeling he will this time. Gajil said without even looking at his cat. But little did Gajil know, was that Naruto was no longer in town, having long forgotten about the challenge. So, they waited. But after the 4th hour of waiting, Juvia showed up in the training field. Oh, if Gajil-kun is waiting for Naruto-sama, he went on a trip to Margaret Town with Lucy and Kana-san. Juvia said casually as she passed the dark-clad man and the black cat. Gurara. Damn you Uzumaki. Gajil roared to the sky before stomping back to town. I don't know what you expected. This isn't the first time Naruto has failed to respond to your challenges. Lily said with a shake of his head. But this did upset the older cat. He respected Naruto for fighting off an entire army almost single-handedly, an army that was filled with soldiers Lily had personally trained himself. But not taking a warrior's challenge seriously was the same as spitting in their face. Perhaps I should speak with Naruto after the trials to put an end to this. Damn that guy. When is Naruto going to take me seriously? Gajil thought as he stormed through the town in the direction of the guild. If Naruto wasn't going to come to him, Gajil would wait at the guild and force the cheeky ninja into fight when he returned from his trip. Gajil was so absorbed in his dark thoughts that he almost bumped into Rock Lee, Elfman, Natsu, and Happy when they ran past him. Hey! Watch it! Yosh! Now that we had lunch, I feel like I now have the energy to 3 times as much as we did yesterday. Lee exclaimed and proceeded to jump into the air, land on his hands, and continue to walk in a handstand. Oh yeah? Well, I'm gonna do twice as much as that. Natsu declared and went into a handstand as well, but then put one of his hands behind his back. He then began to clumsily hop forward with his hand. Lee grinned at Natsu's performance. Your willpower is inspiring as ever, Natsu-kun. Very well then. I shall join you and travel to the training field on one hand as well. I am going to fly with only one wing. Happy said, and one of his wings disappeared. The blue cat almost fell to the ground, but he managed to keep himself afloat with a bit of effort. Not wanting to be left behind, Elfman quickly jumped on his hands as well. But he rushed into using one hand, which caused the giant to lose his balance and fall flat on his back. Guh! Damn it! Haha! I'm gonna beat you guys to the field. Natsu said and picked up his pace, only to slip on his hand and fall on his face. Ow! Lee stopped and looked back at his friend. Don't give up, Elfman-kun. It's not over until you give up. Lee-san. Elfman said before he gripped his fist. As a man, I can't afford to give up so easily. Lily grinned at the scene. Seems like those 4 are doing well. Gajil put his hands into his pockets before walking off, and Lily sighed before following the Dragon Slayer. They were about halfway to the guild when a voice came from the rooftops. Ah, Gajil. Wait a second. Gajil looked up just in time to see Tenten jump down from the building and onto the ground in front of him. What do you want? I'm in a hurry. Doesn't waste any time as usual. Tenten thought with a bitter smile before she shook her head and looked around. Have you seen Lee and the others around here? I'm supposed to be watching over them and I lost track of them. Haven't seen M. Gajeel said and brushed past the kunoichi without a second thought. That little. Tenten thought with a clenched fist, and she was about to cut her losses and leave when Lily spoke up. I would assume the training fields would be a good place to start your search. Lily said and pointed behind him towards the outskirts of town. Tenten blinked before letting out a sigh. Right. I probably should have tried there first. It's just that Lee has been doing a bunch of his weird training exercises around the town lately and… You know what, never mind. Thanks, Lily. Tenten said before walking off to find her team member, but not before glancing back at Gajeel and sticking her tongue out. Lily couldn't help but chuckle at the kunoichi's antics. He then summoned his wings and made his way back to Gajeel's side via Erza. Are you sure that was wise to anger her like that? She is one of Naruto's friends. Gajeel grunted and waved Cat off. Bah! She may be from his world, but that woman isn't anywhere near Uzumaki's. Gajeel's words trailed off as he suddenly slowed to a stop. Gajeel? Lily asked and looked back at his partner, and raised an eyebrow when Gajeel started smiling. Gihihai. I just got an idea. Gajeel said with a feral grin on his face, one that made Lily worry. Huh? You want me to tell you how to beat Naruto? Tenten asked with an amused look on her face. She had been sitting on a boulder in the middle of a field while watching Lee and the others train when Gajeel had suddenly show up and asked her what Naruto's weaknesses were. Yeah. You gotta know something, being his friend and all. Gajeel said with his arms crossed. Tenten's eyebrow twitched. Gajeel had some nerve asking for her help when he had literally just blown her off when she asked where Lee was. But he does have something I want. Lily sighed. To think Gajeel would go as far as to ask one of Naruto's friends for his weaknesses. He really needed to ask Naruto to spar with Gajeel. Well, if you want my advice, I'd say the best strategy in fighting Naruto would be to put him under constant pressure. Everyone know that he uses shadow clones, and they are the main aspect of his fighting style. So if you can pressure him enough to the point where he can't summon any clones, it might give you an opportunity to land a good hit. Tenten explained. Gajeel hummed in thought as he played out various scenarios in his head, all of which was him coming out on top. That's why my teammates are really good matchups against Naruto. Teammates? Gajeel asked. He knew Lee was a part of Tenten's team back in the Elemental Nations, but hearing that she had another teammate that could hold his own against Naruto spiked his interest. Tenten nodded. Neji is my other teammate. He's a prodigy of the Hyuga clan and is the only jonin of our group. If you were to ask who was the strongest on my team, I would say Neji holds that spot. Stronger than this guy? Gajeel thought with wide eyes as he turned to look at the green ninja, who was currently doing push-ups with a boulder strapped to his back. Gajeel had watched the fight between Naruto and Lee, and the bushy-browed teen was no pushover. The thought of there being another person around Naruto's level was unnerving. Lily was having similar thoughts, having seen the aftermath of said fight. H then turned his attention back to Tenten, who was smirking at Gajeel's reaction. Perhaps this woman has a hidden strength as well? You know, I've trained with those two every day for years. Maybe I can help you train? In exchange, you can show how you change your body into weapons. Tenten asked with a cute smile. No. You wouldn't be able to learn my magic even if you tried. Gajeel said before turning around to leave. Somehow, I get the feeling you think I'm weak. Tenten said with a twitching eyebrow before she stood up. You know what? Let's have a sparring match. Gajeel looked back and sent the brunette a flat look. Huh? Tenten hopped down from the boulder and brushed herself off. You heard me. Let's have a sparring match. I'll prove to you that I'm not weak. If I do, then will you show me how you change your body into weapons? Gajeel thought about it for a second, before he shrugged. Fine then. You want to tangle with me that badly, I'll humor you. Let's see what you got. Tenten nodded and pulled out one of her scrolls. She opened the scroll and in a cloud of smoke, a longbow staff speared in her hands. You're gonna fight me? With a stick? Gajeel asked before barking out with laughter. I can eat iron. I am iron. What's a stick gonna do to me? Tenten smirked and spun her staff in her hands a few times before pointing it at the Iron Dragon Slayer challengingly. Fine. Have it your way. Gajeel said with a shrug and ran towards Tenten with the intention to snap her staff on too. But just as he reached the girl and swung his fist, Tenten disappeared from his field of view and he felt something slam into his lower back. Gajeel shuddered as an unpleasant shiver went up his spine. He then turned around to find Tenten in the same position, only her smirk was wider. This caused Gajeel to growl with anger and he reached his hands out to grab the girl, but pulled them back in pain when Tenten smacked him in two quick successions. Growing frustrated, Gajeel transformed his leg into an iron pillar and slid it horizontally on the ground in an attempt to catch her off guard with the sudden range and sweep her off her feet. Tenten leaped forward and thrust the tip of her bow staff into Gajeel's transformed leg, forcing it into the ground and pinning it there. She then used the momentum in her strike to flip herself over the boy. When Gajeel pulled his leg free and whirled around, he felt a stinging sensation in his legs and his world went upside down. The next thing Gajeel knew was that he was on his back and staring up at the sky in confusion. What? I see, that's what she's doing. Lily thought as he watched the dragon slayer jump back up. Checking himself over, Gajeel felt that he wasn't all that hurt. Slightly winded, but mostly uninjured. Oi? Are you messing with me? I thought you said we were gonna fight. Tenten placed the staff on the back of her neck and smiled. I am fighting you, with my weapon. This is how you fight with a bow staff. Gajeel ground his teeth and glowered at the kunoichi. That didn't count. Let's go again. 20 minutes later? Gajeel was hunched over, hands on his knees, and panting like he had just run a marathon. His opponent on the other hand, looked perfectly fine. How are you, not tired? I train with that every day. Tenten said flatly and pointed to her green-clad teammate. During the duration of their sparring match, Lee had set up a bunch of chopped logs to fight on and was currently fighting against both Natsu and Elfman simultaneously. Gajeel watched as his fellow mages struggled to keep their balance as he caught his breath before he sat down in the grass, all the while Lee was nimbly jumping across the logs and knocking the two boys down with ease. Is everyone from your world monsters? Tenten laughed awkwardly. But don't cut yourself short. You have a lot of strength. To be honest, it probably would have been lights out for me if you landed any of your serious attacks. But like I see with Natsu when he spars with Lee, your techniques lack refinedness. Great. Now I'm starting to sound like Gai-sensei. Tenten said with an image of her instructor giving her a thumbs up in her mind, which caused her to shudder. She then coughed into her hand to get the image out of her head. To put it bluntly, you're just wildly swinging your weapons around and wearing yourself out as a result. Lily, who had been watching on a nearby boulder, nodded his head in agreement. She was leading Gajeel around the whole time, and led him into burning more energy than he should have by frustrating him. This woman is a skilled warrior, I'll have to ask for a sparring match myself sometime. Comparing me to the salamander. Gajeel all but spat as he watched the pink-haired teen trip and painfully fall into the log pillars again. But as much as he detested it, Tenten was right. He hadn't taken the time to hone his skills with a sword, or any other weapon for that matter. He was a street brawler, and a damn good one at that. But still, you have the ability to transform your body into any weapon, and all you have to do is use a little imagination. Tenten said, her eyes glowing with excitement. With an ability like that and enough training, you have the potential to surpass even Erza-san. Maybe. Beating Erza-san would take a lot more just normal training. You speak very highly of Erza. But I guess it's only natural, as you both seem to be very fond of weapons. Lily said with a short nod. Of course. Erza-san is one of the people I admire the most, next to Tsunade-sama. What makes Erza-san so powerful is the way she utilizes her weapons and armor. From swords, to battle axes, Erza-san always has another weapon to catch her opponent off guard. Tenten exclaimed with a bright smile. But best of all, she's fashionable in all of her armor. Fighting someone who can fight in different styles is formidable. Lily agreed, remembering his past sparring matched with the Erza of his world. As Tenten and Lily talked about the red-headed knight, Gajeel looked at his fingers and focused. Hearing that he could surpass one of Fairy Tail's monsters made him want to try what Tenten said. I've never bothered to try using anything other than a sword or a club for my transformations. Maybe if I did learn to use a couple more weapons. Gajeel's fingers became coated in his iron scales and began to change shape. But after a couple seconds, he gave up and his fingers reverted to normal. Gah! I can't think of anything. Thud. Gajeel opened his eyes to see a kunai sticking in the ground in front of him. Pulling the knife out of the ground, he looked up to see Tenten looking down at him. Try turning your fingers into hay. Don't eat it. Tenten shrieked when Gajeel started gnawing on the kunai. Sighing, Tenten pulled out another kunai and handed it to the dragon slayer. Don't eat this one. Gajeel looked at the kunai in his hand before looking at his other hand. Burning the image of the kunai in his mind, he began to change his index finger until it was roughly shaped into a knife. Close, but not quite a kunai. Try to make the transformation more specific. Easier said than done. Well, maybe if you explained how you transform your body into iron, I could help a little better. Gajeel grunted. Fine. I just think of my arm turning into a club and boom, it happens. Tenten's jaw dropped. What kind of explanation was that? It's hard to explain, damn it. Lily sighed. This was going to be a long week. End flashback. You trained with her? Levi asked, surprised to hear that someone like Gajeel trained with anyone other than his cat Lily. We did, and this guy thinks he's so good now that he can hold back against me. Tenten said while sending the raven-haired teen a heated look. Gajeel let out a dark chuckle. Gihihai. You want me to go all out? Are you sure you can handle the new me, sensei? Tenten stamped the ground in frustration at Gajeel mockingly calling her his master. Why are you so aggravating all the time? Levi pouted slightly. Something about the way Gajeel and Tenten were acting was making her angry. Alright, cut the crap. Tell us where the grave is. Gajeel said, now serious. Tenten smirked. You want the information? Come and get it. Let me help Levi said and prepared to use her script magic, but Gajeel waved her off. Stay back. She's too much for you, little one. I'll get the information out of her. Little one. Of course. I'm small and weak. Levi looked down at her feet and frowned. For a second, and only a second, she thought Gajeel actually cared about her. Gajeel cracked his knuckles and took a step forward. Now, I'll ask you again. Where's the dash? I don't care anymore. Gajeel, you idiot. Levi suddenly yelled and took off running into the forest. What did you hey? Gajeel shouted back and was about to chase after the girl, but he looked back at Tenten. Wait here. Tenten snickered as she watched the Iron Dragon Slayer run into the forest. Well, they're going in the right direction now. Maybe I'll go meet up with Kakashi-sensei? As the kunoichi decided what she was going to do next, two dark figures walked into the field behind her. I know. We'll call you Scarlet, like your hair. Erza was sitting on a boulder near a cliff, her chin rested on her knees as she hugged her legs. She was gazing at the landscape near while reminiscing on the past. Or more specifically, her fondest memories. The time that Jalal had suggested the name Scarlet was one of her most precious memories, if not her fondest. Because it was at a time where Jalal had been the kind person she had come to know and love. But, do you like Naruto-san? Lisana's question had shaken her. It wasn't like Erza hated Naruto. In fact, he was one of the people she respected the most. Naruto was kind enough to spare and even help a former enemy. Going as far as to saving Jalal despite everything that had happened. It was something not even she was able to do. He was strong, perhaps even stronger than the master himself. Erza felt a great sense of gratitude towards the blonde, but was that all there was to it? Was all she felt towards Naruto simply gratitude? She hadn't thought of the possibility of these feelings until now. But if she really did love Naruto? Then why do I feel so guilty? Erza said as the breeze picked up, and her bangs flew into her face. Boom! A tremor shook the cliffside, and Erza was instantly on her feet. Scanning the forest below for signs of an explosion, she saw a dark cloud of smoke rising in the distance. But that wasn't all. Erza's eyes widened when a chunk of the forests literally decayed right before her eyes. That was not a good sign. Why do I get the feeling that's not part of the exam? Erza thought with a grim expression before changing into her battle armor. She could sort out her feelings later. Right now, her family needed her. Well, that was close. Kakashi thought to himself, his visible eye wide with surprise. He was prying information out of the intruder when the strange man suddenly started screaming. Kakashi's senses alerted him just in time to get away when a foul energy surged from the man. Kakashi was now standing in the middle of a dead forest, with the strange man clutching his head while shaking uncontrollably. Seeing the once lush forest now lifeless was unnerving. He didn't seem to want to use that power? Can he not control it? Kakashi pulled up his headband, revealing his gifted Sharingan. I'm only going to ask you one last time. Who are you? The man stopped shivering and looked up at the Jonin, and upon seeing the crimson Dujitsu, his eyes widened. That eye. Kakashi sighed, this man was clearly insane. I'll just have to incapacitate him and dash. You're from the other world, aren't you? Kakashi's eyes widened. His tone just completely flipped. This guy's dangerous. You know of the other world? Tears began to form in the cloaked man's eyes. Then, is it here? On this island? Kakashi narrowed his eyes. Is he after the Kyuubi? Get back, Kakashi. Kakashi's eyes widened once again when he heard a familiar voice, and he whirled around. You! What are you doing here? Standing at the edge of the decayed forest, was Sasuke Uchiha. With Tenten? Right after Gajeel had left, two goons had popped out of the forest and tried to ambush Tenten with a barrage of exploding eggs. Luckily, she had noticed in time and dodged before she threw a kunai with an explosive tag attached to it to get some distance. When the explosion faded, she got a full look at her attackers. Animal people? The person on the left was a humanoid chicken with white feathers all over his body, and the other was a goat man wearing samurai armor. Both had a distinctive insignia on their forms that Tenten recognized. That mark? Grimoire Heart. Tenten said and pulled out a kunai. She, along with the other Konoha ninja, had been gathering as much information on this world during as they could. The Dark Guilds had been one of the first things they learned about due to their apparent interest in Naruto and the Kyuubi. These men with animal traits were Yamazu and Kurazu of Grimoire Heart, one of the top 3 Dark Guilds of the Balam Alliance. Yamazu, the goat man, grinned. So, you noticed us at the last second. But it changes nothing. We have been ordered to hunt the fairies here. Peep peep. Now die. Kurazu, the chicken man, chimed and spread his arms wide. As he did do, another barrage of egg bombs. You think that trick will work this time? Tenten said and threw another explosive tag, which cancelled the Birdman's attack. She was then forced to jump back when the samurai lunged towards her through the smoke. Kicking into the air, Tenten pulled out a scroll and opened it. In a cloud of smoke, dozens of weapons began to pour out of the scroll. From kunai to spiked metal balls, the dangerous weapons began to rain down on her opponents. Peep peep. She can summon this many weapons at once? Kurazu screeched in surprise as he tried to avoid being impaled and or crushed, but was slammed in the back of the head by an iron ball and fell to the ground unconscious. Yamazu grunted as he worked his sword furiously to fend off the weapon hailstorm, but the amount of weapons was too great for him and a couple managed to scrape pieces of his armor. Looking at his damaged armor and now unconscious teammate, the goat man frowned. Looks like I can't waste any time with this one. That's one down. Tenten thought as she landed on the ground, before she covered her ears in pain when a terribly loud screeching noise started ringing. What is this sound? Forcing her eyes open, Tenten saw the word go suspended in the air. Is this his magic? Wait, where did he go? She turned around just in time to see the dark mage getting kicked in the face by a sandaled foot. Dynamic entry. Rock Lee shouted as he sent the samurai flying into a tree. Landing in front of his teammate, the green-clad ninja gave a thumbs up. Are you okay, Tenten? What? I said, are you okay? Lee, I can't hear you over that guy's magic. What? The deafening sound stopped. I said I can't hear you over that guy's magic. Tenten trailed off when she saw Levi and Gajeel, along with Sakura behind her teammate. Levi had just cancelled out the noise with her solid script magic. Damn, what are you going on about? Gajeel asked with a grumpy voice, upset that he not only missed out on his fight with Tenten, but with the 2 people that attacked her as well. Tenten's cheeks burned when she saw that everyone was looking at her weirdly. Shut up. These marks. These guys are from Grimoire Heart. Levi said as she inspected the 2 dark mages, but she jumped back in surprise when Yamazu started laughing. Ha ha ha. Though we may have fallen, you won't stand a chance against our main forces. Main forces? Sakura asked, a bad feeling growing in her gut. If Grimoire Heart was here, and they brought their main forces, it could only mean one thing. They were after Naruto. Yes. They are mages that even I can't compare to. The 7 kin of purgatory. Ha 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 guh. That's enough out of you. Sakura said after knocking the samurai unconscious. Okay, first we tie these guys up. Then, we gotta warn the others and find Naruto. Right. Knowing Naruto-kun, he is probably already at the goal. I will go warn him at once. Lee said and disappeared in a swirl of leaves. I'll go with Lee, you guys go meet up with the others. Tenten said and took off into the forest to try and catch up with her teammate. Sakura nodded before turning to Levi and Gajeel. Sorry, but if what these guys say is true, things are about to get ugly. Levi nodded, while Gajeel folded his arms in frustration. TCH. Why is everyone getting in the way of my fights? Chapter 46, Enemies Incoming, Allies Unite. Somewhere off the coast of Tenru Island, 2 cats could be seen flying through the air at a decent speed. Are you sure it was okay to follow them here? Lily asked, but his words fell onto deaf ears. The older cat shook his head. Ever since they had left, Carla hadn't spoken a single word. She seemed to be worried about something and had refused to talk about it. As the island came into view, Carla frowned. Even though I was against it, that girl? The night before exams, Carla had confronted Wendy for the first time in a week. She had tried to convince the little girl to stay one last time, but Wendy had been adamant on going and they ended up arguing again. But later that night, Carla had foreseen another vision. A vision that had left her shaking the rest of the night. Carla had seen Naruto grinning madly with eyes like a demon, and the bodies of the guild members were scattered all around him. I can't let Wendy stay near him. That beast is too dangerous. Kakashi's mind raced as several questions popped up, but he asked the most obvious one. Sasuke? What are you doing here? Sasuke's didn't even bother to answer his past mentor as he continued to stare down his target. While making sure to keep the Uchiha in his peripheral vision, Kakashi looked at the third person present. Is Sasuke after this person? The darkly robed man in question was still crying what looked to be tears of joy. Finally. Finally. Now I can finally be at peace. Sasuke drew his sword and pointed it at the hysterical man, and Kakashi tensed. Zeruf. I'm taking you with me. Zeruf. The one who made the scroll that brought Naruto to this world? But that shouldn't be possible. Zeruf was a man who brought terror to this world over 400 years ago. Kakashi needed to retreat if possible and tell the others of Sasuke's appearance. Sasuke was still wearing the Akatsuki cloak, meaning he was still with them. Kakashi knew he couldn't fight him alone, so his best option was to escape when the opportunity presented itself. And no. My time has finally come. I must find the one that will put me to rest. The cloaked man screamed before running into the forest. Kakashi took that moment as his key to escape. But just as he turned to jump, Sasuke was already behind him with his Sharingan activated. Exclamation point. Kakashi tried to avert his eyes, but it was too late. He was trapped in Sasuke's genjutsu. So, the only thing Kakashi could do now was wait for his end. When the end didn't come, Kakashi opened his eyes to see Sasuke staring at him blankly. Is he going to get information out of me first? Seeing the confusion in the Jonin's eyes, Sasuke spoke. Zetsu is watching me, so I pulled you into my genjutsu. We need to talk. Pop. There. Sakura said after shooting a red flare into the air. Now everyone who saw the flare will know of the enemies on the island. What should we do first? Levi asked. Sakura thought about their situation. Lee and Tenten were going to look for Naruto, and the rest of the contestants were likely spread around the island. At the moment, the smartest thing for them to do would be to go back to the resting area and count heads. They could come up with another plan when everyone was grouped up. Isn't it obvious? We get out there and bash some heads. Gajeel said while cracking his knuckles. It was safe he was eager for a fight, what with all his recent battles being cut short. No. For now we should group up with the others and come up with a plan together. We don't know how many enemies we're dealing with, so it would be safer to stick together. Sakura said while looking directly at Gajeel. Gajeel sucked his teeth and turned to leave and look for the enemy regardless. He came to this island to fight anyway, what was there to plan other than beat the living snot out the dark mages? Wait, Gajeel. What Sakura-san said is right. You heard what that guy said about Grimoire Heart's main forces coming, so we really should stick together. Levi said in attempt to keep Gajeel from leaving on his own. TCH. Fine. Have it your way. Gajeel finally said, and the three set off for the resting area to group up with the others. Mavis grave. Enemies? Here. Makarov said as he, Yamato, and Wendy all stared at the red flare in the sky. Now of all times. Yamato said and looked as Makarov put his formal attire. Wendy glanced at Naruto, who was still in his meditative position. What should we do, master? Naruto-san probably needs more time. You two stay here and protect Naruto. I will confront the enemy. Makarov said and glared in the direction of the beach. He could feel a powerful magical presence there, and he assumed it was the enemy. Yamato nodded, before he clapped his hands together and molded some chakra. Wendy's eyes widened when wood began to sprout out of the shinobi's body, forming an exact replica of the man before gaining color as well. Is that like Naruto-san's clones? Yes, but not quite. My wood clones are more durable than Naruto's shadow clones, and they can take a few hits before dispelling. I'm also able to communicate with the clone, so take it with you, Makarov Dano. Makarov nodded his head gratefully. Thank you, Yamato-san. Let us be off then. It's time I teach these enemies what happens when you attack Fairy Tail's Holy Land. As Makarov and the wood clone walked into the jungle, Yamato turned to Wendy. In order for my clone to function best, I need to really focus on the jutsu. So I'll need you to keep watch for enemies, okay? Wendy nodded affirmatively. Right. Yamato smiled and looked at Naruto. You made some good friends here, Naruto. From the looks of how Naruto's body had been going in and out of sage mode, and he hadn't been taken over by the Kyuubi, that must mean he defeated the tailed beast. But if that was the case, then why was he taking so long to wake up? A red flare? Enemies? Lucy and Juvia both looked at each other with troubled looks. Well, if there's an enemy on the island, then that means the exams will be put on hold. Gray said, before flinching when Juvia pointed at him. Gray-san never said why he and Lok-san were in the bushes. Care to explain? Gray began to sweat. He did not want to get on Juvia's bad side again. Why, you see. That's because we were following MMF. Lok started saying, but was quickly silenced by Gray. Just a coincidence. A coincidence. Hey, Lucy said with wry smile on her face, having a good idea as to why Gray and Locke had been following them. She then looked at her teammate and raised an eyebrow when she saw Juvia trembling. Juvia? See, could it be that Gray-san has fallen for Juvia? Juvia's imagination? Juvia had her back to a wall as Gray stood dangerously close, with his hand on the wall next to her head to prevent her from leaving. Gee, Gray-san. You can't. Juvia belongs to Naruto-sama. Juvia said, but her words trailed off when Gray brought a finger to her lips to hush her. Naruto's too busy flirting with those other girls, he doesn't give you the attention you truly deserve. Now come, let me freeze your water with my ice. And no. Reality. What? Lucy and Gray both screamed, while Locke was nodding his head in approval. Juvia turned around and clasped her blushing cheeks. Now it all makes sense. What makes sense, you crazy woman? How did you come to that conclusion? Gray demanded before shaking his head and dropping the subject. No, never mind. This isn't the time for that. It sucks, but if there's an enemy on the island, the exam will likely be put on hold. So we need to go meet up with the others. Shaking off her surprise as well, Lucy nodded in agreement. Gray's right. Let's stick together though, to be safe. Don't worry, Lucy, should an enemy attack, I'll protect you with my love. Locke exclaimed while bowing to the celestial mage. Thanks, Locke, Lucy said with a sweat drop, before she looked at the red flare in the sky and frowned. I hope Naruto is okay. But as the group of 4 began to walk in the direction of the resting area, small bubbles could be seen floating down above them. If you looked closely, tiny people with weapons ready could be seen inside those bubbles. You've gotta be kidding me. Kana exasperated as she and Lisanna watched the flare flicker in the sky. Lisanna looked at Kana, and the growing frown on the girl's face. The exams must have meant a whole lot more to Kana than she had been letting off. We're almost there. I can feel it. Do you want to just continue, Anne? No. It's all right. It won't matter anymore. The master is probably going to suspend the exams. Let's just head back to the others. Lisanna hung her head down in shame. Sorry, Kana. Maybe if you had a different partner. No, I don't think the results would have changed no matter who was my partner. Thank you for getting me this far, Lisanna. Kana said with a sad smile, before that smile broke down into a frown and the brunette began to walk back to the resting area. Kana. Just what did this exam mean to you? Lisanna thought to herself as she followed her teammate. She wanted to ask, but the look on Kana's face shut down her courage. Oh my, it seems there are enemies on the island. Mirajane said as she looked outside of the tent. Enemies? Who would attack Fairy Tail's Holy Land? Elfman wondered aloud. There's nothing valuable on the island, right? So what would anyone want here? Evergreen asked. Hinata's eyes widened in realization. If it was a dark guild attacking, then that could only mean one of two things. That it was either a dark guild that held a grudge against Fairy Tail for taking out the Oration Cease, or and Naruto-kun. Hinata said and stood up from her table and running out of the tent. Hinata? Where are you going? Mirajane asked, and the Hyuga stopped and turned around. I'm going to find Kakashi-sensei. The others should be coming here soon, but we need to act fast before the enemy finds Naruto-kun. Mirajane merely nodded in response, as she and the others were surprised by the normally quiet girl's outburst. They could be after Naruto? Huh. They have another thing coming to them if they think they can beat the guy that beat Laxus. Evergreen said with confidence in her voice, and Elfman agreed. Naruto-san is a true man. He won't be taken down so easily. I just hope the others are safe. Mirajane wanted to go find Naruto herself, but she knew the blonde could take care of himself. It would be better for her to wait until everyone was back before doing anything else. But that was weird. Hinata seemed very down about something earlier. Her taking off like that was surprising. You think she and Naruto had a thing back in their dimension? Evergreen said with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Elfman sent the girl a blank stare. Of course not. Evergreen almost fell out of her seat when the man responded with such a straight face. Why do you say that? Because, Naruto-san isn't a man that would notice such feelings. Elfman said with a nod, and this caused Evergreen to fall out of her seat. That's true? He is rather dense. It took Juvia to all but throw herself at the guy for him to realize she loved him. Ah. Evergreen just realized Mirajane, another girl who seemed to like Naruto, was standing in the same tent as she was. Elfman broke into a cold sweat. What were you thinking, Ever? Mirajane blinked and turned around when she felt the stares on her back. HM? I'm sorry, did you two say something? And no. We didn't say anything at all. Right, Elfman? Evergreen stuttered while forcing a smile, and Elfman nodded a little too eagerly. That's right, Nachon. Sorry to bother you. Mirajane hummed in response and went back to gazing at the forest. Elfman and Evergreen sighed in relief. Phew. She was too lost in thought to hear me. Evergreen thought before she noticed the hard look Elfman was giving her, which caused the girl to avert her gaze and whistle. Wendy was watching Naruto with a troubled look on her face. The blonde's expression had gotten lighter, and almost looked joyful. But the fact that he wasn't waking up yet worried her. Don't worry, Naruto-san. I will definitely protect you. Yamato opened his eyes. Get ready, Wendy. Someone's coming. Wendy nodded and sniffed the air to try and locate the enemy. Finding an unfamiliar scent, she pointed towards Yamato's left. There. Without responding, Yamato thrust his right arm in the direction Wendy was pointing at. Wood grew from his arm and extended towards the brush, but the umbu was surprised when his wood vines were constricted by the trees. At the same time, branches shot out from the darkness and tried to impale Yamato, but he quickly jumped out of the way. A wood-style user? Yamato thought with wide eyes when the branches curved and continued to follow him. Flicking through a couple hand seals, Yamato skid to a stop and slammed his hands onto the ground. Wood-style, wood-locking wall. A wooden wall rose from the ground in front of Yamato, and the enemy's vine slammed into it. The wooden dome shook with great force, but was able to hold off the attack. It was then Yamato heard Wendy's voice cry out to him, and he turned around just in time to see a massive ball of black flames. Yamato-san! Wendy screamed as the man's form was consumed in the flames. Kahahaha! Was that really it? I could have handled taking this guild out myself. Wendy glared at the source of the voice. The cackling man with long blonde hair and red eyes walked past the black flames with a gleam in his eyes. Another figure walked into the light as well, and this man had brown hair and tan skin. Wendy's eyes darted back and forth between the two mages. She was scared. Very scared. But she had to protect Naruto. As if noticing the little girl for the first time, the second figure raised an eyebrow. HM? A child? What do you want with us? Wendy stuttered, but she stood strong for the sake of protecting her friend. Those are some good eyes, but I have no interest in children. The man with the brown hair said. Huh. I say we just burn her to a crisp like her friend there, huh? The man with blonde hair raised an eyebrow when the black flames from earlier died out, revealing a wooden dome that appeared to be mostly unscathed by the flames. Did he escape, Zankro? Of course not, Azuma. The poor sap probably roasted himself in there. Ahahaha. Zankro cackled before encasing his fist in black flames. He then walked over to the wooden dome and brought his fist down with force. The dark mage's fist broke through the wood. Huh? It's empty? Zankro said with a raised eyebrow before cackling with laughter. Ha ha ha. My god, flames probably burned him until there was nothing left. But Azuma knew better, and his eyes searched the area for the missing ninja. A few feet away, Yamato stood behind a tree while panting lightly. He clutched his arm in pain. While he had barely managed to encase himself in the wooden dome in time and escape through the ground before he was cooked alive, the flames had burned his shoulder. Those black flames. They're like the Amaterasu, but they're extinguishable. The other mage must have some sort of wood magic. This doesn't look good. Yamato thought as he covered his burns with bandages. He needed to act fast before they turned their attention back on Wendy. Yamato's eyes suddenly widened. He just lost connection with the wood clone he had sent with Makarov. These mages are a bad matchup for me. I need to somehow get in contact with Kakashi-senpai. There you are! Exclamation point. The tree Yamato was hiding behind suddenly sprouted arms and grabbed him with incredible gripping force. As he struggled futilely to break free, a face sprouted from the bark and reached past his face. It was the face of the enemy. It seems you have abilities similar to my magic. You created that dome last second then escaped through the earth. Impressive. Azuma said as he detached himself from the bark of the tree. He can freely move through trees too? Yamato thought, and grunted when the grip on him began to squeeze the air out of his lungs. Yamato-san dash. Wendy took a step forward, but was forced back when a stream of black flames hit the ground in front of her. Not another step, little girl. Unless you want to get roasted? Kahaha. Zankro. Azuma began to walk back towards Zankro and Wendy. New plan, Zankro. We will use these two to force the one named Naruto into surrendering. Wendy's eyes widened. What did these people want with Naruto so bad that they would take hostages? Huh. That doesn't sound like you at all, Azuma. But I say we roast them all here and now. Zankro declared while pointing at the mediating form of Naruto. As much as I'd like to fight the one called One-Man Army, Master Hades was very specific when he told us not to kill him, but to capture him by any means necessary. Yamato cursed after hearing what the Dark Mages planned to do. These men were likely from one of the dark guilds that were interested in the Kyuubi's power. But how did they find Tenru Island? Makarov had said only Fairy Tail knew where it was? No, none of that matters now. We have to warn the others. Struggling to gain some breath, Yamato choked out a few words before losing consciousness. The words came out as a whisper, but Wendy's enhanced hearing picked them up. The blue-haired girl turned back to look at Naruto one last time before she took off in a full sprint into the forest. Wendy could hear the angry shouts of the fire mage behind her, but she didn't dare look back. She knew she couldn't defeat the two dark mages by herself. So for the sake of Naruto and Yamato, she had to get away and find help. You cannot escape. Wah! Wendy screamed when she heard Azuma's voices right in her ear, and something grabbed her foot which caused her to trip and fall on the ground. After regaining her senses, Wendy turned around, saw the looming dark form that was Azuma calmly walking towards her. Breathing in a bunch of air, Wendy shouted, "Sky Dragon's Roar!" Azuma's form was swallowed by the wind, giving Wendy a slight boost of hope. But that hope shattered in an instant when her magic breath dissipated and revealed the man wasn't damaged in the slightest. And not even a scratch? Wendy thought before she yelped when roots burst from the ground and bound her, constricting her off any movement. After all those hours of training with Naruto, and this was the extent of her power. Forgive me, but even as a child you are a part of this guild. My orders are absolute. Azuma said darkly as he reached a hand towards the Dragon Slayer. Naruto-san, Yamato-san. I'm sorry I was too weak to do anything. Wendy thought as her vision faded to black. Kakashi stood in the middle of the dead part of the forest, his eyes wide. He had been standing there alone for a couple minutes, digesting the information he had just been given. The truth about Itachi Uchiha and the Uchiha massacre, Grimoire Heart and their plans for Zeruf. Itachi had been a double agent sent by the third Hokage to keep tabs on the Akatsuki. When Sasuke killed Itachi, that role had been passed on to Sasuke. But because the third Hokage was no longer with them, Sasuke was telling Kakashi all of this because he was the only person he could trust with this information. Killer Bee's capturing, the 5 Kage Summit incident, all of it was an act to gain the trust of the Akatsuki. But that wasn't all. Sasuke had claimed to know what Grimoire Heart's master, Hades, planned to do if he got his hands on Naruto. What Sasuke had told him was outrageous, but he didn't sound like he was lying. There was something off about this whole situation. After all, why did Sasuke wait until now to tell Kakashi all of this? He still had his doubts, but if what Sasuke said was true, then he needed to get to Naruto before it was too late. Erza had decided to investigate the Mavis grave first since it had been closest to her location, and to see what the master wanted to do about the enemies. But when she got closer, the sight was not pretty. The grave site was thrashed, to say the least. Most of the trees were destroyed, including the tree that once towered above the grave. Luckily the grave itself was still intact, but the surrounding area was devastated. What happened here? Erza said as she looked around for the ones responsible for this destruction, and her attention was drawn to the sound of a body collapsing. Making her way to the noise, Erza's eyes widened when she saw Naruto standing in front of a tree. She opened her mouth to say something, but her conversation with Lisana came to mind and she clamped her mouth shut. It was then she noticed the 3 bodies littered around the teen, 3 men to be exact. One had long ragged blonde hair, the other was dark-skinned and had brown hair. The last man looked like an aged man, and was unconscious against the tree. Naruto. What happened here? Erza said, and Naruto's form flinched. Erza-san. Erza turned to her right and gasped when she saw Wendy and Yamato gripped to a tree. That's not Naruto-san. Erza's eyes widened and she whirled around to see Naruto facing her, his eyes glowing a frighteningly familiar crimson red. I'm afraid she's right. Naruto said with a feral grin on his face. Chapter 47, Christmas Omake. Merry Christmas, X2! Natsu and Happy shouted together as they stood outside of Naruto and Lucy's shared apartment. They were both wearing red Santa hats and held presents in their hands, for the day was none other than Christmas Eve. Natsu was holding a red bag while Happy held what clearly looked like a wrapped-up fish. The theme of the Christmas party being held at Naruto and Lucy's place was Santa Claus. Lucy, who had opened the door, smiled brightly at the two and gestured for them to come inside. She was wearing a white turtleneck sweater and jeans, as well as a pair of cozy black slippers to keep her feet warm. Merry Christmas! Though aren't you guys a little early? The party doesn't start for another hour. She said, and the two dashed into the warm apartment, tossing their gifts onto the table and jumping onto the couch/Naruto's bed. It was too cold outside and everyone at the guild was already drunk, so we got bored and came here. Natsu said as he reached his hand under the couch cushion and pulled out Naruto's headband. Putting the headband on his head and covering his mouth with his scarf, Natsu began to playfully act like a ninja. Something smells good. Are you making fish? Christmas isn't complete without fish. Happy said while sniffing the air, drool coming out of his mouth. We cooked some fish just for you, but you'll have to wait until everyone's here. Lucy said, and the cat cheered. At that moment the bathroom door opened, and Naruto walked out in a bath towel. He had just taken a shower and his hair was even still wet. I thought I heard familiar voices. Is the party starting already? Merry Christmas, guys. Naruto said, only to yelp when Natsu suddenly attacked him. He caught the Dragon Slayer's fist, and quickly held his towel when it almost came off. Wo, that was close? What the hell are you doing, Natsu? Naruto barked as he struggled to hold Natsu's fist back while also keeping his loose towel on. Naruto, fight me. Also, Merry Christmas. Natsu shouted as he struggled to get his hand back, but Naruto held onto his fist with an iron-like grip. He had been itching for a fight, but Naruto kept refusing the past couple of days because he had been preparing for the party with Lucy. This is the real reason we came early. Natsu wanted to fight Naruto before everyone showed up to the party. Happy said without even looking. Instead, he continued to stare at the cooked fish on the table with hungry eyes. Oh, so you want to fight now? Alright, I guess we do have some time before the rest of the group shows up. Just let me get dressed first. Naruto said with a smirk, and Natsu relaxed, seemingly satisfied with that response. The Jinchuriki then walked over to couch and picked up his clothes with his free hand. Lucy, having rushed to the table when it shook from the shockwave, sighed a breath of relief when she saw that all the food was still intact. She then turned around to yell at the boys only to yelp in surprise when she found Juvia standing next to her, the woman's eyes glued on Naruto. Naruto-sama fighting in a towel is the best Christmas present ever. Juvia said while clasping her red cheeks, her eyes scanning every inch of the shinobi's exposed torso. She was wearing a red Santa dress complete with a Santa hat of her own, as well as red and white candy cane-themed leggings and fluffy red boots. All in all, she looked like a Santa girl. Noticing the water woman, Naruto grinned widely and waved. Hey Juvia-chan. Merry Christmas. Flop. Ah, X4. Naruto's towel dropped to floor when he waved, leaving him butt naked in the middle of the room. Blurg. Juvia flew back from the sight, leaving a trail of blood behind. She landed on the couch, her eyes spinning as her mind replayed the image that was now burned into her memory. Recovering from her shock, Lucy quickly grabbed a pillow and threw it into Naruto's face. Get back in the bathroom and get dressed already, you idiot. Alright. Sorry. Naruto stuttered as the girl pushed him into the bathroom. A heavy blush on her face, Lucy shook her head and turned around to find Natsu and Happy giving her thumbs up. What's that supposed to mean? A one-sided pummeling later. Ho ho ho. Naruto cheered, Natsu's red hat on his head. He was also wearing a fake beard as well as a fluffy red Santa jacket with matching red pants. Ho ho ho. Am I doing it right? Naruto asked Lucy, who was putting a blanket over the unconscious Natsu and Juvia on the couch. Yeah, but don't you think you went a little too far? What if he doesn't wake up in time for the party? Lucy said with a worried look on her face. As soon as Naruto had gotten dressed, he and Natsu went outside for a quick sparring match, only for Naruto to come back inside 2 minutes later with an unconscious Dragon Slayer on his back. He'll be fine. Besides, he asked for a fight, so I gave him one. Natsu said a real fight was all he wanted for Christmas, so I had no choice but to go all out. By the way, we'll have to pay for a damaged light pole. Naruto said with a shrug, mumbling the last part under his breath. Lucy was about to question her fellow blonde when Juvia suddenly sprung up from the couch. Naruto had to take a step back when the water woman suddenly appeared in front of him. Santa-sama came to play. Juvia cheered with hearts in her eyes. Ho ho ho. That's right. Has Juvia-chan been a good girl this year? Naruto said using his best Santa impression, which was supposedly a jolly old man voice. Whatever that was supposed to sound like. Very much so. Does this mean Santa-sama will be coming down Juvia's chimney tonight? Juvia blurted out with a massive blush on her face, steam coming out of her nose. Since Juvia-chan has been a good girl, Santa will be doing a lot more than coming down your chimney. Naruto said with a wink. Of course he meant he would be bringing presents, but Juvia's wild imagination took it differently and blood came gushing out of her nose as she flew back onto the couch again. Santa. Baby. Juvia mumbled with spinning eyes before her consciousness clocked out for a second time that night. Juvia-chan? Are you okay? Naruto said and ran over to the rain woman who sported a blissed expression. www. Lucy stammered uncontrollably with a massive blush of her own. Calm down, Lucy, Naruto was only talking about bringing presents. Happy said with the steamed fish in his mouth. Huh? Lucy looked back at Naruto and saw him place a wrapped box on the table before he covered the girl with a blanket. She hoped he got her a present too. Sheesh, get your mind out of the gutter. Though I guess it's that time of the year for couples. Shut up, and put that fish back. Lucy shouted and proceeded to chase the little blue cat around the apartment. Knock. 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 That must be the others. Naruto said and fixed his beard before walking to the door. Opening it, he found Gray and Kana standing in the opening. Ho ho ho. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, X2. They were both following the Santa theme, but Gray was missing a shirt. He was wearing a red Santa hat and black pants. He might have had a matching red jacket, but he probably lost it on the way over. At least that's what Naruto was going to assume. Aren't you cold? Naruto asked Gray, which was probably a useless question since ice mages didn't get cold. But the shinobi thought it would be fun to point it out, which proved to be correct when the raven-haired teen threw his hands up in surprise. What the again? I must have lost it on the way here. Gray shouted and was about to turn back to go look for his jacket when Naruto put a hand on his shoulder to stop him. It's probably buried in the snow by now. Here, we have an extra. Naruto said and grabbed a spare Santa jacket off the coat hanger next to the door. It was supposed to be Lucy's, but she suddenly didn't want to wear when Naruto said they looked like Mr. and Mrs. Claus. Thanks. What happened to those guys? Gray asked as he put his arms through the coat, gesturing towards the unconscious forms that were Natsu and Juvia laying on the couch. Yeah. It's a long story. But anyway, come on in. We got food and drinks. Naruto said and gestured for the two to walk in. Gray walked inside with his hands in his pockets, but Kana stopped in front of Naruto and smiled devilishly. Like Juvia, Kana was wearing a Santa girl costume, but she had solid red stockings. Her jacket was slightly unbuttoned, which allowed her red bikini top along with a bit of her cleavage to show. Hey, Santa-san? I've been a naughty girl this year. Will you be coming down my chimney as punishum dash? We've already used that joke. Lucy retorted, prompting Kana to suck her teeth and walk in, leaving Naruto behind with a confused look on his face. Is it punishment time? Lucy turned to see Virgo had appeared wearing an elf costume, holding a Christmas stocking full of. Put that stuff away. Or rather, just go back. Natsu's eyes opened when he heard a faint knocking sound. More people had arrived at the party and the apartment was rather noisy now, so he assumed no one could hear the soft knocks but him. Sniffing the air, Natsu picked up two familiar scents past all the other people and the food. It's Wendy and Carla, I'll go get Dash. The fire dragon slayer didn't get to finish his sentence when Kana roughly wrapped an arm around his neck. Now Natsu. Don't be so hasty. Kana said before grabbing something out of her pocket and showing it to Natsu. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Natsu raised an eyebrow in confusion while staring at the object before they widened when realization struck. He gained a sly grin on his face and nodded feverishly. Good. Go get Naruto, I'll set it up. Kana said and the two went to opposite ends of the room to set their plan into motion, Natsu towards Naruto and Kana towards the front door. When Natsu was next to his target, he looked back towards Kana to see the girl giving him a thumbs up. Hey Naruto, I think someone's at the door. Natsu said while pointing at the door, and by that time Kana was already back in her seat at the couch with a drink in her hands. Naruto paused his conversation with Juvia, who had long since recovered from her second fainting, and looked towards the door. Oh, I didn't hear a thing. Thanks Natsu. The blonde said and walked towards the door, with Juvia happily following him. But just as they passed the couch to get to the door, Juvia noticed the mischievous glint in Kana's eyes. Suspicion levels rising, she stopped and scanned the room for anything out of the ordinary when her eyes fell upon a small object that spelled disaster. Naruto-sama, be care MMF. Juvia tired to warn her beloved, but Kana covered her mouth and Natsu grabbed her arms when she tried to break free. She was about to turn her body into water to escape, but it was already too late. Naruto had already opened the door. Ho ho ho! Well, if it isn't Wendy-chan and Carla. Merry Christmas! Naruto chimed, grinning widely as he crouched down to the little girl's eye level. Look Carla. It's Santa-san. Wendy said with a shy smile, holding her feline friend in front of her face. She was wearing a green dress with peppermint buttons and matching red and green striped stockings, as well as a green elf hat with pointed ears on it and green pointed shoes. One could call her Santa's little helper. Best be careful, Wendy, they say Santa preys on elves. Carla said while staring Naruto right in the eye as if to say, I'm watching you. Carla, it's Christmas. Can't you be a little nicer to Naruto-san for? Wendy's words trailed off when she looked up and noticed something dangling from the door frame. It was a small object, a tiny plant with a ribbon tied to it. Wendy's eyes widened when she realized what it was. Mistletoe? NN Naruto-san and me? Wendy's thoughts raced, her face heating up to new shades. When two people stood underneath a mistletoe on Christmas, they had to kiss. Meanwhile, Naruto was smiling at Carla bitterly. You know Carla, I'm really getting tired of. Hey, are you okay Wendy-cha dash? No. Wendy suddenly screamed and reflexively shoved her hands forward when Naruto moved closer to her. Smack. MMFF, X2. The entire apartment fell silent when they heard Wendy scream, and were frozen by what they were witnessing. Wendy had forgotten that she was holding Carla when she shoved Naruto, and in turn, shoved the cat into the ninja's face. After a couple minutes, Naruto was sitting in a corner of the apartment with a face full of scratches and a rain cloud over his head. But surprisingly enough, the scratches weren't from Carla. Instead they were from Happy, who had attacked Naruto in rage before flying out of the window, declaring he would avenge his beloved's lips. I kissed a cat. I kissed a cat. The shinobi mumbled to himself in a monotone voice. Why was he always the victim for accidental lip locks? First Sasuke, then Lucy, and now this. Carla, while she did freak out when it happened, she was more focused on comforting Wendy, who was crying on the couch. The poor little girl was blaming herself for the incident. The ones responsible, on the other hand, were on the floor laughing their butts off. Kahahaha. Naruto kissed a cat. That's so embarrassing. Ha ha ha. Oh, ow my sides. Oh man, the looks on your faces? Too good. Natsu and Kana said through spurts of laughter while patting each other on the back. They don't feel bad in the slightest. Lucy thought with a sweat drop. But she wondered if Naruto was okay. The scratching from Happy aside, the shinobi probably felt bad for making Wendy cry and was probably blaming himself. Poor guy. He didn't deserve that at all. Lucy heard Gray say in a monotone voice, and when she turned to look at the guy her eyes bulged when she saw that he was shaking. The ice mage seemed to be struggling to hold back his own laughter as he looked ready to burst, with tears coming out of his eyes. Why do I get the feeling that wasn't sincere? The celestial spirit mage said before sighing. She wasn't sure how more of this she could take. Even Juvia looked like she was at her limit. She too was sitting in a corner of the apartment while holding her knees to her chest. Juvia's rivals with a cat. Juvia's rivals with a cat. Juvia mumbled to herself in a similar fashion as Naruto, a rain cloud over her head. Everyone's attention turned to Naruto when he suddenly stood up from his corner. I need some fresh air. Naruto said and slowly walked towards the door, dragging his feet the entire way. When he reached the door, he opened it to find Erza standing in the frame with her hand raised as though she were about to knock. Erza was wearing a red Santa shirt that cut off at her midsection, showing her stomach, as well as a matching red skirt with white fluffs outlining it. She also had a Santa hat on her head, and wore black boots with black stockings that reached up to her lower thighs. Erza? She showed up rather late? Oh no, the mistletoe is still there. Why didn't we take that thing down? Lucy thought just as the redhead's eyes landed on the little green object dangling over her. Naruto realized this too, but his expression remained the same. He had already accepted his fate. Oh? A mistletoe? You sly dog. But you have Juvia, so this should suffice. Just make sure you spend a lot of time with her during the holiday. Erza said before she leaned forward and pecked Naruto on the cheek. X4. Lucy, Juvia, Gray, Natsu, and Carla all gaped at the redhead's action. Erza-san is so mature. Wendy thought as she watched the older girl in awe. Naruto raised a hand to his burning cheek as he wordlessly watched the female knight walk inside the room and look around with a sharp gaze. What's going on here? Where's the music? Where's the games? It's Christmas, people. Erza shouted with her hands on her hips, and just like that, everything was back to normal. Minus Happy, who was still missing. What took you so long to get here, Erza? Lucy asked with a smile, relieved that Erza had brought the life back to the party. Although she was still a little surprised and a tad bit jealous that Erza had kissed Naruto, even if it was only on the cheek. I stopped by Myra's house to see if she was coming, but it seems Elfman and Lee both caught colds from training in a snowstorm. As a result, Mira and Lisana caught colds while treating them, so they won't be showing up. Erza explained, and those that were listening frowned. But wait. Weren't they still missing people? What about Jay and Tenten? Aren't they usually with you? Naruto asked when he realized the two weren't with Erza either. Jay is working on another job. Even though I told him to take a break for the holiday. Tenten left to get Sakura and Hinata to help treat Mira and the others. Erza said while gripping a fist. She wanted to help with her friend's recovery, but everyone kept telling her to just go to the party for some reason. She did such an excellent job wrapping Lee and Elfman in bandages too. In the end, they had persuaded her to have fun at the party in their stead. I see, Naruto said with a frown. It was a shame that some people weren't going to show up, but it couldn't be helped if they were all sick. Erza's eyebrow twitched when everyone began to look gloomy again, and so she slapped Naruto on the back. Mira said to have enough fun for everyone, so let's have some fun. Bring out the drinks. Kana's ear twitched at the mentioning of drinks and reached into her shirt and pulled out an expensive-looking bottle of wine. Did somebody say booah? My booze. Kana cried in dismay when someone snatched the bottle out of her hands. Juvia jumped onto the couch and pointed directly at Erza fiercely. Juvia challenges Erza-san to a match. I don't know why you are challenging me so suddenly, but if it's a match you want, then it's a match you will get. Erza replied, and sparks seemed to fly out at the two stared at each other intensely. Naruto and Lucy looked at each other and gulped. Were they going to be okay? Juvia hopped down while smirking to herself. Fufufu. Little does Erza-san know, Juvia has been practicing her drinking tolerance in preparation for a match with Kana-san. Juvia has this victory in the bag. 10 minutes later? Wahahaha. Naruto-sama cheated on Juvia. Juvia wailed as she cried crocodile tears into Naruto's lap. Not once, but twice. In the same night too. Wahahaha. They're there? I'm sorry Juvia-chan. It was an accident, I promise. Naruto said in a comforting voice as he pat the weeping girl's head. It seemed she was the type who cried when they got drunk. Juvia had gotten drunk after the first glass, as did a couple others after drinking the beverage Kana had brought. Having calmed the water mage, Naruto sighed in relief when he suddenly felt a soft sensation on his pack and two arms wrapped around his neck. Naruto. Only being nice to Juvia? No fair. Kana cooed into the whiskered teen's ear with hot breath that reeked of booze. See Kana? What are you doing? Naruto stuttered, his cheeks heating up from the contact. But he couldn't move else risk waking Juvia up, and he wasn't sure if the apartment could take much more water damage. Ha ha ha. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. Your reactions really are the best. Kana said and took a seat next to Juvia, who was now fast asleep on Naruto's leg. She poked the girl in the cheek, earning a soft moan from the bluinette. She sure is cute when she's sleeping, don't you think Naruto? Yeah. I mean. Kana. Naruto stammered, and turned away pouting when the alcoholic started laughing again. He walked into that one. But when Kana suddenly stopped laughing, Naruto turned back to see she was sleeping. But that shouldn't be the case, she only had a couple drinks. Naruto. Hi? Hearing his name in such a commanding tone, Naruto responded accordingly as Erza stomped over to his location. He didn't have to look at her expression to know she was upset about something. Lucy was telling me that she's sad that you only pay attention to Juvia. How could you ignore your friend? No. When you say it out loud Erza, it's embarrassing. Naruto raised an eyebrow and looked up to see Erza standing with her arms crossed over her chest, with a very shy-looking Lucy clasping her cheeks behind her. Both had flushed faces and seemed to be swaying in their steps. Ah, they're drunk. The ninja thought with a sweat drop. But drunk or not, he had to stand his ground. After all, it was Erza who said he needed to spend more time with Juvia during the holiday. But didn't you say I needed to dash? What, that looks comfy. Sorry for intruding. Lucy interrupted the boy before she leapt onto his leg, using it like a pillow much like Juvia was. Lucy? What are you? Naruto yelped and was about to try and move the girl off his leg, but the girl was already fast asleep. Drunk people were weird. That will do. Erza said with a short nod before she plopped onto the floor next to Lucy. Naruto and Erza stayed quiet for a couple minutes, both watching what the others were doing. Wendy was laying on the table, having passed out when she smelled the wine Kana had brought. Carla was currently barking orders at Natsu and Gray, lecturing them about how beastly they could become if continued to hang out with Naruto. Oi. What does Carla have against me? I haven't done anything to her. Naruto said with a pout. Well, that wasn't entirely true since he had pranked her during the race of pranks. But that was only after he had gotten fed up with her constantly calling him a beast. She's just overprotective of Wendy. Erza said with a light chuckle upon seeing Naruto's pouting features. But I would never do anything to hurt Wendy-chan. Naruto said in protest, and he was telling the truth. He thought of Wendy like the little sister he never had. As far as he knew, an older brother was supposed to do anything to protect his little sister. Carla will come around, in time. Just be patient. Was Erza's response, and the two fell back into silence. Or at least as silent as the apartment was, what with Natsu and Gray fighting each other with Carla telling them to go and find Happy so she could lecture him too. Thank you, Erza. Erza hummed questioningly when Naruto suddenly thanked her. Thanks for looking out for all of us all the time. Even today, I was just about to leave because I thought I wouldn't be able to keep everyone happy at the party. But then you showed up and everything was fine. Naruto said while scratching his whisker marks awkwardly. He really sucked at these kinds of conversations? Erza smiled. I'm just looking out for my family, who look out for me. It's always been like this and it always will be. You sound like old man Makarov. Naruto joked, and laughed when Erza coughed into her hand with red cheeks. You know, it's a little embarrassing to say this but I've always thought of you an older sister. Mirajane too. Naruto suddenly said while looking at the ceiling, a goofy grin on his face. Erza and Mirajane were always looking out for him, and lecturing him if he ever got into trouble. Which was kind of what he felt having an older sister would be like. The whole guild was like a family to him, and he could compare a lot of them to specific family members. Natsu and Gray were kind of like brothers to him now, Makarov was like a grandfather, Kana was like a mischievous older sister with a drinking problem. Mikao and Wakaba were like perverted uncles, and Gajeel was like a stepbrother he didn't get along with very well. Then there was Lucy. She was kind of like a twin sister, his best friend, or even his other half. Naruto shook his head when he felt his face heating up, and looked down at Lucy who was still sleeping soundly on his leg. Her breathing was slow, but steady. Lucy had always been there for him, for better or worse. She was always taking care of him, even if she could have kicked him out of the apartment months ago. He was always relying on her. I see. Well, you are a rather troublesome younger brother to take care of. Much like Natsu and Gray. Erza stammered while poking her fingers together. Why was she getting so flustered over something like this? Was it the alcohol kicking in again? Yes, that was it. Wait. Come to think of it, Erza was a little angry about being called an older sister for some reason and felt that she should be mad for Mira as well. Naruto suddenly heard giggling and looked down to see Lucy and Juvia staring up at him. Lucy was laughing, while Juvia seemed to be crying over something. Wait. Were you two awake the whole time? Maybe. Lucy said and poked Naruto on the nose before getting up on her hands and knees. She then stared at him in his eyes with a tiny smile. Naruto didn't know if it was the alcohol's influence, but he was getting severely flustered right now. Lucy looked so adorable right now for some reason, staring at him with big eyes. Those cute brown eyes? Juvia didn't want to trick Naruto-sama? But the evil Lucy and Kana-san made Juvia do it. Wahaha. Please don't hate Juvia. Naruto was brought out of his trance when Juvia shouted with teary eyes again as she gripped his pants tightly. He turned to Kana with a twitching eyebrow and noticed the girl was still playing possum, the shaking of her chest that was probably her trying to keep in her own laughter giving her away. Gur. You three acting all lovey-dovey right in front of me. That makes this One-chan upset? Erza hissed, spitting venom when referring to herself as an One-chan. She then slammed a cup onto the table, silencing the entire room. Everyone was now sitting around the table, Saiza style, as Erza stood with the cup in her hands. Even Wendy had woken up when Erza yelled and was sitting in between Gray and Kana. Inside the cup were a handful of sticks, each with numbers written on them. For the party's climax, we should all play the Guild Masters game. Erza declared with a triumphant grin on her face. Guild Masters game? What's that? Naruto asked with his hand raised, and a few others raised their hands as well. It seemed no one knew what the game was. No one except for Gray, whose face was growing paler. I think I know what this game is. The sticks are numbered, all except for one. Whoever chooses the stick with a crown becomes the Guild Master and gets to tell the numbers what to do. Gray explained and gulped when he saw the mischievous glint in Erza's eyes. Normally, a game like this would sound like a fun party game for friends. But the look in Erza's eyes was unsettling. Well, that sounds fun. Right, Juvia? Lucy said cheerfully, patting her blue-haired friend on the head. No. Erza-san is going to make Naruto-sama do something embarrassing. Juvia said while pulling on Naruto's sleeve. It seemed they were still under the effects of the alcohol. Come on guys, it shouldn't be that bad. I'm sure we'll have fun. Naruto tried to be supportive of the game. He'd never played a game like this with his friends, and wanted to try it out. Erza hummed in approval and held the cup out so that it was within everyone's reach. Exactly. Now, let us begin. Round 1. It seemed they had no other choice than to play, so everyone reached into the cup and grabbed a stick. Naruto looked at his stick and saw the number 4 written on it. I guess this means I'm not the guild master. He thought when Erza suddenly stood up. It seemed she was the guild master. She had been upset about something earlier, so at least she was having fun again. Besides, whatever Erza was going to make them do shouldn't be that bad. Number 3, strip and sing a Christmas song outside the window. Erza commanded while pointing towards the only window in the apartment. The group's eyes became saucers as Natsu stripped and jumped onto Lucy's bed, opened the window, and proceeded to sing. Jingle bells. Jingle bells. Jingle all the way. Natsu shouted into the night, catching the attention of anyone who happened to be passing the apartment building. Those are some good vocals, Natsu. Erza said, nodding in approval as Natsu finished and hopped off the bed, then slapped him on the back to commend him. During this time, the others huddled up into a circle. Erza's gone crazy. That was way too intense. Lucy hissed in a whispered voice. It seemed the shock from the first round was enough to sober her up. That was only a single number off from mine. Naruto whimpered as he thought what might have happened had his number been called, or if he refused. He couldn't fathom how Natsu was able to do something so embarrassing with a straight face the whole time. That would have been a great show. Kana said with a smirk, with Juvia nodding her head in agreement. Erza's obviously drunk, but she'll only stop if we keep playing. We just have to hope she doesn't become guild master again. Gray whispered, earning a nod from the rest of the group. After all, it was 8-1. The odds were in their favor. Hey, what are you all goofing off for? Let's start the next round. Erza shouted impatiently, prompting the huddled group to circle around the table once again. Round 2. Gray looked to Naruto, who looked to Lucy, and they all nodded. I'm going to be the guild master. They thought as they pulled their sticks from the cup, and the guild master was. Ha ha! I'm the guild master again. Erza exclaimed, holding the stick with the crown symbol in the air like a trophy. How? Was everyone's collective thoughts before they all quivered in fear as Erza glanced between them all with a calculative eye. She couldn't tell what their numbers were by looking at them, could she? Now then. Number 4, grope number 6 chest for 30 seconds. Another outrageous request. Naruto looked down and let out a sigh of relief when he saw the number 1. Looks like he was safe this time around. Eep. All heads turned to Wendy when she squeaked in surprise, and saw that her stick had the number 4 on it. Come over to Wendy-chan. Wendy squeaked again when she turned to see Kana beckoning for her to come over with her arms spread. The little girl looked at Erza with teary eyes to ask if she could pass this round, but the words died in her throat when she saw the stern look on the female knight's face. Tea then? Excuse me. Wendy all but whispered and reached out. On. That tickles. Kana said in a cutesy voice unbefitting of her personality. Please don't make strange noises, Kana-san. Wendy said as she fondled the older woman's breasts, but she couldn't help marvel to herself. I wonder if my breasts will grow this big. Round 3. To everyone's surprise, Erza had once again become the guild master. Number 4, state who your first kiss was. Naruto's face paled when he saw that his stick had the number 4 on it, and then his heart nearly stopped when all eyes were on him. Naruto-sama's, gulp, first kiss. Juvia stared at the ninja intensely, as was everyone else, for this was a subject Naruto had been avoiding since the day he had arrived at the guild. Lucy gulped. As far as she knew, Naruto's first kiss had been with her during the race of pranks. But that could also just be wishful thinking on her part. Naruto rubbed his arm nervously. And my first kiss, huh? Well, you guys already know it was with Lucy during the race dash. You're lying. Kana said, a sly smile growing on her face when Naruto's eyes widened. Bingo. Your face is saying, how do you know? Well, I've noticed that you tend to scratch at your whisker marks whenever you admit to something embarrassing. Just now, you were rubbing your arm. Naruto blushed when everyone looked at him with curious eyes. There was no escaping it this time, not with Kana around while she was in a playful mood. Wait, that's it. I know how to get Kana off my back. Naruto thought and steeled himself for what was to come. Alright, fine. You got me. My first kiss was with Wendy-chan. X9. Naruto yelped when Carla suddenly pounced on him. I knew it. I knew you were nothing more than a beast. I'm sorry I wasn't able to protect you, Wendy, but I'll deal with this beast once and for all. Carla shouted as she clawed at the shinobi's face until she was picked up by Lucy, who was looking at her fellow blonde with a look of disbelief. You kissed Wendy? When? She's just a child, Naruto. Lucy said while holding Carla back while Naruto wiped off his face. Juvia always knew Wendy-san would be Juvia's greatest foe. Juvia muttered while glaring daggers at Wendy. Eh? Wendy said while looking between Naruto and Carla in confusion. What was he talking about? They never kissed. Right? Unless those dreams she'd been having were actually. Don't worry, Wendy-chan will protect you from the big bad fox. Kana said and pulled the flustered little girl onto her lap. I didn't think Naruto was the type that went after girls like Wendy. Erza said with a hand on her chin, because something didn't seem right about all this. The final breaking point was when Naruto saw Gray and Natsu shaking their heads while staring at him coldly. Wait. You're all misunderstanding. I meant the Wendy-chan from Hiatus. She kissed me before I flew into the anima. Naruto blurted out in attempt to clear his name. The last thing he needed was for a rumor to spread throughout the guild, and eventually reach Sakura's ears. Now that would be troubling. Wait, but weren't the people in Hiatus almost the same as everyone here? Just different personalities? Gray asked incredulously. The Wendy in Hiatus was older, and was this big. Natsu explained, putting his hands in front of his chest to represent the Hiatus counterpart's sizable breasts. Which looked funny considering the pink-haired teen was still naked. Oh. Not bad. But dude, put some clothes on. Seriously. Why you guys? Wendy shouted and buried her tomato-red face into her hands. She just wanted the round to end already. Don't worry Wendy-chan, I'm not the kind of guy that would force a kiss onto any girl. If I wanted to kiss you, then I would ask you first. Naruto said and gave the little girl a thumbs up. Fa. Wendy fell back onto Kana, unconscious. Naruto's words had been too much for her. Wendy-chan. Looks like you went too far. Lucy said and released Carla from her grasp, earning a mortified look from her roommate. But this had her wondering. Naruto never told her about his kiss with the Wendy from Hiatus, so what if he was hiding some other things like that? She was dying to know now. Kana smirked to herself, because knew Naruto had lied about the kiss being his first. But she would let it slide this time since everyone's reactions had been so great. She could always get the truth some other time. Wendy, retired. Round 4. I'm the guild master. Naruto stated proudly and waved the stick in the air, earning a sigh from everyone else. They were glad it wasn't Erza, but having them react so casually when he had gotten the guild master stick made Naruto a little angry. Alright, I see how it is. Number 8 must be carried around town. By these guys. Naruto jumped onto Lucy's bed and opened the window before crossing his fingers into a certain hand seal. Secret technique, reverse harem jutsu. A dozen plumes of smoke popped into existence outside of the apartment, and cleared to reveal a group of male models wearing speedos. They all looked up at the window where people were either shocked, mortified, or drooling. Come on down. Let's have some fun. Baby, it's cold outside. Naruto smirked to himself. There was no way anyone would want to be caught being carried around town by a bunch of almost naked men. It would be way too embarrassing. Whoever drew the number 8 would surely. Don't mind if I do. Kana said and handed Naruto her stick like it was a ticket before she dove out of the window to be caught by the group of attractive males. Why don't we go to my place where it's warm, boys? Naruto balked as he watched his clones walk off with the brunette. What were the odds of Kana of all people getting the stick? Kana, retired. Round 5. Looks like it's back to me again. Fufu, Erza said when she pulled out the guild master stick from the cup, earning a groan from the others. Ignoring their childish complaints, she looked around the room for ideas. There was the mostly eaten food and the empty wine bottles on the kitchen table, dirty dishes in the sink, a laundry basket near the bathroom door. Aha! Number 1 has to strip, then wear Naruto's fishnet under armor. Gray snorted. Is that it? I thought you were going to ask for something outrageous again, Erza. Whoever's number 1 just got a lucky break. Gray's voice trailed off when Erza walked over to the laundry basket, picked the shirt up, and walked back to the table. When she passed Gray, he got a whiff of the shirt and coughed into his hand. Okay, never mind. I'm glad it's not my number. The ice mage said while plugging his nose. Geez dude. That thing smells awful. Natsu said while plugging his own nose to no avail, his keen sense of smell betraying him. Smelly beast. Carla simply said. Hey. I was really pushing myself in my training today. Sorry for working up a sweat. Naruto shouted and crossed his arms in a fit, his ears burning red in embarrassment. Wait, who was number 1? Lucy asked and looked around the room. There was 6 of them left in the game, and Gray, Natsu, Carla, and Naruto all seemed like they weren't number 1. So that left? Oh no. Lucy thought and turned towards the person who had been strangely quiet this round. Juvia's bangs were covering her eyes, giving her an ominous look. Juvia, are you ready? Erza asked and held the shirt out across the table. Gross. Yes. Juvia looked up and said, revealing her eyes had a dangerous glint to them. She then snatched the fishnet shirt out of Erza's hand and began to strip her top of, bra and all. At least change in the bathroom. Lucy scolded and jumped in front of the girl defensively to prevent the boys in the room from getting a free show. Ah? Naruto-sama's scent is all over Juvia's body. Juvia's skin. Juvia's soul. Splat. Juvia fell flat on her back with a severe nosebleed, the whites of her eyes showing. Due to her previous 2 nosebleeds, she passed out due to loss of blood. It was lights out for Juvia for the night, and possibly the next day. Ahem, is she gonna be okay? Naruto asked, coughing into his hand to cover up his own nosebleed. Lucy sent Naruto a flat look, but sighed when the ninja averted his gaze. Yes. Probably. Juvia, retired. Round 6. Numbers 2 and 3, share a Pocky stick. Erza said eagerly, holding up a box of the chocolate-covered cookie sticks. Lucy blushed when she saw that her number was 3, and her blush deepened when she saw that Naruto's number was 2. Oh ho, lucky Lucy. Natsu whispered to the celestial spirit mage, and even Gray let out a few chuckles. Shut up. Lucy hissed, and the two boys zipped their lips in a playful manner. Carla merely rolled her eyes. Why was she still playing this stupid game? So, how do we share this? Naruto asked when Erza handed him the box of cookies, and Lucy face-faulted. Great. That's just great. Not only do I have to play the Pocky game with the boy I like, but I also have to teach him too? Lucy thought with a steamy face with shooting glares as the one responsible for her embarrassment. Erza smiled victoriously. Wasn't she trying to get Naruto to get closer to Juvia earlier? What was her goal? Shaking her head, Lucy pulled a Pocky stick from the box. The goal is to reach the middle of the Pocky stick. The first one to pull away is the loser. Lucy explained before she put the cookie in her mouth and leaned forward with her eyes closed expectantly. Was she really going to do this? How was she able to do this so easily? It was all Erza's fault. The alcohol too. Otherwise she would want to do this. Probably. Lucy opened her eyes when nothing happened to find Naruto with a mouth full of Pocky sticks. Do I win? No. We're supposed to share one. I even prepared myself and everything. Lucy snapped and chopped the whiskered teen on the head, and all the Pocky sticks in his mouth snapped in half. There was only one Pocky stick left, and Lucy held it in her hand. Already? Why yeah. But I'm not gonna lose. Naruto responded nervously, but his eyes flashed with determination. This may just be a game, an embarrassing game at that, but he wouldn't back down. Not even against Lucy. Besides, it's not like they were going to kiss or anything. They would probably just stop in the middle or something. It's embarrassing to admit, but I'm counting on that competitive side of yours, Naruto. Lucy thought before she put the Pocky stick into her mouth, and Naruto put his mouth on the other end. Slowly, the two began to inch their way towards the middle of the cookie, both staring into the other's eyes. Their hearts were pounding. This was by far the most challenging thing Erza had thrown at them. Lucy's heart felt like it was about to explode. She was just centimeters away from Naruto's lips for a second time. The first time being their accident, but that was just that. An accident. Now, they were going to kiss intentionally. Although it was for the purpose of Erza's dare/command, a kiss was still a kiss. But Lucy was hopeful. Hopeful that maybe it would spark something in Naruto's mind that might change his outlook of her. They had been living together for a couple months now, about half a year even. But nothing had changed in their relationship the whole time. Lucy knew that part of it was her closing off the idea that she had feelings for Naruto for the longest time, and she could help but laugh at how childish she was back then. But now she knew that she wasn't the only one after his heart, and she had to act now. Smack. With one final push, Lucy managed to skim Naruto's lips for a brief second before she fell back, landing on the floor with steam coming off her forehead. She smiled crookedly and had one final thought before her eyes rolled to the back of her head. I was a fool. When Lucy pushed forward, Naruto had reflexively pushed forward as well to match her movements and resulted in them smashing their foreheads together. That was a trained fighter for you. Ow. Sorry Lucy, are you okay? Lucy? Naruto said while rubbing his now red forehead. But when the girl failed to respond, he raised an eyebrow and looked her over. When he saw Lucy was out cold, Naruto's face paled. I'm so dead. Ha ha ha. You knocked her out cold. In a Pocky game. Ha ha ha. Natsu said as he pointed at Naruto while with laughter, which by the way, was still nude. Idiot, X2. Gray and Carla said in unison, causing Naruto's ears to turn red in frustration. Looks like Lucy isn't able to play anymore. But we can still play, even without them all. Erza said and picked the unconscious Lucy off the ground. Demon. The rest thought as Erza carried Lucy over to her bed, then placed Wendy, and eventually Juvia onto it as well. Lucy, retired. A few rounds later. Me again. Erza chimed and began to think of another request. This has gone far enough. Gray thought and looked at Naruto, who nodded upon noticing the ice mage's glance. It was now down to Gray, Naruto, and Natsu. Kana was gone, Wendy, Lucy, Carla, and Juvia were out of commission. Carla had been taken out earlier when Erza said she had to finish the leftover food, and Happy's half-eaten fish was part of it. The poor cat passed out after the second bite. It was a miracle they made it this far, but they had to do something before their luck ran out. Erza had just finished making Natsu dance in the nude, and just as they were about to draw for the next round, Gray put his other hand under the table near Erza's legs and released just enough magical power to create a small chill. Erza shivered when she suddenly felt cold. It's gotten cold in here? Is the window still open? Now! Naruto thought as the red head glanced at the window, and used the transformation technique to change the numbers of the sticks. Erza shrugged when she saw that the window was closed and pulled her stick out of the cup and looked at it. The stick showed the number 3 on it. Looks like I'm not the guild master this time. Oh well. Who's the guild master? Gray stood up, a smirk on his face as he glanced at his partner in crime. Nice work, Naruto. Sorry, Erza, but I saw what your number was. Time to get revenge. Keh. Gray's the guild master? We're safe now. Natsu taunted in attempt to get a reaction out of his rival. He didn't know about their plan, so Naruto and Gray chose to ignore him. The worst Gray would be able to do is probably something like making all the girls strip like him, 'cause he's a closet pervert. Resisting the urge to make the loudmouth dragon slayer suffer, Gray pointed towards the bathroom. Numbers 3 and 1, strip and take a bath together. EHHH. Naruto shouted in surprise as he looked at Gray with a look of betrayal because his stick had the number 1. Gray sent the Jinchuriki a dismissive look, as if to say, don't worry, she won't actually do it. Because he didn't actually expect Erza to actually go through with something so embarrassing. Although it would have been better if he had chosen Natsu's number instead. Erza glanced at Naruto with a neutral expression, before she stood up and started stripping. Wait, Erza? You can't be serious. I was just pulling your leg for revenge. Gray said and lunged at the girl to stop her from taking her clothes off, all the while Natsu was laughing at them. Let go. Grow apart, would you? I would be going against the rules if I don't. Naruto looked between Erza and Gray, debating whether or not he should help constrain the drunken knight. But ultimately, he decided to run when Gray's unconscious form hit the floor. Natsu jumped to his feet, a feral grin on his face. Considering he was still nude, one would say it was entirely inappropriate. Fighting Naruto and Erza in the same day? Alright. Turning tail, Naruto climbed onto Lucy's bed, making sure not to step on the sleeping girls. He was about to open the window and jump out when he felt something grab his leg. More of Naruto-sama. Scent. Juvia moaned in her sleep, and it would have been adorable if it weren't for the blood that started gushing from her nose. You better get away from the window? Otherwise Juvia might be in trouble. Naruto broke into a cold sweat, but reluctantly did as he was told and backed away from the window and off the bed. Turning around, he saw both Gray and Natsu were out cold on the floor. It was now down to Erza and him. We don't have to do this, no? Everyone's asleep now and dash. Strip. Now. Erza said and pointed to the bathroom. Seeing as there was way out of this, Naruto walked towards the bathroom while taking his clothes off. First his Santa hat, then his shirt, then his pants. He was finally standing in the bathroom, down to his boxers, when he heard the door close behind him. His heart raced as he heard the sound of clothes falling to the floor. Turn on the water. Naruto reached for the faucet and turned it to hot, letting the water fall into the tub. Steam began to pick up in the small room as the tub was about halfway filled. Take them off, and get in. Naruto gulped, but at this point there was no use arguing. Maybe Erza would get cold feet? Please? Naruto took off his boxers and stepped into the bath, wincing a bit at the hot water. But it felt nice. How did it come to this? How did he go from having his first holiday party with his friends, to bathing with Erza? Who, by the way, was drop-dead gorgeous. It took all of his mental prowess not to look at her. Wait. Why wasn't he looking at her? She sure got a full view of him, and she made him get into this tub. It would only be fair to look at her. Naruto creaked his head to his right, got a full view of Erza's naked form walking towards the tub, and snapped it the opposite direction. Holy shit. I'm going to die here tonight. Lucy. Save me. I'm getting in. Erza said in a soft voice as she stepped into the water. Oh okay, whoa. The stimulation was killing him, and resisting his primal urges with sheer willpower was causing his vision to fade. But he refused to black out. He couldn't pass out now. Not after all the things Erza had done to them tonight. That's right. He still had to get back at Erza for putting everyone thought that crazy game of hers. But as soon as that resolve came, it was gone in an instant when Erza sat down in front of him, and leaned her back against his chest. Naruto's eyes were spinning. Her hair was right underneath his nose, god damn it. This bathtub is rather small. Erza mumbled as she shuffled her shoulders in attempt to get comfier. Why yeah, stop moving. Naruto said meekly, but his inner voice was screaming for the girl to cease her movements because she was rubbing against him. Originally in Naruto's mind, he saw Erza as the strongest female warrior in fairy tale who happened to also be beautiful. But also, a girl that was untouchable due to her hard personality. Never in his right mind did he ever expect to be put into a situation like this. He was naked, and so was she. He was in a small bathtub, with Erza laying against his chest. She was right under his nose, and Naruto didn't want to be a creep, but she smelled good too. It was becoming too much for him, and he was way past his limit. But before he passed out, he had to ask. Hey Erza, why did you do all this today? I mean the game, all the crazy commands, and this. Naruto asked, but Erza stayed silent. She didn't say anything for a couple, and Naruto found himself counting the drops of water that came out of the faucet to pass the time. He thought that she might have fallen asleep when Erza finally spoke. Sorry about all of this? I guess when I saw you and Juvia getting along so well, I kind of lost it a little. A little? Naruto thought with a bitter smile, but he kept that to himself. Why would Erza lose it when she was the one who said for Naruto to? Naruto's eyes widened in realization. Is it because Jalal didn't come? When he felt the girl tense, he knew he hit the marker. So it was Jalal's fault he was in this situation. Bastard. Heh. I really am childish, aren't I? Making such a big deal over not spending a lot of time with him, even though I was the one who told him to work hard to repay for his sins. Erza said in an almost whispered voice, and Naruto frowned. How could he have been so blind? This whole time, Erza had been wearing a mask. She had been smiling during the party, but it was nothing but a lie. She wasn't truly enjoying herself, because Jalal wasn't there. But I wish he could have at least taken a break to dash. Erza stopped mid-sentence when she suddenly felt a pair of arms wrap around her stomach. A massive blush creeped its way on her face. Was Naruto making a move on her? No, it only made sense. After all, she was the one who made the guy strip and get into a bathtub with her. She wasn't mentally prepared for this. She had to stop him. Aha. ABA, ha. It was no use. Her voice was dead. While Erza was having a mental crisis, Naruto spoke in a slightly awkward voice. I want to punch that guy in the face for making you feel lonely. But just so you know, you aren't alone, Erza. If you ever feel like this again, and that bastard Jay is out on a mission again, just come on over. I'll make sure you don't feel lonely. Had Naruto said that to any other girl, they would have misunderstood his intentions entirely. But not Erza. She always took everyone's words at heart, and knew Naruto's intentions were pure. For the first time that night, Erza smiled. No mask, but a true smile. Thank you, Naruto. Glad I could help. Naruto said and laughed sheepishly. Of course. Because you're the only other person in this world I can lean on. Erza thought before she leaned all the way back, resting her head on his chest. At that moment, she truly felt safe and felt more relaxed than she had felt in a long time. You Erza? Naruto stuttered at the sudden movement, but his response was a series of soft, even breaths. It seemed she fell asleep in his arms. Suddenly, Naruto felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Training in the morning, fighting Natsu before the party, surviving Erza's game, and then this. Yeah, he was exhausted. I guess I'll sleep, too. Naruto thought and eventually dozed off as well, with Erza still laying against him. Erza, retired. Christmas morning? I'm back to reclaim my love. Happy declared and flew into Lucy and Naruto's shared apartment through the window. It was the morning after the party, and it barely after sunrise, so the little cat flew in to see the mass of unconscious bodies littered around the room. What happened? Happy said as he landed and walked around the room to investigate. Lucy, Juvia, and Wendy were all sleeping on the bed, Natsu was naked piled on top of Gray, and Carla was sleeping next to Fish. I saw Kana walking through the town last night with a bunch of guys, but where is Naruto and Erza? When he didn't see the two in the main room, the little cat looked to the bathroom. The door was cracked open. Walking up to the door, Happy opened it enough to fit his head inside and gaped at what he saw. THTH this is. Pulling his head out of the door, he ran over to a cabinet with a series of drawers on it. Opening one of the drawers, he pulled out a small black object, then scurried back to the bathroom. He. This will teach Naruto not to mess with love. Happy thought and clicked a button on the device he was holding, and it made a clicking sound. Smiling deviously, the blue cat left the bathroom and sprouted his wings. Now I gotta find Jason and Ga. Happy was about to take off and exit through the window when something grabbed his tail, preventing him from flying away. Hello Happy, what have you got there? Happy began to sweat bullets when he heard a calm, yet eerie voice behind him. Daring to turn his head around, he looked back to find Naruto staring down at him with neutral expression. And he was in sage mode. The sage was naked, with water still dripping off his body, which led Happy to believe he must have woken up to the camera clicking when he took the picture. You didn't see anything, right? Naruto said in an even voice, and raised his hand expectantly. Happy merely nodded and placed the camera lacrima onto the teen's hand. He was so close too. Good. Naruto said and sealed the camera into a seal he kept on his arm for good measures. But in his mind, He was thanking the gods that he had woken up right when Happy had taken the picture. Otherwise word of him spending a night with Erza would have gotten out, and he would have been hunted for it. But it was all over now, and it was Christmas morning. Naruto would hold the memories of his first holiday party with his friends close to his heart for the rest of his life. Placing the cat onto ground, Naruto wrapped a towel around his waist. I guess we should wake the others and dash. Naruto stopped talking when a series of memories hit his mind like a truck. After processing some of the images, his eyes went wide. Blurg. Naruto? Happy watched with a mortified expression when Naruto fell back, with blood gushing out of his nose. Rushing over to the twitching blonde, Happy looked over his body for any signs of what could have caused such a reaction. What happened? See Kana? See clones? WY. GUH. Naruto mumbled before passing out. Naruto, retired. Chapter 48, Grimoire Heart strikes. Who are you? Erza asked as she stared into the crimson eyes of her good friend. While it was without a doubt Naruto who was standing right in front of her, the aura around him felt drastically different. But it wasn't just his eyes. The way he stood, the way he talked, and his arrogant smile were all unfamiliar to her. For a body without magic, it is strong. I can feel it. Naruto said he felt around his body like a person patting down a new suit. Erza-san. Wendy mumbled as she was beginning to get some of her strength back. Wendy, what happened here? Erza asked as she once again tried to pry the wood off the little girl. Yamato could probably break them out with his wood style, but he was still unconscious. I saw it all happen. Naruto-san, he fought all three of those dark mages. That old man leaning against that tree is Grimoire Heart's master, Hades. Wendy said while glaring weakly at the unconscious form of Hades. Erza's eyes widened and she looked back at the unconscious person laying against the tree. Did that mean? Naruto-san beat the other mages and was telling Hades to leave when something weird happened. He suddenly stopped moving and Hades' body went limp. Wendy continued with tears forming in the corner of her eyes. Even though I told him not to hold back on his enemies. Erza muttered, her bangs covering her eyes. Wendy began to quiver, the tears now falling freely and staining her cheeks. I couldn't do anything. Even though I was Naruto-san's partner. Even after Naruto-san helped me train. I couldn't do anything. No, it's not your fault, Wendy. Erza said with a gentle smile. She couldn't have been prouder of younger girl for the effort she had put into being Naruto's partner. The child speaks the truth. I am Hades, master of Grimoire Heart. I have but two goals for coming to this island. One of which, I have just achieved. Naruto, Hades, said while he took Naruto's sage cloak off and tossing it to the ground as if it was trash. Erza-san. Please save Naruto-san. Wendy begged while looking up at Erza with teary eyes. With a short nod, Erza stood up and turned around to face the dark mage that was controlling her friend. A light shined in her right hand as a sword appeared, to which she gripped it tightly. To make a young girl suffer this much? What a despicable man. I thought you looked familiar. Erza Scarlet, no, Titania? So, it seems Makarov had some aces up his sleeve. Pity it is already too late. Naruto, Hades, said as he reached out and admired his new hand, but he frowned upon seeing the fairy tale insignia. Erza's eyes narrowed. Something about the man's tone bothered her. What do you mean? I had a little chat with that fool on my way here. He's probably bleeding out in the forest after I dash. Erza didn't even let the man finish his sentence as she lashed out with her sword. Those were not words that she wanted to hear come Naruto's mouth. Hades casually took a few steps back, all the while dodging the knight's hate-filled slashes. This is the one true flaw of this guild, there is too much love for your comrades. This boy is a perfect example. He has all this power dash. Erza's eyes widened when Naruto reached out and grabbed the blade of her sword with his bare hand. Blood began to seep out of his hand, but Hades merely smirked and ripped the sword out of Erza's loosened grip and kicked her across the face. As Erza tumbled on the ground, Hades reached out his hand and stared at it in fascination as the wound began to steam. Yes. All this power and he threw it all away to protect a man and a little girl. Hades said as the cut healed right before his very eyes. He then clenched his now fully healed fist and looked at Erza as she picked herself off the ground. One would call this act noble. But noble men are fools. With this power, I will awaken the black mage Zeref and together we will unlock the one magic. We will abandon the weak and create the perfect world for mages. Erza wiped some blood off her chin and let out a soft chuckle. If Naruto heard you say that, he would probably laugh in your face and say that a world like that would be meaningless. Hades crossed his arms and scoffed. Is that so? You say that you will abandon the weak, but Naruto is a man who believes that those with power should protect those without it. I, too, share in this belief. We will not let you have your way. Erza said and requipped to her cheetah-themed flight armor. She needed as much speed as possible for this fight. You are alone, girl. Naruto was gone the moment I took over his body. You are lying. Erza said and pointed towards the confident man. I know Naruto is still in there somewhere, I can feel it. Though I may not be enough to defeat you by myself, I only need to snap Naruto out of your spell. Hades grunted when Erza disappeared in a blur of speed. Requip magic and armor that increases speed, but it's still not fast enough. Erza reappeared behind the man and moved to slash him across the back. Clang! What? Erza shouted in shock when her sword snapped, the broken blade flinging into the dirt. A familiar red aura began to emit from Naruto's form, the evil presence covering his entire body. This energy? It's the same as when Naruto fought Jose. Erza thought as Naruto, Hades, turned his head to look at her, and she began shiver in slight fear upon seeing the shinobi's demonic-looking features. I think now would be a good time to experiment with this power, shall we? Hades said in a darker, more demonic-sounding voice. Kakashi was flying through the trees of the forest, making sure as to not waste a single movement. But he slowed down a tad bit when a figure pulled up next to him. Kakashi-sensei. Hinata, where is everyone right now? Our radios are down, so the enemy must have a way to block our communication. Kakashi asked when Hinata matched his pace. Sakura-san and Likuan went out to look for Erza-san, and there are some mages at the resting area. But the rest are spread out across the island. The enemy is most likely a dark guild, which means. Hinata said, her words trailing off as a wave of emotion began to rise in her chest. They're after Naruto. Kakashi finished with dread in his tone. Then perhaps what Sasuke said was true. No, he still couldn't trust everything the Uchiha said just yet. As much as Kakashi wanted to believe in his past student's words, the shinobi in him was keeping him cautious. Sasuke was still dangerous. Hinata's eyes suddenly widened and she stopped on one of the tree branches. Seeing this, Kakashi reacted immediately and stopped next to her before speaking in a hushed tone. What's wrong? Her Byakugan activated, Hinata pointed to their left, which was the direction of the beach where the contestants first entered from. There are enemies, and a large ship. Kakashi frowned under his mask. How long has the enemy been on the island? For all they knew, they might have already reached Naruto. The grave wasn't all too far from the shore. No. There were some tremors earlier, that also could have been Naruto. I just hope we can make it in time. Someone's coming. Hinata said, snapping the man out of his thoughts. On the ground below them, they could see a lanky man with silver hair in a pompadour walking through the forest with his hands in his pockets. Both ninja kept quiet in an attempt to conceal their presence. This deadly silence makes my heart tremble. But surely, eliminating these ninjas shall illuminate my future. As the odd man said this, he looked directly into Kakashi's eye. Hinata, go find the others. We'll group up at the resting area then find Naruto. Kakashi instructed calmly before hopping down in a lazy fashion. Her orders received, Hinata took off in silence to find the rest of Fairy Tail. Well then? Can I assume you're from a dark guild? Kakashi asked as he studied the man in front of him, looking for any notable features like a guild stamp. My name is Rusty Rose, one of the 7 kin of Purgatory. You are in the presence of Grimoire Heart. Rusty Rose said before he looked up and touched his glasses with his left hand, revealing a band with the Grimoire Heart insignia on his sleeve. Fate was unkind to you in this day. So, it is Grimoire Heart? Kakashi thought and brought his hand to his headband. He needed to finish this quickly and find Naruto. He still wasn't sure if what Sasuke had told him was true, but there was a Grimoire Heart mage standing before him, so he couldn't take any chances by wasting time. I hope Loke's okay, Lucy said as she, Juvia, and Gray ran through the forest. They just passed by some ruins when these strange-looking bubbles started falling from the sky, and people came out when they popped and attacked them. As they were fighting off the dark mages, a goat man wearing a black tuxedo showed up. Loke then began to act strange and told them to run, claiming that he would take care of the enemy himself. Lucy was worried for her spirit, but Loke had been adamant on fighting alone so she respected his wishes. He'll be fine. Loke's a tough guy, he won't go down that easily. Gray said to reassure the celestial spirit mage. What do we do now? Juvia asked worriedly. Since there were enemies on the island, she wanted to go straight to Naruto's side. But she knew she had to make sure everyone else was safe first, as it was probably what her beloved would prefer as well. For now, we should keep heading towards the resting area. If those guys really were from Grimoire Heart, then they might be after Naruto. Gray said with a dark look on his face, and the two girls gasped. Juvia's eyes became saucers, her previous thoughts instantly going down the drain. Juvia's imagination? Naruto grunted as he was pushed against a tree by busty dark mage that resembled a certain celestial spirit mage. He tried to get up but found that he had no energy left. Guh. Without Juvia-chan by my side, I can't bring out my full power. Fufufu. Now we've finally caught you. Join us. The dark mage woman demanded as she pinned the shinobi to the tree with one hand. Never. Naruto shouted in defiance. Oh, what's this? Now that I have a closer look, you're kinda cute. Perhaps I'll play with you a little. Maybe then you'll change your mind. The dark mage said in a sultry voice while leaning closer and blew warm air into Naruto's ear. Naruto shivered as the temptation knocked at his defenses. No. I must be strong, for my Juvia-chan's sake. Forget about that wench. You won't need anything anymore, my little pet. Juvia-chan. Save me. Reality. That's right. The dark guilds are interested in the demon sealed inside of Naruto, so it would make sense if… Hey, Juvia! Lucy said when Juvia suddenly exploded into a full-on sprint. How dare they go after Naruto-sama? Juvia will punish them all. Juvia shouted in pure rage as she left the other two mages in the dust. Will she be alright? Gray asked in a worried tone, and Lucy palmed her face. We should probably catch up with her. Amid the growing battle on the small island, a cloaked man could be seen walking through the forest with someone slung over his shoulder. The man stopped, closed his eyes, and let out a short breath before opening them again with his Sharingan activated. What do you want? My, is that any way to treat your allies? A feminine voice replied, and a beautiful woman with long black hair stepped out of the brush. Altair's eyes scanned the figure in the Uchiha's possession before they widened slightly. It was Zeruf. The person she had been restlessly searching for all these years. Sasuke narrowed his eyes as if to say, I'm not repeating myself. Altair wanted to claim the dark wizard for her own but retained her excitement. This man in front of her was a wild card. She still didn't understand why Hades allowed the man to come with them to the island. He had claimed that they couldn't underestimate the demonic power Naruto Uzumaki possessed. It was then the two men with the crimson eyes had appeared and offered to aid in the capturing of Zeruf in exchange for their help in restraining Fairy Tail's one-man army. Hades had agreed when they claimed to know of Naruto Uzumaki's weaknesses, but Grimoire Heart would not be honoring the bargain. Hades planned to take over Naruto Uzumaki's mind, and use his new power to finish off the unknown group known as the Akatsuki. Putting those thoughts aside, Altair took a step forward. I see you have found Zeruf-sama. Please hand him over. Not until you hand over Naruto Uzumaki. Sasuke stated coldly before walking off. Of course. Altair cursed in her mind at the disrespect this man was giving her. Maybe she should just wipe him out here and now? Who the hell are you people? What are you doing on Fairy Tail's island, huh? Sasuke and Altair turned to see a pink-haired boy slide down a hill and charge straight towards them. Recognizing the boy, Altair sighed. Don't worry, he's harmless. Harmless? You? Huh? This smell? You're that old man I fought on Garna Island. Natsu shouted while pointing an accusing finger at the girl. No, this is my true form. You're a cross-dressing old man? Growing tired of the current situation, Sasuke's Sharingan spun into its Manjikyu form. Amaterasu. Before Natsu could even react, his body was ignited in black flames. His first action was to consume the fire, but his eyes widened when he couldn't. What? I can't eat these flames. Altair's eyes were wide as she watched Natsu fall to the ground while screaming in agony. To be able to burn a fire dragon slayer without the flames of a god slayer. It seemed these Akatsuki people were no pushovers. Your comrades better hold their end of the bargain and capture Naruto. Sasuke said without even sending the teen he had just ignited a second glance. You guys are after Naruto? Oh wow. Damn it. Why can't I eat this fire? Natsu tried to crawl towards Sasuke, but he collapsed under the intense heat that came from being covered head to toe in the black flames. Glancing at Sasuke who was already walking away, Altair decided it would be wise to bide her time. If everything was going according to plan, Hades would already have taken over Naruto Uzumaki's body by now. She would wait until they regrouped at the ship, then strike this imbecile down together with the others and claim Zeruf. Naruto is strong. Erza thought as she struggled to catch her breath. She wasn't getting anywhere in this fight, if one could even call it a fight. Hades nullified everything she tried to dish out and would throw twice as much right back at her. Yet he never landed any fatal blows. He was toying with her. Not to mention the Kyuubi's chakra, which was now covering his body like a cloak much like it had during the battle with Phantom Lord. Every time she tried to cut him, the cloak would deflect her sword and an arm would sprout out and try to grab her. If she didn't think of something soon, she was going to lose this fight. Erza requipped another sword into her hand and stared straight into Naruto's eyes. This isn't how I wanted to fight you, Naruto. Hades chuckled darkly. The boy you once knew is gone. Erza's lips twitched downward and gripped her sword tightly. She glanced at Hades' old body and with the flick of her wrist, the sword in her hand flew towards the corpse-like figure. QB chakra flashed forward and knocked the sword out of the air, confirming Erza's suspicions. Seeing the smirk on Erza's face, Hades frowned. So, you've figured it out. If my old body were to sustain too much damage, then my mind would be forced out of this one. But this changes nothing. You, and all of the other members of Fairy Tail will perish today. You may strike me down, but even so, the others will stop you. Erza said while pointing her sword forward. At the same time, two figures landed at Erza's sides. Konoha's handsome devil arrives. Erza-san, what's going on? Erza's eyes widened when she looked at her shinobi reinforcements. 10-10, Lee. What are you know? I'm glad you're here. Naruto's body has been taken over by Grimoire Heart's master. But we can break his control if we damage his original body enough. Naruto-kun lost. Lee shouted his intendant's disbeliefs. In their eyes, and pretty much all the ninja of Konoha's eyes, Naruto was essentially undefeatable. Which was why Lee wanted more than anything to defeat the blonde. No. Naruto-san was captured because of me. Wendy said as she struggled to break out of the wood gluing her to the tree. Now that more people were showing up, she needed to do something to help. Anything to make up for the trouble her weakness had caused. It's not your fault, Wendy. Naruto is going to tell you the same thing when we get him back. Erza said and readied her sword and charging forward once more. 10-10, wake Yamato. Lee, go after the real body. I'll keep Hades busy to buy you some time. On it. 10-10 said and rushed over to the unconscious captain. Yosh! Lee said and charged forward alongside Erza towards the smirking Naruto, Hades. Naruto's mindscape. Naruto opened his eyes to find that he was in the Kyuubi's no, Kurama's sewer. He felt that his body was being restricted by something. He tried to move, but he felt sluggish and his restraints wouldn't budge. His eyes slowly moved to find his newfound friend. They widened slightly when he saw the fox behind the bars of the seal. The demon fox wasn't as scrawny as it had been the last time Naruto was here, which was good. But that wasn't why he was surprised. Kurama's body was being restrained by dark magical chains. Kurama. Naruto tried calling out to his lifelong partner, but his weak voice couldn't reach the tailed beast. Not that it would have done anything. Kurama was likely still recovering the chakra Naruto had stolen and probably wouldn't wake up anytime soon. Just then, Naruto felt his vision blur and he could faintly see something as if in someone else's perception. He could see Lee and Erza, and they were both fighting. But who? Oh, I see you're awake. Quite the impressive mental strength, all things considered. Upon hearing the voice, the memories of recent events flashed before Naruto's eyes. The Jinchuriki growled and looked up at the floating figure in front of him. Hades. I'm surprised you're able to move in that state of yours. This spell is rather taxing to the victim's mind. The mines I used to test it broke immediately. But it seems you don't break easily, Naruto Uzumaki. Hades said as his spectral figure floated downward. What is your plan? Why are you doing all of this? Naruto forced himself to ask, with every word feeling like sandpaper escaping out of his throat. My plan? I don't think I'll bother repeating myself, but I will tell you one thing. Hades said rather darkly, and a grin sprawled across his face. I'm going to destroy Fairy Tail with our combined power. Chapter 49, Battle for Naruto. Part 1. Look Carla. A new issue of the Weekly Sorcerer magazine. I wonder if that mage from Fairy Tail will be in it again? Humph. I suppose I could take a look, if only to make sure there isn't anything inappropriate for your eyes. Carla grit her teeth. Why was she having flashbacks now of all times? Wow. He took down Phantom Lord's guild master? Isn't that amazing, Carla? I'll admit, he's not bad. They were almost at the island, so having these memories come up now was nothing more than a bad omen to the female cat. Carla. That mage saved another town from a demon. It's good to know there are some sensible people out there. Carla and Lily were now upon the island and swiftly flew across the beach and into the forest. What do you mean I should stop following that mage? I thought you liked him, Carla. I was a fool to praise that man. Just look at this article. He was nothing more than a beast. Tears began to form in Carla's eyes as she zoomed past all the trees. Hey, Carla. Slow down a little. Do you even know where you're going? Panther Lily said as the white cat picked up her pace and was beginning to leave him behind. We're teaming up with the other guilds? Oh. I wonder if we'll meet that mage? If we do, then it'd be wise to keep your distance, child. Carla. Wendy. Carla desperately thought, as the safety of her best friend was all she could think of. She was nearing the place she saw in her visions, and broke through a set of bushes. Then, ahaha! This power really is amazing. Don't you think so, Fairy Tail mages? Naruto, who was currently cloaked with evil chakra, said with a demonic voice while stepping on Erza's face and holding Rock Lee by the throat. YMFH. A whirl of confusion welding up in her mid, was about to speak out when Lily pulled her back in the bushes and covered her mouth to keep her quiet. Naruto didn't seem to notice as he threw Rock Lee into a nearby tree, then kicked Erza into the green-clad ninja just as he was about to fall. A weary bead of sweat trailed down Lily's face as he kept the struggling Carla in place. He didn't know what was going on, but he felt if they walked out there right now and asked, they would be killed. MFPH. As Carla continued to struggle against the older cat's hold, something caught her attention. On the other side of the clearing, near what looked to be a shrine, a mop of blue hair could be seen. The female cat's blood ran cold and she stayed perfectly still, the sight of Wendy's limp form being held against the tree burned into her wide eyes. She then looked back at Naruto, who didn't seem to care about the Dragon Slayer's predicament in the slightest. The boy was merely laughing as he toyed with Erza and Rock Lee. We need to stay put until we get a grasp of what's going on. I don't know if that's Naruto or the demon Hey, Carla. Wait. Because Carla had seemed to calm down a little, Panther Lily lightened his grip on her. But she suddenly struggled once more and broke free before making a beeline around the clearing. Guh. Lee grunted as he was pushed back by the vile chakra. This was the 5th time he tried to get close to Hades' body, and the 5th time he had been repelled by the Kyuubi's chakra. Even when Erza was as a distraction, the chakra cloak would extend and attack him whenever he tried to attack the old man's body. It was like it had a mind of its own. Lee, are you okay? Erza asked without taking her eyes off their opponent. She lost track of how many of her swords had been shattered, and her flight armor was beginning to wear down. But if she switched armors now, then she wouldn't be able to keep up with Hades, who was only getting faster. Don't worry about me, Erza-san. These attacks are nothing compared to Naruto-kun's when he's serious, Lee said while getting back into his stance. If they wanted to bring Naruto back, then he was going to have to step it up a notch. No more pulled punches. Hades, who was currently residing in Naruto's body, stood in front of them with a bored look on his face. 2 tails made of pure chakra lazily swayed back and forth behind him. This is getting tiresome. Let's see the extent of this power, shall we? With that said, the evil man began to draw out more of the tailed beast's power, and a 3rd tail sprouted out from behind. At this rate, we're going to be wiped out. Erza thought and prepared for another attempt, for that was all they could do until help arrived. Let's go, Lee. Hang in there, you two. I'll help as soon as I get Yamato Taicho up. Tenten thought as she held a vial that contained a medical aroma to Yamato's nose, but the man wasn't responding. The kunoichi had already gotten Wendy out of the wood as well with the use of her enchanted sword and rested her on a mat. As soon as Yamato was awake, then she could help. Swoosh. Tenten jolted when something white flew past her vision, almost making her drop the vial in the process. Was that white cat from the guild? But I thought she stayed behind. What? She took Wendy. With the young dragon slayer now missing, Tenten went through her options. Her first priority was to wake Yamato, but then what? Yamato was showing signs of chakra fatigue, so he wouldn't be much help in the fight against the Dark Guild. But there wasn't much she could do for him. Tenten, what's going on? Lily. Thank God you're here too, Tenten said with a breath of relief when she saw the familiar black cat flying towards her. We don't have a lot of time, so I'll make this short. The island is under attack by the Dark Guild Grimoire Heart, and the master took over Naruto's body. She explained, earning a set of wide eyes from the former commander. Naruto was defeated? How dash? Lily began to ask, but he was cut off by the brunette. With a magic spell or something. Look, can you carry Yamato to the resting camp? He needs Sakura to look at him because he's not waking up and my medical knowledge is limited. The site isn't too far in that direction. Tenten snapped and pointed in the direction of the camp. Not wanted to further anger the kunoichi, Panther Lily transformed into his original form and placed the unconscious man over his shoulder. I'll be back with help as soon as I can. Mavis grave. Gate of life, open. Lee shouted as he opened the 3rd inner gate. He then disappeared in an explosion of speed alongside Erza. Hades' eyes darted back and forth until Erza was in front of him, her sword ready to strike down on him. The slash landed true, but Erza's eyes widened when she found that what she had cut was merely an after-image. Lee! The female knight shouted as the leader of Grimoire Heart reappeared behind her green-clad comrade, who was inches away from the old man's original body. Hades swung down with a clawed fist, but Rock Lee was ready and kicked the palm of the imposing hand upward by going into a handstand. The ninja then spun on his hands and kicked both Naruto and Hades' bodies. The older man's body was launched into the air, right in Erza's direction. Well done, Lee. Erza thought and surged forward to deal the final blow. Guh. Hades grunted as he felt the pain of both the kick to his stomach, as well as his original body's face. He felt his control loosen a tad, but he retained control over the spell by force. It seemed the brat was still fighting for control. Seeing the red-headed mage flying towards his body, he moved to stop her but was immediately intercepted by a kick from Rock Lee. You will not have your way. Damn it. Flaring the Kyuubi's chakra, Hades brought his combined fists to the ground. Boom. The sound of an explosion pulled on Erza's attention, but she remained focused on the body in front of her. With just one more hit, they could all see that goofy grin again. Great tree arc dash! Exclamation point. Erza's eyes widened when she was suddenly entangled in tree branches, causing her to drop her sword. Her eyes snapped towards a tan-skinned man with brown hair reaching in her direction. Damn it! I almost had it. The S-class mage cursed as the man used his magic to carefully catch Hades' body as well. Well done, Azuma. Now, quickly, take my body back to the ship? Hades said as he continued to exchange blows with Rock Lee, who had just opened the fourth inner gate. Erza-san. Tenten said as she finally jumped into the fray. The girl summoned a Fumashuriken and chucked it at the enemy mage responsible for Erza's capture. Azuma casually stepped out of the way of the large projectile and reached his hand out to restrain the second girl as well, but he hesitated when he noticed a slight glint in the air where the weapon had passed him. Tenten pulled on the ninja wire, causing the shuriken to change trajectories mid-flight. The dark mage, having figured that the shuriken was under the girl's control, turned around and briefly focused his attention on stopping the flying weapon. Wasting no time at all, Tenten ran towards Erza and summoned her enchanted sword. Activating its lacrima, the blade became encased in fire, allowing her to slice through the wood, restraining her friend with ease. Placing Erza's arm over her shoulder, Tenten jumped into the trees and out of view in hopes to buy them some time. When they felt they were hidden, Erza let go of Tenten's support and fell on one knee. She was nearing her limits, and it was beginning to show. Thank you, Tenten. How's Yamato and Wendy? Carla showed up out of nowhere and took Wendy, and I couldn't tell where they went. Lily was apparently with her too, so I had him to take Yamato to the resting area. He'll come back as soon as possible with reinforcements. Tenten explained as she looked past the tree to check on her teammate. Lee was currently holding his own against Hades, but he was already using the fourth gate and she wasn't sure how long he would be able to sustain it. They needed to get back in there before Lee was overwhelmed. Then there was the dark mage who was planning to take Hades' body back to their ship. Erza was worried about Wendy and Carla, but the cat was likely taking the little girl someplace safe. So, she decided they would search for them later. Naruto was their top priority. That other mage is going to be a problem. Even if they're low on magic too, we're at a disadvantage. Erza said as she carefully watched the dark mage named Azuma. The man's movements were sluggish, but he was beginning to make his way into the forest with both Hades' original body and the blonde dark mage Naruto had defeated earlier slung over his shoulders. They needed to stop Azuma fast or else they might never get another chance at getting to Hades' body again. Natsu! Where are you? Happy shouted as he flew in the direction he last saw his friend going. They had been talking about flying to the top of the island when Natsu suddenly took off running. It was Natsu, so Happy wasn't too worried. But the loud noises that he had been hearing recently were making him nervous. Huh? Is that a flying cat? That's weird. Hey, let's catch it. Happy heard two gruffly voices to his right and his eyes widened when he didn't recognize their faces. Dark mages. What are they doing on the island? The cat was about to turn tail and run, but he wasn't enough and found himself trapped inside a bug catcher's net. Hee hee. Caught it. Nice. We should be able to fetch a fair price for this thing. The two unnamed dark mages said in glee as they stared at their catch with greedy eyes. I don't want to be sold off. Natsu. Help. Happy shouted with all his might in hopes his best friend would hear him. Whoa, it talks? Looks like we struck it rich. Hell yeah. First thing I'm gonna buy is Dash. The second thug didn't even get to finish his sentence when a fist suddenly made contact with his face. Eee-ii. The first thug shrieked when he saw his comrade's body fly through a nearby tree. He dropped the net that contained Happy, and the cat fell to the floor. Wham! When Happy recovered from his fall, he opened his eyes just in time to see the thug responsible for his capture fly through the air just like the other one. Natsu. The blue cat said when he took in his savior's appearance. It was Natsu, but he was covered head to toe in an aura-like veil of black, almost transparent fire. The flame stuck to his form, almost like a second layer of skin. But what shocked the little cat the most was the scales that appeared to be growing on the teen's face. The dragon slayer took one look at the cat, then he was gone. The forest lay silent. Happy continued to stare at the spot his friend was standing just a second ago, a feeling of anxiety growing in his gut. That was Natsu, right? Naruto-sama. Naruto-sama. Juvia frantically thought as she ran through the forest. She had one thing on her mind, save Naruto. But the water woman suddenly came to a stop when she sensed a strange smell. It was a scent that Naruto, along with all the other ninja from Konoha had. Creeping her way towards the scent, she glanced around a tree and saw two figures trekking through the forest. The first person was a male with spiky black hair and seemed to be carrying an unconscious man over his shoulder. The raven-haired boy was being followed by a woman, who also had black hair. Were they siblings, perhaps? Juvia shook the useless thought out of her head. She recognized the boy. It was Naruto's comrade from the past, Sasuke Uchiha. But what was he doing on Tenru Island? The woman seemed to be talking. So using her enhanced hearing that she had gained since becoming a second-generation dragon slayer, Juvia tried to listen in on their conversation. That is why we want Zeref-sama. To go to the ultimate magic world where only those with magic can survive. The woman stated proudly before her expression turned dark. Not that you will ever live to see the day. Juvia's eyes shot to the unconscious figure on Sasuke's shoulder. Did that woman just say Zeref? We're being watched. Sasuke said, and the water dragon slayer's eyes widened when kunai burst through the tree she was hiding behind and passed through her chest. Had it not been for her magic, the knife would have pierced her heart. TCH. Sasuke sucked his teeth when he saw that the eavesdropper was still alive. You take care of this. Why dash? The woman seemed taken aback when Sasuke suddenly made such an order and continued walking. She clenched her fists but turned her glare towards Juvia. Sorry, but you caught me in a bad mood. I won't be showing you any mercy. Shaking off her surprise, Juvia regained her composure and glared back at the black-haired beauty. The same could be said to you. Where are you hiding, Naruto-sama, wench? Wench? How dare you? My name is Altair, one of the 7 kin of purgatory. The now named Altair hissed. But she realized that losing her cool right now would do nothing but waste time, and she needed to finish this quickly so she could catch up with that man to ensure Zeref's arrival to their ship. This Naruto fellow means a lot to you, does he? That's too bad. Master Hades should have succeeded with his plans by now, so that boy you are looking for is probably DEA-. Swish. A sickle of water swept right past Altair, leaving a gash in her left shoulder. The water then proceeded to slice right through a tree, causing it to fall with a loud crash. You dare threaten Naruto-sama's life? Unforgivable. Juvia shouted as the thought of Naruto being harmed enraged her to no ends. Sizzling water encircled her form, and she commanded it by thrusting her hands towards her soon-to-be boiled foe. This woman's magic power just spiked. Is she insane? Altair thought and quickly raised her hands to activate her magic, and just like that, the boiling hot water vanished into thin air. Exclamation point. Juvia staggered back in surprise. Why did her water just disappear? What did that woman do? Ha! You caught me off guard with that quick shot, but it won't happen again. You seem to be a water mage. Too bad for you, but my magic controls an object's flow of time. Make time go forward, and water simply evaporates. Altair boasted as she thought the tables were now turned in her favor. Juvia narrowed her eyes. If water wasn't going to work, then she would have to try a different approach. It was time to put all that training to use. With Lucy and Gray. Hey, did you hear that? Gray asked when he heard the creaking sound of a tree falling in the distance. You don't think Juvia got into a fight, do you? Lucy asked as she feared her friend might have been getting ahead of herself. She had faith in Juvia's fighting abilities, as they far surpassed her own. But their opponent was a dark guild. Yeah, we better hurry. The mage trailed as his gaze turned towards the brush to their left. Noticing the boy's strange behavior, Lucy raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? No, it's nothing. Let's go. Gray reassured the blonde, and the two picked up their pace to catch up with Juvia. For a second there, he could have sworn he felt a pair of eyes on him. Maybe he was just paranoid with Grimoire Heart being on the island. Chapter 50, Water vs. Time. Kurama? Can you hear me? Naruto tried talking out to the other being in the sewer that was his mindscape, but the tailed beast proved to be unresponsive. It was painful to even think, so all he could muster was a couple words. Taking a few moments to rest as the spell's restraints tightened in response to his willfulness, Naruto went over everything he knew. Hades used some sort of spell that inserted his into the shinobi's body, which placed Naruto's own mind into these present restraints of dark matter or whatever was holding him in place. He couldn't move, and it was hard to speak or even think without the restraints tightening. Earlier, he had tried gathering natural energy to try and get Hades out of his body by threatening to turn him into a toad statue. Surely the man wouldn't be able to do anything about that, right? Unfortunately, that had proved to be useless. Whatever this spell was, it was separating his mind's will with his body's. So even if he went into sage mode in his mind, his body on the outside was unaffected. Seeing as sage mode couldn't help him, Naruto then tried biting the pain to try and wake the newly named Kurama. But it seemed getting most of his chakra stolen from him made the fox quite tired. If Kurama would only wake up, then he'd be able to break them both out of their binds easily. Hades seemed to be using the fox's tainted chakra, as the blonde could faintly sense the tailed beast chakra being pulled from the seal. Naruto assumed Hades didn't have access to magic in his body since he didn't have a magic container, so he deducted that the man was somehow using the chakra he molded during the previous fights. With all this information, Naruto believed he had two options. The first option was to wait for Kurama to wake up, so the fox could kick Hades out of his mind. The second option was to wait until Hades used up all the chakra Naruto molded earlier, which would lead to serious burns from the tainted tailed beast chakra. Hades would surely stop using the fox's chakra, then someone would be able to restrain him. I guess my only choice is to wait, Naruto thought and closed his eyes to rest. He couldn't tell what exactly was going on outside, but he couldn't help but worry for his friends. Having arrived at the resting area, Hinata hopped down from the trees and ran up to the tent. Mirajane, being the one on lookout, smiled in relief when she saw a familiar face. Hinata, I'm so glad to see your Oka-dash. Forgive me Mirajane-san, but we don't not have much time. Naruto-kun needs our help. Hinata interjected as she looked around the camp. She already knew who was at the camp, having seen them long before her arrival with her Byakugan. Along with some other, unsightly things in the distance. So the heiress had to act fast. Mirajane nodded seriously and awaited the forthcoming information. If Hinata was bold enough to interrupt her, then the situation must be a lot worse than the barmaid feared. By now, everyone who was currently present at the resting camp had gathered to the front of the tent. The enemy is Grimoire Heart, and thereafter Naruto-kun. They've already confronted him, but I can't tell what's going on from here. All I can see is the Kyuubi's chakra. Whether that's good or bad, I can't tell at this distance. Hinata said when she had all their ears, and the group gasped at hearing this. Some of the mages looked like they wanted to ask questions, but the Hyuga spoke up again before they could since they were pressed for time. It's obvious what they're truly after. So we need to hurry and get to Naruto-kun and stop them. After Naruto had rescued Gaara from the Akatsuki, it had become common knowledge that if a tailed beast was extracted from its host, the Jinchuriki perished as a result. But as far as Hinata was aware, the mages didn't know about this fact. After hearing all this information, the mages of Fairy Tail were shocked. Elfman and Evergreen were stumped at the thought of Naruto of all people needing help. Kana frowned. Something about what Hinata said bothered her. The girl had claimed Naruto needed their help, but there were still a few missing details. Like the whereabouts of the other ninja, along with the other S-class mages. Where was their master? From what alcohol-loving girl could remembered, Hinata had an ability to see long distances with her eyes. Was she holding out information? Lisanna was worried about Naruto as well, but she was more worried about her older sister's emotional status. Knowing the old Mirajane, if someone dear to her was in trouble, she'd go berserk. But she was still getting used to this new personality. It was similar to the Mirajane from Idalas, which was a whole 180 from what the youngest Strauss could remember. But that's not to say the girl didn't still hold those old tendencies. Where is the master? Did you see him with your vision? Mirajane asked, surprising Lisanna, who was sure the eldest Strauss was going to ask about Naruto. Hinata hesitated for a moment, raising Kana's suspicions. Did something happen to the master? Kana asked, causing the Hyuga to flinch slightly. Seeing as the Kunoichi was acting timid again only solidified her suspicion. If you saw something, we deserve to know. The brunette snapped and took a heavy step towards Hinata, only to be intercepted by Lisanna. Calm down, Kana. What's wrong with you? I understand if you're worried, but now's not the time to lash out at our comrades. Lisanna said as she stood in partner's way, but she looked back at Hinata worriedly for confirmation. I saw Makarov-san in that direction. He wasn't moving? But I could still see light in him, so he's alive. I was going to intercept Sakura-san and take her to him, I promise. Hinata stuttered, adding that last part quickly when some of the mages looked like they were ready to freak out. Mages didn't have a chakra system for the Byakugan to pick up on, but they did have their magic container. That was how she spotted Makarov earlier. Now wasn't the time to lose their heads and worry, so Hinata had decided to keep the information to herself. But it seemed that decision had backfired as Kana looked furious right now. This is ridiculous. I'm going to save the master. Kana sucked her teeth and started walking towards the direction of the supposed whereabouts of their master, but not before sending Hinata a heated glare. She couldn't believe Hinata had tried to hide the fact that their master was dying from them. But there was no way she'd let that old man die. Wait, Kana dash. Lisanna started, but Kana yelled back. And don't try to stop me. Seeing as Kana wasn't going to stop, Hinata decided she had no choice but to go with the brunette so she wouldn't get lost. I'm sorry. It's okay, Hinata. I understand why you did it. We're all worried about our master's health. Mirajane said with a faint smile before she turned to Lisanna, Elfman, and Evergreen. I'm going with Hinata and Kana to go to save the master. You three stay here in case any others show up later. The barmaid instructed, earning 3 nods from the mages that remained. She then turned back to Hinata, and the two set off to catch up with Kana. With the 3 girls now gone, all that was left at the camp were the 2 younger Strauss siblings and Evergreen. I guess we have no choice but to wait for the others to come back. Evergreen stuttered, part of her relieved that she was asked to stay behind. The thought of going up against people that were potentially dangerous to Naruto wasn't very encouraging. Where was Fried and Bixlo when you needed them? Nay-san. Elfman said and gripped his hands. He felt frustrated staying behind when his sister was going out there, but someone needed to stay behind in case the other members showed up. He was also worried about his friend, Lee, and wondered if the spandex-wearing teen was okay. Lisanna grabbed her brother's hand and gave him a reassuring smile. Don't worry, Elfni. Mirane and them will be fine. Fairy Tail isn't a guild of pushovers. Plus, we have the ninja from Konoha to help too. The white-haired girl said, earning a smile in return from her older sibling. That's right. Nei-san is a real man. No one can beat her when she's serious. Lee-san too. Youthful men. Elfman boasted while raising his arms into the air, and as a result he lifted his sister up too. That's not how it works. Evergreen said with a sweat drop as Lisanna cried to be put down by the rambunctious giant. Water shuriken. Juvia shouted and shot forth dozens of tiny shuriken-shaped water slicers, all spread out to a fair distance. I told you before, water won't work on me. Altair said nonchalantly, and with a wave of her hand, the water shurikens disappeared. She then conjured an orb made of an unknown material out of thin air and urged it forward with her magic. Flash forward. The orb multiplied until there was a total count that matched Juvia's previous attack, and they all surged towards the water mage. Juvia cursed under her breath as the orbs passed through her water body. She was testing to see if her opponent's magic could only target a single object with her water shuriken, but it seemed the dark mage could use it in a larger area of effect. Your time magic is a hard counter to Juvia's water magic, but Juvia noticed a flaw. Oh? Do tell. Altair responded with a slight twitch to her eyebrow. Her orb multiplied due to the effects of her time magic, as the attacks were merely projections of possible paths it could take. But those outcomes meant little when all of them simply passed through the water woman's body. The fact that they were at a stalemate due to the natures of each other's magics was annoying. Altair didn't have time to waste with this delusional mage. You seem to only use your magic on one object at a time, which means there's a limit to what you can do. This means you can't keep Juvia from turning her body into water while attacking at the same time. Juvia stated confidently and started walking towards her opponent. If she couldn't use water magic on this dark mage, then she would have put that hand-to-hand combat training to use. Do you really think you've got me all figured out? You're just as delusional as those magazines say you are. Naruto, was it? I don't know how he was able to stand being around you for so long. Altair chimed, causing the Bluanette to stop in her tracks. What? Juvia whispered after a brief second. You are aware of the rumors surrounding you and the one-man army of Fairy Tail, right? Altair said with a mock-shocked expression on her face, and Juvia began to tremble. While I was doing research on your pathetic guild, I found out that he's quite popular. Is he friendly with all the women in your guild? I wonder how far he's gotten with that other blonde dash. Naruto-sama isn't like that. Juvia screamed and lunged forward, her hands covered in water that resembled claws. She was furious, yes, but she wasn't just mindless charging at her enemy. Her plan was to wait until the bitch used her magic to evaporate out the water, then deck her right in the face. Altair smirked and instantly retaliated by launching an orb in Juvia's direction, who ignored the object and continued her assault. Water Dragon Claguh. Juvia didn't even make half the distance when the orb slammed into her stomach and launched her into a nearby tree, causing it to crack from the force of the impact. When she came to a stop, Juvia got on her hands and knees and cradled her aching abdomen while gasping for breath. Cough, how? What's this? I thought you had me all figured out. Altair said while stepping forward, her orb floating around her form passively. You can use more than one technique at a time? Juvia choked out. Oh, heavens no. I've yet to achieve such control over this lost magic. No. I simply baited you into attacking head-on like you did and launched my orb at you in a single direction. An action that only requires a fraction of time to pull off. The dark mage said with a wink, and Juvia's eyes widened in realization. Altair had simply launched her orb, then quickly focused on cancelling out Juvia's water magic so the orb could hit true. But to do so in so little time was no easy task, especially when you consider the fact that she was using a lost magic. A magic that must be terribly difficult to control. When Altair was finally standing next to Juvia, she looked down and frowned. At this range, you won't be able to use a single spell I can't undo. Which means, I can do this. The dark mage said and slapped Juvia across the face, forcing her back onto the ground. When the water mage tried to get up and use her water body, Altair cancelled it in an instant and kicked her in the stomach. Juvia landed on her back and gasped for air. She had to get up. She had to fight back. Altair's eyes widened when Juvia was suddenly on her feet and sending a punch her way. But unfortunately for the water mage, her opponent was more experienced in hand-to-hand. Her punch was countered, and she was flipped into the air and right onto her back. Master Hades put me through all kinds of training, not just magic. Before that, well, I guess it would be pointless to tell you that boring story. After all, you're about to die. Altair said and walked around Juvia, kicking the girl's arm as she tried to get up. She then grabbed the girl's blue locks, looked her right in the eye. I almost feel sorry for you too. All this struggling, and for what? A man that is already in the hands of my master. Naruto-sama would never lose to the likes of you. Juvia spat, but the dark mage simply snickered at the remark. You know? Before Master Hades completely erases that boy's existence from his own body, perhaps I'll give him a try. Just to see what all the fuss is about. Altair whispered with a wicked smile on her lips. The expression on Water Mage's face was priceless, to say the least. You. Juvia repeated before she found her face in the ground and under Altair's heel. So long, fool. Altair shouted with a sneer and raised her hand to command her orb downward. Crack. Just as Altair expected to decapitate the water mage, a loud cracking noise was heard instead as the orb slammed into something that clearly wasn't skin. The back of Juvia's neck was now covered in what looked to be orange stone. Altair stepped back in surprise when she felt the Bluinette's magic power spike for a second time in their fight. The shell-like then began to spread down her neck and across her arms, and the girl slammed each fist into the ground as they were now covered in orange. What is that stone? Why can't I erase it with my magic? Altair demanded as she tried and tried again to revert the stone back to its original components with time magic. But for reasons unknown to her, the stone continued to spread across the woman's body until it completely covered her from head to toe. Looks like your magic has another flaw? One that you can't make up for with tricks. Juvia said as she stood up, then proceeded to limp towards. Wide, emotionless eyes peered through the slit of the visor that covered her face. Stay back. Altair stuttered as she kept her distance, unnerved at the eerie vibe the woman in front of her was giving off. She tried commanding her orb to attack in all different directions, but to no avail. The orb simply bounced off the orange shell with a loud crack. Why isn't my magic working? Altair cried out when her back suddenly hit a tree, leaving her nowhere to go. She could try and fly out using her magic, but something about the water mage's aura told her it would be a fruitless effort. Tiamat-san Sea King Dragon armor is made of coral. Juvia creates this armor with her very essence, it is a part of Juvia, and it seems you cannot erase what is alive. Juvia walked until she was inches away from the dark mage's face, causing the girl to squeeze her eyes shut in anticipation. Juvia also colored it orange for Naruto-sama. What? Altair opened her eyes in confusion at the odd comment, only meet a coral-covered fist in her face. Pow! The punch sent Altair through the tree and into a large boulder. Juvia still hasn't even gotten the chance to show Naruto-sama this orange armor. Juvia shouted to the sky while stamping her foot on the ground. Her coral armor shattered and the Bluinet fell onto her back in exhaustion. Maintaining the Sea King Dragon's armor was a tiresome task, and she had already used it today against Sakura. Needless to say, she was exhausted. But just as Juvia was about ready to pass out, she heard a shuffling sound coming from the direction she had just sent her enemy. And no way. Juvia said when she saw Altair pulling herself out of a pile of sand. You haven't won yet. Altair said through grit teeth as she limped over to Juvia. Just before the impact, she had cast her magic on the boulder and sped its time up just enough to turn it into sand and soften her impact. Oh no. Juvia's out of magic. I can't move. Juvia thought as she tried to get up, but all she could manage with her exhausted limbs was a pitiful wiggle. Now I can finally reunite with Zeruf? Die! Altair said and swiped her arm forward, launching her orb forward in multiple directions with her time magic. Juvia thought she was done for when a wall of ice suddenly rose from the ground and shielded her from the attack. Exclamation point. Altair's eyes widened as she instantly recognized this magic. Of course she would recognize it, for it was the magic she hated most in this fake world. She turned towards the ice magic user with a death-like glare. Gray stared wide-eyed at the woman who shared a strikingly similar appearance to his late master, but quickly shook his head and forced himself back into reality. Juvia, you okay? He asked and reached an arm out to the fallen water mage, but the girl stubbornly declined his hand. Don't think Juvia will fall for you just because you saved her. Naruto-sama has saved Juvia far more than you ever will. Juvia said with puffy cheeks and started rolling towards the bushes. She would let Gray take care of this woman, now it was time to find Naru. Juvia? What happened? Lucy gasped when Juvia's battered form rolled right onto her feet. Rather than answering, Juvia tried to roll away again, but found that she was now completely out of energy. TCH. Don't click your tongue at me,